In a world where corporate interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes, where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress, where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought, one man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide, a beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity, because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Zin.
Yo, what's up everybody? Hello, and welcome on in. Happy Sunday. Hope you're all having a great one. Today we got a weird stream for you, okay? We're doing a code stream today. This is long overdue. And so, today I've got, basically we're just gonna talk about what I'm hoping to achieve today. Kind of like be mindful and, plan out a little bit what we want to do today. Also, today we're doing some mad bonuses on raffle tokens today. So if you stick around, I'm gonna make it worth your while. Again, because I know this is not a traditional stream. So, I want to just take a look here and see how many people do we have out in the chat. The view count tells me 25. 731. Perfect. All right, like I said, I would do 25x. So 25 times 25 is 625 raffle tokens for everybody. Bam. There you go. Enjoy those. Very, very much so. This Friday, you'll be able to use those. That's right. 25x, baby. Also going to do 25x for the raid, and we're going to do hourly 10x. All right. So if you stick around, it'll be worth it. I'm just going to go ahead and set a timer for not exactly an hour, but approximately an hour. And that'll help keep me on track with making sure that I give you the drops when I'm supposed to. All right. So today, basically what we're working on is a, like, what I'm going to call a card commands web client. It's a desktop web client. Basically, I just want basically to use HTML, CSS, JS to go and get information from the Twitch servers and give it to me. That's like the main thing, right? So, it's gonna be a rough one today, chat. All right. This is I'm flying without real tutorial here today, without having pre-researched anything, literally, because I haven't had any time. And so here we are. But let me just kind of show you what I hope to achieve. So let's bring up a good old paint, shall we? There we go. Paint. Our chat. Here, let me make this a little larger here. All right. This is my easel. All right. What's up, Lyndon? Welcome on in. So basically, what I want to try to achieve today is we want to use HTML. Oh, that's so small for you guys. My God, that's too small. All right, hold on. Use HTML, CSS, JS to get info, RE, or from Twitch, right? This is the main goal. This is the main goal. Now, how do we do this? Using Twitch's API. Okay. Twitch API. Okay, we're gonna use the Twitch API to do this, and it requires a number of very specific steps. I have a little bit of a getting started guide here to do this, and I have done some of this actually already. If I go into, let me just see here, like I have a yeah, I have a panel already. Like I already have a panel extension already set up as a thing. Let me just go here. Let's see.
The walls of the cathedral shall not be breached this day. Draw your
Yo, Zarek, thank you for the raid, man.
Raid, sinners.
Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid, dude. So, yeah, we're gonna be doing some of this. Zarek, what were you up to today, man? Twitch's horrendous dev docs. Yeah, man, that's what we're about to dive into. Yeah, it's not really great, and I'm no professional programmer at all. Like I'm a novice at best, and so I'm gonna be stumbling through this like pretty crazily. So let's see here. I wonder even how to get, I can't even remember how the hell do you get to like the developer page. Let's see here. You just missed it, Weatherwolf. Oh, I'm sorry. And now to do chores and listen / watch you. Got you. You were playing Dawn of Defiance. Nice. Dude, Dawn of Defiance is a good game. I haven't played it since it first came out, but I hope that they've added a ton. It was quite a good game when it first came out. And some Bellwright. Nice. That's great. Those are both great games. You just started a new run of Graveyard Keeper this morning. Very nice. Wait, what is this? 1 hour, 11 minute, 37.298 seconds. The goggles, they do nothing. That's right. Nice flashbang for you this morning. They've added a lot to it, and they have more coming. Good. How goes it today? It goes, man. It goes. We're literally just getting started. So just outlining what we're trying to achieve today. So in my mind, I had some ideas about what I wanted to try to do. Basically use Twitch API. And what are we going to try to get from this? I want a user list, like, chatter list, right? And the thing is with Twitch, they actually like break it down into like, you know, like multiple little pieces too. So it's like you get your VIPs. It's just like it looks like in the chatter list. Like if you open up like the users in chat thing, there's like, you know, you got like broadcaster. Ooh, typing is hard. Broadcaster, mods, VIPs, you know, what else? Users. They even have a new category. They have a new category now. Chatbots. Okay. So, and actually I think this one is before this other one, but yeah, this is like basically this comprises everybody who's in the chat, right? Me, the mods, the VIPs, chatbots, and everybody else, right? But here's the thing that's a little bit tricky for me is I really want to get eventually not just the user list, but I want to know specifically what sub-level you are, right? And that's for all users. And I'll need a way to trigger on your coffee stuff too. So I'll need a way to like tack on some information to you as a user. Like if name equals this, then, you know, coffee rank equals this. And that I can very easily update that, right? So we'll probably just make like, I think probably the easiest way to do this would literally just be to have like text files, you know, just listing who is what rank, coffee rank, and like to pull that in. Again, this is later. This is way later. But today, what I'm hoping to do is literally use the Twitch API to retrieve the chatter list, right? I want to do that. If we can, okay? If we can, here, I'm going to slide this over. If we can, what I would like to do is then take that information. Oh my goodness, paint. I want to like how do I want to say this? Almost like not like buttonify it. But basically what I'm looking to do is to have several columns. I want to have like chatters, right? I want to have just some prefab amounts, like 100, 150, 200, 250. Basically, this, and again, this is all just because we're just getting into it. It's like not end state at all. It's like, let's just get some functionality going and then we can make it perfect after, right? So basically making a list of chatters, making a prefab list of amount buttons, right? These are like just 100, 150, 250, etc. The last column would really be the currency type. So that could be, so like a currency or points type, not currencies, but like points type. And that could be like hard cash, card tokens. Is there anything else that I actually refund to you guys? I mean, I guess I could do like raffle tokens and SRTs as well. Just put it in the list, whatever. But those points types. And basically the first thing that I want to try to do is just make a quick utility where I can click a name, click an amount, click a points type, click the button, and it auto generates a command in the chat to, or even just putting it in my clipboard. That would be even easier. Just put it in my clipboard so that I can dump it into the chat and give you a refund very quickly without having to type. Right? I know that sounds really, really stupid, but really, that's like first iteration. You know, there's another thing that I want to do with this eventually. That's like first state. After that's done, what I want to actually do is whenever my bot does anything, I want it to communicate with this application and let it know this is what was done, this is who did it, this is how much it cost, this is the type of points it was, and log it, right? I already do logs, right? So it would not be that much harder for me to, you know, maybe grab or read in that information. But essentially what I need to do is I would need to turn each one of those into like a type of like read in on the fly live button, that I can just hit a button to refund you. Right? And that's that. Like, that's really like my first like goal with this little mini application. Right? Let's like just kind of dip our little toes in the water and get things going. Right? APIs normally aren't that bad to read, but it's on the developers who made the API to document it in an easily understandable way, right? Like, the one thing that I was really sad to see is that like TMI.js was using some old endpoints that they're all deprecated now. So like I saw a bunch of really good documentation for TMI.js, but everything is different now. Right? So it's rough. Good luck with that, right? Yeah. I don't know what you're saying, but it sounds smart, says Cremento. Well, wait until you see the code and then you'll disagree. Okay. Lambda expressions, right? Anonymous functions, lambda expressions, making programming literally Greek to everybody. Lol. Yeah, lambdas are like how you do stuff in AWS. That's like what an extension would rely upon. Right? So it's kind of interesting. What is being coded? So we're working on, that's what we're outlining right here. So we're going to use HTML, CSS, and JS to get info from Twitch. All right. Using the Twitch API. That will retrieve a chatter list of broadcaster mods, VIPs, chatbots, and users. That's how Twitch breaks down their user list. What's up, JC? Welcome on in. And then what I would like to do is get that to generate a list of chatters that I could like click on a name. Basically, it's just going to make like a tiny button essentially for every person that's currently in the chat. And then like a list of amounts, like just common amounts. 50, 100, 150. And again, I could put a field in there as well. So if I need to do a custom amount, I can. But this is just like very, very like hot, super like rough sketch version, right? And basically what I want to do is, you know, click on a name, click on an amount, click on a points type, you know, card cash, or, you know, it could be card tokens or whatever, and then hit the refund button. And basically it's going to give me that information in a, either like it will put it in my, you know, it's going to copy it into memory for me so that I can paste it in myself. That's probably the easiest way to do it, at least to start. But eventually just to like authorize this bot or my bot account to just do it. Yes, MVP, minimal viable product, right? And that's really what this is. Like, just, can we get to that point? You tried tackling the Twitch API at one point through a Python lib, but the lib was like, you need to set up an NGINX server and get a domain to use in our start. Yeah, dude, it does. Like, that's crazy, Lyndon. That's crazy. Right? Like, because everything, like, through the Twitch API is just like an HTTP GET request. Like, it's that easy. I say it's that easy, but like, I think about like using curl, like, but again, that's command line. So like, how do we get that into, you know, someplace useful that we can use it in an HTML, CSS, JS style environment, right? Like, yeah, sure, I can open up a command prompt and run curl. Sure. But that's not super useful for this particular thing that we're doing here. That's what you were trying to remember. What were you trying to remember? Proof of concept, proof of life. The world of unofficial performance review terms. Proof of life. Lol. Combo box with drop down and type if needed. I mean, really, what I'm just thinking like super simple, man. I'm literally thinking like this. This is in my mind. I see just like a column with chatters, right? I see a column with like buttons that have numbers on them, right? Like this. Like really just very basic. Eventually you could add a custom field down here, right? Like there's a small button for like custom amount, right? Click that, type in the field, that kind of a deal. And then over here, you've got the points types. Literally just like card cash, card tokens, subathon raffle tokens, whatever. And maybe down here like a big fat button to copy to clipboard. Twitch's whole thing for OAuth. You know, dude, OAuth sucks. Everybody hates it. Everybody hates it. So yeah, the way that I see it is like, this over here would just be like a list of names, right? And again, this is just, again, to kind of eke our way into getting more comfortable with all this, because... And I think one of the things that I need to do is I need to take some courses, man. I need to actually, like, commit some time to really learning more about, specifically about, like, JS and HTML and the DOM and all that stuff. Like, I need to get better with that in order to really be effective here, I think. But basically, it's just going to have everybody's names here. What are we brainstorming? So this is what we're going to try to do today. Again, this is what we're going to try to do. So we're going to use HTML, CSS, JS to get info from Twitch using the Twitch API. That will retrieve a chatter list, which I would like to read that in and generate basically a list of names in this column. So this is like names, right? I know this is pretty small for you here, but like essentially, let's see, put this down to like 18 names, right? So this is gonna be like a names list. Let's move this down here. Okay. We got like our names of all our chatters, right? This here is gonna be like just different amounts, right? It'll be like 50, 75, 100, and they can be tightly clustered. It's okay as long as there's some indicator as to which one we have actually selected, right? You click the button, it stores that value into memory, right? Lights up the little button so that you know which one you have selected. This is for me. This is for me. So the purpose of this little application, at least this part of the application, will be literally just to get a name of a chatters, set up just random amounts. I could have a custom box down at the bottom too if I need to do a custom amount. And then this will be like card cash, right? We got card cash. And then maybe over here we got like KTs, like card tokens, right? And then over here we got like SRTs, right? And like RTs. Basically the different point systems that I have, right? So I can just do this. So I can go, I select Gregory for 200 card tokens, press the button, and it copies that into, it copies that straight into my clipboard. So then when I do this, it just goes, give RT to Gregory, you know, Gregory Lovecraft, and it's like 1 or 0, right? Whatever the amount is, right? So, and it just does that, right? Why? Because that's really a hell of a lot faster than me like clicking way out here, going in here, typing in this thing. I'm a terrible typist, man. I'm really bad. I make a lot of mistakes. So that will be way faster for me. And it would just keep things flowing. Also, I could maybe even do a thing where it's like, maybe I could have at the top all, you know, maybe over here, we do a thing where it says, like, the first thing that's populated in that box is literally, it just says all. And so that way I can also very easily just go, okay, all, you know, 1,000 raffle tokens. Boom. Everybody gets them. Super easy. Use a float value. No, we won't need floats for this. We're gonna use ints. We'll use ints for these, because I don't need any decimal places. I don't need any decimal places, so we'll be okay there. But yeah, this is like, yeah, this is basically like the very, very basic thing that I see happening, right? Eventually, what I'd like to do is we'll add another box, right? Or another tab or something. Down here, what will happen is this will be a log of everything that the actual bot, like my main bot, does. So down here, it would say something like, Gregory used exclamation point glow stick for 200 card tokens. And then at the very end, there will be a tiny little refund button. Like that. Tiny little baby refund button. Okay? And then that way I can go over there and I can just hit that button and it will automatically drop that in here. And we'll refund him. And that will update, this little section will update every single time that somebody uses an action through the bot. Right? How am I supposed to clapper you today? I know, right? Gan says, are you going to use straight JS or look into something like React? I think today, probably straight JS. I've never used React. I wouldn't even know where to start with that. Hell, I barely even know where to start with this. All I know is I've got my HTML, my CSS, and JS files pre-populated in a folder called Card Commands Web Client. That's all I have, right? So that's all I have at this point. But yeah, the idea is basically to use that API to pull that information in. You think React is a YouTube thing? That's where you always see it. Well, React is just like a framework, right, for JS. I think it just helps with like making... Again, I don't really know much about it, but I think that React just helps with like making like buttons and functionality and stuff like that easier. Am I wrong with that, Gan? Yeah, but half a card token is worth 35% a card smile, and 3 card smiles can be exchanged for a single card frown. Then once you get enough card coins, you can exchange those at the same rate as card sparkles. Dude, card sparkles, that's the next one. That's like when you're a really good person for a day. You get a card sparkle. You're still mad that Java went with Spring instead of JavaFX. Dude, Voided gave you the tip of a lifetime, huh? With JavaFX. Really super useful. Super useful. It helps with binding to elements and such. Got you. Got you. You thought React was a thing where someone posts a video about a thing and then you post a video of you watching their video. Oh my god. Get out of here with that. You're still mad. Yeah. Someday Card will give us all let's see here. What is this? 18 quintillion 446 quadrillion 744 trillion 73 billion 709 million 551,615 RTs. Yeah. That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow's bonus for the start of the stream. A one that doesn't exist. He did. Spring was low skill floor, high skill ceiling. If you want to look basic as hell, it's easier. If you want any kind of customization, JavaFX is way easier. Got you. What's your definition of a good person to get those card sparkles? I mean, I don't know. I would say like being like a really nice active chatter, keeping conversation on track, being nice to new people, doing something that is like clutch in a gameplay way to help. Your current project has to bridge between multiple APIs, including Twitch API, and I'm not looking forward to trying to understand Twitch's API unless I can actually get a hold of one of the Twitch devs to explain how on earth to navigate through it. You lost me at keep the conversation on track. Well, as long as you don't come in and tell me about some random shit that you're currently doing or looking at that's like way off topic, it's all good. You think the hardest thing you're going to encounter is OAuth. You haven't done anything with it, but going to assume you're going to need an auth token to make the GET request. Yeah, so they have like a... They have... Again, I'll show you what I'm looking at so you can see what I'm looking at too. This is what I'm looking at today. Hold on. This is what I'm looking at today. Now, there's like something about, you know, registering your app and a blah, 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 blah. I forgot about all this, but I already actually have an app registered. I have actually a few registered. The only thing that I'm afraid of is I obviously, like, I want to show what I'm doing, but I don't want to reveal my, like, any of my, like, I don't want to put my secret out there. Or even, like, probably even, like, the client ID. I don't know, maybe client ID would be okay, but, the secret obviously is not okay. That's right, stay on target. Exactly. And then somebody, preferably with a goatee, can say, they came from behind. What bothers you is that they automatically sign all these apps is okay. The whole purpose of registering the apps is okay, is destroyed. I mean, yes, they do automatically register or sign them all as okay, but before anybody except you can use them, they have to review it. And they do review for like malicious code and stuff like that. This is like why, so just to give you some insight as to kind of why Mischief Maker was the way it was. One of the like user-sided criticisms of Mischief Maker is, why can't I just set the amount of bits that I want it to be? Like if I want it to be 69 bits, why can't I set that? I have to use a prefabricated number like 10, 25, 50, 75, 100, whatever. Like, why can't I just type in a number instead of having to like find it in a drop-down list? And the reason for that is that Twitch only allows you 250 different bit values for like products, as they call them. So basically what Voided did is he used those like, he created like basically, if you will, like an abstract product of a certain amount. You know what I mean? And then, you know, those were just assigned to the thing that you wanted in the kind of configuration web app. Like, oh, I'm going to do 5 zombies. I want that to be 250. You know? There are lots of like strange things like that. And again, the reason that he did that is because if you had to like set it to a specific amount and you didn't have like abstract products like that, every single time that you make any change to the application, it has to go through that review process. And it takes anywhere from like 2 to 3 weeks. My understanding is it's even longer now because they have fewer developers looking at this stuff. So kind of a bummer. Honestly, I don't understand why Twitch doesn't lean into extensions, because this is where they have technical superiority over every other streaming platform. Honestly, this is the strength of Twitch. Extensions. Interactivity. Right? Like, I think that's so cool. Like, honestly, I think it would be really fun just to have like one random light in your setup that like users could just go in and there's a color wheel and they could just fight over the color. Just like something stupid like that. Maybe you can only do like once every X seconds. But I think that would be really funny. Like go in and like play around with a random light, you know? I think there's just like so many random things that you could do that would really make the streaming space a lot more fun and a lot more interactive. 69. He said the thing. I did say the thing. Okay, so I am working today in my Sublime text, my unregistered dude. Registering Sublime text is like $90 or something now. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hold on. Well, use the lyrics from a different band then. What is that? Yeah, gotta put a token in the header of your request. Also, take a look at that get users call. You can only get 100 at a time. Right. And it's like pagination. You have to like deal with that. So that's always fun too. But thankfully, we're not usually over 100. But there are going to be people that would eventually use this that will be. And I would eventually like to be over 100. That would be nice. That'd be really nice, right? So we shall see, I guess. Here we go. I think this will work. All right. Are you okay, so hold on a second. With HTML, are you like a two space kind of guy or a 4 space kind of guy? Or just a tab? Like what's your convention for indentation? Tab always, huh? Like I know this varies from person to person. People have different preferences, like whether they like a tab, 4 spaces, 2 spaces. I think tab is just easier, just because it's less button presses. That's it. That's literally the only reason that I say that. Right? Exactly. Less keystrokes is superior. That's it. Also, once you get into like multiple tabs, it's like 4, 4, 4, 4. Like that gets crazy. That's so silly. All right, so let's see. Just getting some basic info. Pulling some info off the web, just like for like starting templates for these files. So this thing, because it's just for me, I'm actually going to call it Card Commander. I am the master and the commander. All right. Thumbs grow weary slower than pinkies. Dude, I don't know about that. My poor left thumb. That's the one that I have the issues with. It sucks. Sucks so bad. My right wrist is the one that I have issues with. It's right here. Right here. Right on the edge of the wrist. Terrible. But over here, it's this joint. Pain in the ass. All right, so let's see here. How in the heck? How in the hell? All right. I'm not sure. And this is the other thing too. It's like with some of this stuff, like putting in responsive tags and things like that. Like, I'm not sure where, like, from a standardization perspective here. And let me show you what I'm looking at so you can actually see this. Like what I should be doing here. Actually, before I do any of this, just save. 1 second. Okay. One sec. There we go. And then as far as the chat is concerned, let's just hide that. And we'll put the horizontal chat in. There we go. Okay. So now you can see what I'm looking at, right? So, basically, like just setting up like a shell. Is that Notepad++? It is Sublime Text. I like Sublime Text. Okay. So again, this is the thing that I'm curious about, is like, where would I want to put my meta tag for, you know, making this responsive so that it's, you know, we can view everything at full width. Arguably, that's why you'd pick a framework like React or something rather than raw dogging HTML, JS, CSS. Yeah? Do you think I should be using React? Really? Tim is a pro when it comes to this stuff. Gan says I would. All right, so who wants to walk me through that process? I'm happy to do it. React.js, right? Get started. All right. These docs are old and won't be updated. Okay, got it. React.dev, got it. Lets you build user interfaces out of individual pieces called components. Create your own React components like thumbnail, like button, and video, then combine them into entire screens, pages, and apps. So my question is, can I dynamically generate them? Because that's going to be a main component of this whole thing, right? Like based on what we talked about with the original idea here. Like I want to be able to pull in that list of usernames dynamically and be able to click on them like a button to store that name in memory. That's one of the benefits of using a framework. Okay, cool. So basically when we're pulling in that data, we can say things like for each element, we're going to turn that, you know, that's being returned by the API. We can turn that into a component of this type with this data. Installation. Here we go. You don't need to install anything to play with React. You can just edit in the sandbox. Okay, that's probably not what we need right now, but you can create a React app using a recommended framework. Okay. Build a React app from scratch. Well, what would a recommended framework be? Next.js app router, React router, Expo for this seems pretty complicated to me. Basics of React is create a component, then you set something called the properties, and then you can bind the properties into your UI with no overhead on your part. I mean, that sounds incredible. That makes it sound like it's a lot easier than, like you said, raw dogging the code here. But like, I'm literally, like my website and everything, I literally do it in Notepad++. Like everything. All of that has been done in Notepad++. That's also why it looks like to be fair. Like it's from 2005. Okay, maybe that's generous. 2003. When you update those props, it will update the DOM for you. Okay, so if I'm understanding what you're saying is that when I update those properties, it's automatically going to refresh the data for me. Okay. Cool. All right, so I have two options here. Create a React app using a recommended framework or build a React app from scratch. I'm leaning build a React app from scratch because the framework route seemed a little rough. Like there's a lot more steps there. There's nothing wrong with continuing to do it without a framework, but future you will thank today you for going down that route. Yeah? Okay, well then let's do this then. Let's use a recommended framework. What framework should I use? I have no idea. I know nothing about this world. So the options are, they say, Next.js app router, the React router v7, Expo for native apps, and other frameworks like TanStack Start and Redwood.js. I would say that Next.js is a client-server framework, so similar to like Node. Which is what you use for your personal projects, but it does require you to have a deployed server as well. I can do it from like localhost, right? Like I could run it off localhost on a port. Yeah. Okay. So just so that I understand, like in the future, speaking of future me, so if I were ever going to package this and give this to another streamer and say, now you can do what I did, right? And now it's hooked up to a panel or whatever. Like all the functionality goes through a panel, AWS, all that stuff. Would using Next.js, because of the server piece of it, would they need to set up a server themselves, like on their own machine? Or is that another situation where it could just run off localhost? I know there are lots of, I use lots of bots and apps that like, they say, hey, you're going to need to have this port open, you know, to run this app. Because and again, that's probably because it does this kind of a local host type deal. Next.js is you run a program that hosts the website. React is you make files that can just sit in a directory and is your app. Great. Perfect. Okay. And so this app router, this is what we're going to want. The Next.js app router. You don't know enough about this to answer your question about others running Next.js without a dev environment. Got you. Hey, no worries. That's no worries. We can cross that bridge when we get to it, right? Like for now, I'm interested in creating tools that will help me. And hopefully as I continue to learn more about this process, I can learn more about that too, you know, along the way. Given your background, your general solution is to just run Docker containers for everything, but that's not a consumer-friendly answer. Got you. I've heard of Docker many times, but I really have no idea what it is. But you think Next.js, this Next.js app router is the way to go in terms of the framework? Think of Docker as a mini computer on your computer via virtualization. Oh, okay. Just like virtual machine. It's great for scalable apps, in your opinion, ClickVice. Next.js also has a great tutorial. Yeah? You got a link for me? Let's see here. Next.js. Next.js app router. Next.js docs. Getting started. Okay. Nextjs.org/learn. Okay, let's go. Dive into the course materials. So like literally you think maybe going through these like here on stream, this would be the play today. Maybe just take a step back from that. What we'll be building? A dashboard. Okay, that's pretty cool. And it looks good too. Well, it will help you learn React. Okay, I mean, I guess that's fair. That's definitely fair. But the audience may not find it to your normal entertainment standards. I mean, that's what today is. Today is code day. So anybody who's coming in here, this is the deal, chat. You see this? In a minute 40, you get big time raffle token bonuses for hanging out today. Because today is not a normal day, right? So that's what this is all about. And I will be doing these every hour or about every hour. A little bit of variance there so that people don't game the system. But yeah, that's the game plan. Once every hour, you will get 10x viewer time, you know, that many times raffle tokens, rather. And then at the end, 25x when we go to raid. So the longer you stay here today, you're going to make out like a bandit. And bandits, they make out with a lot of tongue. So I hope you're prepared for that. Bribery is always a great way to mitigate content that might not be as entertaining as usual. That's right. Correct. It's like, this is a 2 out of 10 on the entertainment scale. And so instead, I will now bribe you. Correct. Code time equals put our noggins together and hunt down bugs, right? Yeah, that's fun. All right, so I guess maybe we just walk through this tutorial then. Maybe this is the play. Shall I show this? Let's see. My window cap. So this is the dashboard app that they say this is like the starting process, right? Welcome to the Next.js Foundations course. In this free interactive course, you'll learn the main features of Next.js by building a full-stack web application. I'm ready for my voiceover era. I'm ready. I'm ready for my computer-based training voiceover era. All right. I'm also going to make this panel, this camera panel, way smaller. There'll be nothing to be concerned about screen sharing from a privacy perspective. Nice. Too late. AI stole that job. No! They'll never take it from me. Actually, yeah, they did. Dude, that's over. That whole thing, that's over. Nobody's paying somebody hundreds of dollars to read anymore. That's not a thing. Okay, so here's the deal. I see out in the chat 46 viewers. There you go. And in about an hour, you'll get more. Okay. All right, so this is what we're going to be building today. It's a dashboard app. It's not very sexy, but it is, this is going to be something similar to what I want to do. It has buttons, it has interactions, you can edit things, delete things, etc., etc. Right? Only silly companies won't be hiring junior engineers anymore. Yeah, because you need to develop your talent. Right? That's the way that I see it. They need to develop talent. Right? Like, how does somebody become a senior without being a junior first? Like, right? I don't know. Like, that to me, that seems pretty understandable. But everybody's like, oh yeah, like, AI will do it. It's like, well, yeah, maybe AI will assist with a lot of stuff. But yeah. Okay, so for this course, we'll build a financial dashboard that has a public homepage, a login page, dashboard pages that are protected by authentication, the ability for users to add, edit, and delete invoices. Dashboard will also have an accompanying database, which you'll set up in a later chapter. Okay, this is good. This is like useful stuff. This seems like a pretty good tutorial, actually. Let me just scale this down real quick. It's so big that the bounding box is like literally off the page. I gotta like move my camera down to get to the edge where I could make it smaller. All right. So this is what we're gonna learn: styling, optimizations, routing. That's how to create nested layouts and pages using file system routing. Okay. This is kind of a new concept to me, I guess. Data fetching. Okay, we're gonna create a database on, what is it, Vercel. Best practices for fetching and streaming. Got you. Search and pagination. That's good. Pagination is like, you know, that's what happens with the Twitch data too. They only allow you 100 users at a time. So if you have more than 100 users, it's split into pages, basically. Paginated. The whole conversation about AI taking jobs in software is hilarious. Any CEO who replaces actual engineers with AI is going to regret it. Yes. Like, what was that, like, female-only dating app? Like, T. That's what it was. T. Where they literally had the user data was just, like, out in a public database that anybody could access. The tea got spilled. And then men were like, oh, yeah? Hold our beer. You think that was bad? Hold our beer. And then they made like a men's only app as well. I can't remember what the hell that was called, but the same thing happened. I'm like, what the what the actual hell, dude? That's what you get. All right, both of y'all. So error handling. Yeah, so how to, you know, handle general and 404 errors. Mutating data. Sure, mutate data using React server actions and revalidate the Next.js cache. How to do server-side form validation and tips for improving accessibility authentication. So this is kind of a thing that we need, but we really need that to... We need authentication with Twitch. They have OAuth, right? So we need to like pass our OAuth client ID and secret in order to get authorized and get the information from the channel, right? This course assumes you have a basic understanding of React and JavaScript. Haha. Well, about that, we're gonna stumble our way through it, maybe. All right, so before we start, we have to do this. We have to download Node.js, and we'll need a GitHub account. Okay. All right. Well, let's start this. Hold on a second. Boop. You know what I'm going to do? Actually, give me 1 second. I'm going to actually add that. Let's call this active. We'll call this programming window. Yeah, okay. And I just want to, I'm going to add this to my Stream Deck so that I can easily disable it and re-enable it on the fly. All right. Source visibility. Okay, that should be good now. Testing. Okay, we good. All right, let's download this. Okay, so download. Wait, Node.js. So you need Node to run Next.js? I'm so confused by this. You need Node.js, which is JS, to run Next.js, which is actually it's like all right, got it. Let me do this real quick. I actually have a version of Node already. I just don't want to F up what I already have because I do use it for some stuff. So let me just see here. What version do I have? I've got 2211.0. And it says it requires 1818. Okay, we're good. We don't need that then. We're good. In addition, we need a GitHub account. A GitHub account. All right, let's do that. And a Vercel account, it says. I should actually already have one for GitHub. Oh, okay. Tell the VC Y Combinator that they're literally funding companies where the CEOs are like, yeah, this other company's AI wrote 95% of our code base, and the database specialist in me is just internally screaming because not only is it a huge security problem, but also a matter of underlying intellectual property ownership. Yeah, it's a nightmare waiting to happen, right? The women-only app made sense in concept, but yeah, don't rely on AI for your coding. Well, yeah, the women and the men that made this like gender-only app to like basically talk shit about people, they both got leaked and the data got released. So I just think that's karma in action, honestly. All right, let's see here. Well, it wasn't intended to talk shit about people, but that's what it became. Right? It was supposed, you know, that's what it became. It was like, here are some red flags. This guy had horrible breath. This guy's was weird. That's like literally, like some of the posts, dude, that I saw were like really outlandish. Like, okay, cool. All right, I gotta put in some codes here. All right, so Okay, so I got my account there. All right, now Vercel. I'm working on personal projects. Right. Sure. Yeah, humanity gonna humanity. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was a public Firebase bucket, so the first hack wasn't even a hack. Right, it was just inspect element. Right, exactly. It was just like public info. Like, very basic, right? Select a Git provider to import an existing project from a Git repository. Well, we're not doing that. At least I don't think so. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep this off to the side for the moment. So we got my Git, my Vercel, we got Node. All right, so we're good. Ready to get started? Let's get started. Here we go. Are you ready, chat? Let's do this. Step 1 on my grind to get proficient with programming. How about that? We recommend PNPM as your package manager. It's faster and more efficient than NPM or Yarn. Okay, so I can do this through a command prompt. npm install g pnpm. Do the thing. So when it comes to like NPM, what the hell does the term funding? What does that actually mean? Like in the terms of like a package manager, funding? Are they actually talking about like, they literally are talking about like money? They're like, hey, we need some cash. Okay, got it. Like literally, literally funding. Okay. To create a Next.js app, open your terminal. CD into the folder you like to keep your project in and run the following command. All right. So we're going to do something goofy, and we're going to put it literally on the desktop, and that's fine. Okay? Don't at me. All right? It's fine. Windows, System 32... Maybe we won't. Let's go in here. Card commander. Actually, no. We'll even do a subfolder. Hold on. Coding projects. Card commander. And then I'm gonna do next JS tutorial. If you build a commercial app using an open source library, for example, then it's good citizenry to donate to them because you're making money off their work in some way. That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. So Voided is, when we've talked about the potential of making a game together, he has talked about open source. He really is, he wants it to be open source and very moddable. Like those are his primary concerns. Like he literally wants it to be like no pay at all. The only thing that's generating income is the Twitch integration. That's it. So that way, like, people are constantly adding to the project, forking the project, making the project better. Yeah, I don't know. I see the virtues of it. I kind of see the dangers of it too. But it's interesting, to say the least. You know, the one thing that I said is like, you know, a project of this scope or this nature, it would take years, right? Like years of work. And when you get to that point and you go to release, what happens if Twitch says, oh, we're not going to have extensions anymore, or oh, actually we're shutting down, you know, then like the whole thing. I mean, I guess you can at that point just switch from open source to closed source, but still a little concerning, especially given all the news about Twitch recently. Okay, I'm actually just gonna call this tutorial just for ease. All right, card commander and tutorial. Card commanders for later, tutorial. Okay, so let's see here. Yep, cdn. All right, so let's cd c:/ coding projects / tutorial. Okay. Run this following command. Okay, let's do it. Need to install the following packages. Okay to proceed? Yes. Do the thing. Okay. Unlike tutorials, they have you write code from scratch. Much of the code for this course has already been written for you. This better reflects real-world development, where you'll likely be working with existing code bases. Our goal is to help you focus on learning the main features of Next.js without having to write all the application code. After installation, open the project in your code editor and navigate to Next.js dashboard. Okay. So hold on just a second here. So in this case, am I going to be okay to use Sublime? Will that be okay? Or should I be using a different, like a different IDE? Like, what do you think? Should we just step up to like big boy shit right now instead of playing with the script kiddie stuff? Like get this set up in like VS Code or something? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Here, let me close this out. I really thought I had VS Code installed. I guess I don't. So let's go. Okay. It's doing the things. What's up, Mage? Hey, by the way, I got your DMs. So a couple things. You're 100% right in that there is a way for like StreamerBot and a lot of chatbots to like log all the people that showed up during a stream. I can do that right now. That's not a super crazy thing. What's up, Keith? Welcome on in. However, I'm not looking for like a historical list. I'm looking for a list that is reflected like in real time and it would be fed into another application. So I think like for my purposes, again, I'd rather have something that doesn't rely on a third-party utility because I've been burned so many times with that. Again, it's this like not your keys, not your castle thing that I talk about a lot. So that's one thing. The second thing is you linked me TMI.js or something similar. I can't remember exactly what it was. Thinking that it could be good. And you're right, it could be good. However, everything for TMI.js is all the endpoints are deprecated right now. So there's like an official Twitch API now that most developers are using. So that's where we're at with it. But I appreciate where your head's at, man. Really, I do. So what we're doing right now is we're changing the scope of today's little code session. And basically what I'm doing is I'm getting VS Code set up and I'm going to walk through a tutorial for Next.js. Because I've never done it, and it uses React and just getting a little familiar with how that may work and how I can use that for my project. That's the hope, at least. So Keith, how are you, man? Are you a coder or programmer? Hope you're doing well. The account created 7 minutes ago is a little concerning. I'm not gonna lie. 7 minutes ago, huh? Interesting. And Mage, welcome on in, man. Again, thanks for being here and thanks for helping me kind of try to brainstorm some ways to make this work. All right, so we got VS Code. Let's get that installed. Okay, so I have a concern here. I got a checkbox where it says add to path. Right? This is like a environment thing, right? Environment variable thing, right? It says requires a shell restart. Is that gonna disrupt the stream? Or is it just gonna like reopen Explorer? Because I don't want to do that if it's gonna tank the stream. Okay. Cool. The shell is just the CMD terminal window. Oh, see, I was mistaken. I thought that the shell also comprised explorer.exe. It doesn't? Eastrab, what's up, man? Okay, so we're good. All right. Let's do it. Next, install. Do the thing. That's not generally how it's referred to in your experience. Okay, cool. That's a very gentle way to say you're wrong. Thank you. All right, let's launch this. No issues at all. No issues at all. That's all that mattered. Okay. So let me show you what I'm looking at, eh? Or not, because this window is not being picked up by this. Why is that? There it is. Here it is. Get started with VS Code. Use AI features with Copilot for free. Do we really need Copilot? Do we recommend this at this point, chat? Gan says no. All in caps. You don't want to do AI coding? You don't want to do some vibe coding today? You almost used VS for your coding environment. Decided to go with Replit instead. Got you. Tim said, no, you idiot. All right. So choose your theme. Okay, yes, we don't need this. Choose your theme. Dark, modern, yes. Rich support for your languages. Okay, browse language extensions. I don't need that, right? Actually, maybe I do. Maybe we do want this. Hold on. So maybe once you're a bit more familiar, it would be good. But for now, not so much, huh? So can I find like Next.js in here or like React or something? Like, dude, there's so many. How would I even know? React component. React.js code snippets. Type next and see what shows up. Okay. Next.js TypeScript snippets. Hybrid next. Next.js theme. Maybe if I type in Next.js, let's see. Next.js snippets. Automatically add types to Next.js page functions. Next.js developer extensions pack. Yeah, still none of those. All right, so maybe we just skip that for now then. Call it good for now. Most popular. All right, so JavaScript and TypeScript nightly enables TypeScript at Next to power VS Code's built-in JavaScript and TypeScript support. It was VS Next.js extension, maybe? Let's see here. Is that what it is? Let's see here. This right here. Official Next.js VS Code extension. Easily add code snippets, reference, documentation, and more. Why so few downloads? I don't know. It says 1K downloads. Published on 8/29/2023. This doesn't seem right. Yeah, 1950. Your Spidey sense it says it's not legit. All right, so this one has 1K. This one has 3K. So 3,167. This is 1,950. The Microsoft one for TypeScript would be good. There's Docker right there. Let's see. Let's do this. Is this what you were talking about? Enables TypeScript at Next to power VS Code's built-in JavaScript and TypeScript support. Yes, the one that I'm hovered over. Okay. Not the one in the tab on the right. Right. Got it. Cool. Installing. You do not need this extension to work with JavaScript and TypeScript in VS Code. Okay, enabling. Make sure you're using TypeScript at Next. Open a JavaScript or TypeScript file in VS Code. The VS Code command palette. Run TypeScript. Select TypeScript version command. Make sure you have use VS Code's version. This is advanced stuff we don't need. Okay. All right. So we're good now, right? With this step, we can close this out. We're good. No more extensions needed. All right. Wait. Hold on. That closed the whole thing. Shit. My bad. There we go. Okay, next. Tune your settings. I mean, what do I do here? Is there anything that I should be doing here? Shoot, gotta run for now. Good luck, Starry. Hey, no worries, Tim. I'll walk through this. I don't think there's, backup and sync. Okay, that's fine. Command palette. Yeah, that's fine. Watch video tutorials is fine. Next section. Okay. Learn the fundamentals. Built-in terminal. Okay, yes. Install Git. Track the changes in your project. Yeah, sure. Hot damn. Oh no, I already have Git. I already have Git. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Customize shortcuts done. Okay. Oh. Okie dokie. So, get to that folder. Coding projects tutorial. Yes. Okay, so this is our Next.js dashboard project. Let's see. Okay, so it's saying here, maybe I should do these side by side so that you can see. How do we want to do this? Yeah, it makes it so small and impossible to read. Okay, so this, it just says, like, let's take a look at the project structure. And I've got that up in VS Code right there. You can see there, the Next.js dashboard on the left. Got all the structure. App. This will contain all the routes, components, and logic for your application. This is where you'll mostly be working from. Okay. App lib. It contains functions used in your application, such as reusable utility functions and data fetching functions. Okay. The UI. It contains all of the UI components for your application, such as cards, tables, and forms. To save time, we've pre-styled these components for you. And public, which will contain all the static assets for your application, such as images. You'll also notice config files such as next.config.ts at the root of your application. Most of these files are created and pre-configured when you start a new project using create next app. You will not need to modify them in this course. Okay. Feel free to explore these folders, and don't worry if you don't understand everything the code is doing yet. Yeah, that's okay. Cool. Placeholder data. When you're building user interfaces, it helps to have some placeholder data. If a database or API is not yet available, you can use placeholder data in JSON format or as JavaScript objects, or use a third-party service like mock API. For this project, we've provided some placeholder data in app.lib_placeholderdata.ts. Each JavaScript object in the file represents a table in your database. For example, for the invoices table, they've got a const of JSON data, right? Yeah, it's just key value pairs, right? So customer ID, the amount, the status, the date. Yeah. We doing nerdy shiz over here. That's right. We are doing some nerdy That's right. What's up, Rye Raven? How you doing? Yeah, I'm like walking through a Next.js tutorial. One of our more experienced coder people here in the community has said that this would be a really good place to start to try to understand like what this all is doing so that I can use this in my project. Which again, my game plan was to try to create something with like raw HTML, CSS, and JS, and it's just like people don't do that anymore. You know, we have all these frameworks and stuff that help us with this, so you don't have to do all that raw dogging. And so now I'm trying to understand how all that works so that I can use that. Because like if you look at even like the commands page, man, I'm sure you've been to the commands page. Dude, like I made that commands page, man. I made that commands page in like Notepad++. Right? So it's like, it's literally just like raw HTML, JS, CSS, and it is very ugly, admittedly. And that's because styling things in the raw format is very time consuming, you know? It also is not very good with the responsiveness either. Like if you look at it on a phone, like on a mobile device, it gets real weird, right? So we're learning how to raw dog so we don't have to raw dog better. We're learning how to avoid raw dogging because that's how you get sick. All right. That's how you get sick. So that's really what we're doing here. Makes sense, right? So they've given us data to work with. In the chapter on setting up your database, you'll use this data to seed your database, you know, to populate it with some initial data. Sure. TypeScript. You may also notice that it's TypeScript. Yeah, it's written in TypeScript. We wanted to create a course that reflects the modern web landscape. It's okay if you don't know TypeScript. We'll provide the TypeScript code snippets when required. For now, take a look at the app lib definitions.ts file. Okay, so app lib definitions ts file. All right, here we go. That's this right here. TypeScript shakes fist in the sky. I mean, there's got to be a reason it's so popular. I keep hearing about it over and over and over again, so. Get rid of the copilot bullshit over there. All right, so here we manually define the types that will be returned from the database. For example, the invoices table has the following types. Okay. So the invoicing table has the following types: ID, which is of type string; customer ID, which is of type string; amount, which is a number. Wait, returns type number, huh? Not like an int or anything like that, but literally number. I guess in this case, type number, like as a primitive, that's a thing. Like in TypeScript, a number is like just it's actually a type. It's not like a float. It's not a float. It's not an int. It's a number. Got it. So it could be either, right? It could be like a raw int, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or it could be like pi 3.14, whatever. Is this training for the Cardinal Zin game? Kinda, yeah. I mean, kind of, yes. But this is like Cardinal Zin does code so that he can learn things and apply things to other fun projects for y'all, right? In TypeScript, you basically have number, string, binary, any, or unknown. Not binary. Hold on. There's like a different type. Yeah. So we got ID string, customer ID string, amount, number, date, string. In TypeScript, this is called a string union type. It means that the status property can only be one of the two strings. Whoa! What the heck is up with this crazy raid? Spherophoria, rather. Spherophoria, come on in and welcome on in. Please let me know what you were doing today. While you do that, allow me to introduce myself.
Corporate interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes. Where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress. Where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought. One man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide. A beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity. Because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Zin.
Yo, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follows, Viata6, and sincerely, Verisimilitude. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, and thank you very, very much for the raid, Spherophoria, and the compliment on the username. I really, really appreciate it. I hope they had a great stream. You were working on making an ML framework short stream to implement Atom, the optimizer that everyone uses. But we don't got to talk about me. What's going on here? So I am a self-described script kiddie, and I am trying to grow up, and it's painful, you know. I have only ever taken one CS course in my entire life, like at college, that is, like at school, and that was Java, and I got 100 in that course, which is great, but that doesn't help me for what we're doing now. So yeah. So what I'm doing right now is, we initially had started with the idea that I was going to do an HTML, JS, CSS web client to interface with the Twitch API via the Twitch API and get some basic information. And basically my goal for today was initially to create a tiny little, you know, little web client that would just grab some information from the Twitch API so that I could very quickly click a name from a list of users, click an amount, and then click a actual points. Oh God, why? Fire. Why this? Oh God, the ping pong balls. And try to pick a like a points type. Like I have several different points types. You know, like card cash, card tokens. They do different things on my channel for like interactivity, right? People can use card tokens to make crazy things happen in my games, like changing the way the graphics look, obscuring things on the screen with like mists and fogs and shower stuff, and it's crazy. It's a crazy place. Shoot ping pong balls at my head, you know, whatever. It's fine. But there's a lot of different stuff that can be done. And what I'm trying to do is to create an easy way for me to refund, right? So like low-hanging fruit mode, all I wanted to do was get a list of users in a column that I could press or like select one, like button style, so that it stores that value into memory, right? Then a list of like values, like 50, 100, you know, for however much I'm refunding, and maybe if it wasn't too hard to put a little like custom input box for like a custom number, right? And then lastly, in the last column, like what kind of points it is, you know, card cash, card tokens, whatever. and then just a button to either copy that into the clipboard, like a command into the clipboard, so I don't have to type it, or better yet, if I could, to just do it automatically. So it's just like a very quick way to just like refund people. Because what I find is like, oh, hold on, I got to give you a refund. Hold on. And I'm a terrible typist, man. So I'm like, give raffle tokens, Gregory Lovecraft. And I've already made typos here. Case in point, Gregory Lovecraft, 0, right? Like, there you go. And again, it only takes like 5 to 10 seconds, but still, it's like, it's downtime on the stream that I don't want. So I figured that I could do that. You know, by making this, I could do this faster. Likewise, that would just be a low-hanging fruit. Eventually, what I would want it to do is every single time that something happens in my main bot, that it sends that information about the transaction over to this, so that it can be read in as kind of like a separate object or component that has a little refund button in it. So that I could just literally just click the refund button on a logged event, and it just gives that back to them. Like that would be really the end goal with that little piece of functionality. So that's where we started today. Now, what I realized very quickly, and that everybody else who has any, you know, iota of programming experience told me, is that trying to raw dog this in HTML, CSS, and JS is crazy. And I should not be trying to do like just do this like raw code in a text editor. So now I'm learning about big boy stuff. So we're walking through some basically Next.js tutorials, so that I can like learn about how this all works and how React works, because I've never done any of this. This is all new to me. Like, I understand a lot of the concepts, but I'm still like, I'm a huge noob. Huge noob. So if you're looking for awesome professional coding advice, it's not me. I'm not your guy. All right. If you want to be the MVP here in the stream because you have a lot of programming experience, dude, I'm your guy. All right. I am your guy. All right. I am not I'm not above you know, taking that information and taking that knowledge and taking your advice and utilizing it. Come back next week when he's a pro at it. I'm not your guy, pal. That's right. Welcome back, Tim. Raw dogging is kind of fun too, at the risk of derailing. As someone who's programmed for 15 years, you understand the raw dog version a lot better than the next React version. See, that's where I'm at too. Like, I'm old, man. I'm old. So like, I first started programming like on an Apple IIe. No, like the very first Macintoshes that they had in the classroom, I did HyperCard. So back then I did HyperCard, and now I'm just HyperCard. Right? So yeah, I think I've been around for a long time. And you know, as I grew up, I did like GeoCities websites. So like did GeoCities websites and did HTML there. And as JS came around, did a little bit of JS, right? And then I didn't really do any coding for a long time. But now that I'm like on Twitch, I have utilized code very heavily. Like I have a lot of stuff that runs in the background that powers my streams, interacts with games. So like, for example, Cyberpunk 2077, you know, I've built a custom integration for that game where when you're playing, people in the chat room can use bits or card tokens, whatever they may want to use, to trigger like spawns, like enemies would appear and attack you. I even had one crazy event that made it so that you would immediately go to like level 5 like crime stat, and then like the max tac guys fly in on their little hovercraft, hover helicopter thing, and, you know, drop down off their ropes. And while that's happening, my lights are going off, like red flashing, like it's shaking and saying emergency in the background and stuff, like crazy things, crazy like interactive things that I don't think a lot of other channels are doing. And that's what I love. That's what I love about Twitch. I love that it's hyper interactive. Like, and that's really the end goal of me learning all of this isn't for that little low-hanging fruit that we were talking about. It's really to create an extension that will enable those things on my channel, so that I don't have to pay 20% of what goes through Lumia to Lumia. That it's now my extension that's running these things, right? So that'd be really great. I mean, you did make a game that was a bone collector simulator that one time. That was a bug, okay? Why? Wow. I feel attacked. It kind of did turn into a bone collector simulator that one time, though. Yeah, so ATK is referencing a YouTube video that I have of one of my previous game dev endeavors, where basically on death, the character would explode into bones. And it would say you died. I used all placeholder assets. Like you died was like from the Dark Souls, right? So the character would explode into bones, but I had it happening on the tick event, and there was no like stop condition. So it would just keep going. So like every frame, this body's exploding into bones, and the bones are just going everywhere. It's really crazy. Every frame, new bones. Every frame. That's right. Or the next too. Yeah, that's right. That was just a simple number mistake, though. That was like instead of it being 5, instead of it being 50, I had it as 500. Crazy. Spawned over 1,000 zombies in 2 minutes on Zen and Project Zomboid with his integration. He died a lot. Yeah, all kinds of crazy things that you can do. Like I had you could spawn in cars, you could take the gas away, you could break take the wheels off the thing, you could just get rid of the vehicle altogether, give me weapons, give me items, spawn in zombies in a circle around me, spawn in sprinters. Like there was a lot of different things that people were able to do in that integration, and it really a very, very fun time. I'm really looking forward to B42 multiplayer dropping sometime soon. Really, really, really. So we'll see. Also, guys, it's time. It's time for another drop. Are you ready? How many people we got out there in the chat? I see 73. I mean, Spherophoria, rather. I keep saying phobia. I want to say phobia. Spherophoria, coming in here with that nice big fat raid. So here you go. You can thank them for this. There you go. 730 raffle tokens. These tokens that you're getting, they are chances to win Steam gift cards. I give Steam gift cards away every Friday. We call it Freebie Friday. So the more you watch, the more you can win. So yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm working my way through this Next.js tutorial, trying to understand how it all works. Next.js and React in combination with one another. And Tim, I know you had run away, but you're back now. Thank goodness. I was flying solo there for a minute, feeling very scared, and I'm glad that you're back, dude. So I'm just working through this though. Just working through this tutorial. So basically it says, we're going to look at these definitions. Here, they manually define the types that will be returned from the database. So this is really interesting to me. So I guess it's just means to convert. So there's never, I guess this is how you're being explicit about the types, because it could be interpreted some ways. Maybe you have something that's I don't know. It's got a number in it, but it's actually a string. And it interprets it as an int, and then things break. So here we're being very explicit about what this data is that we're pulling in from the database, each field, for each column of data. So it says here, look at the invoice one specifically: ID of type string, customer ID of type string, amount of type number, date of type string. I didn't know that number was a type though. Is that like a normal type in other languages, or is this specific to TypeScript or Next.js? I didn't know that was a thing. Yo, Sambiv, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait till you have to do typecasting. If it's still like OfficeScript, which is based on TypeScript, you have to be like number of sales as unknown as number. Nice. As unknown? JavaScript has one number type. Most languages have distinct numbers. Ints, uints, floats, double floats. Got you, got you, got you. Number is way more general than most languages. Right. Yeah, I'm used to like int, float, double, you know? Yeah. Got it, got it. It's way more general than most languages. So that way it will take in any sort of like int or, you know, float that has like decimals, right? Like a decimal point type deal. I wonder, does number include like scientific expressions too? That's a curious thing. Yeah, so if something can't be directly interpreted as a number, you have to basically first convert it as an unknown type and then to number. Got you. Yeah, I mean, like, casting is a thing that occurs a lot. Like, I did a lot of that, actually, in Unreal Engine when we were playing with the church. Right? So it's to prevent an unintentional casting. Got it. So you cast it to an unknown and then cast it to what you want so that it doesn't do the evil thing that you don't want it to do. That is literally how the number is stored, as a scientific expression. Really? Okay, cool. It gets very clumsy. Yeah, I'm sure in practice, it's gotta be a little weird. Okay, so sure. I have noted the types that we are explicitly lining out, outlining here in the definitions file. It says, by using TypeScript, you can ensure you don't accidentally pass the wrong data format to your components or database, like passing a string instead of a number to invoice amount. Right. Sure. If you're a TypeScript developer, we're manually declaring the data types, but for better type safety, we recommend Prisma or Drizzle, which automatically generates types based on your database schema. I mean, that makes sense. But really, like, unless you're working with like massive databases that are like pre-existing and are a nightmare, do you need that? I mean, if you're designing your own database from the ground up, like, don't you know, like, what type you're expecting? Like, that seems a little weird to me. I feel like that's for, like, big, pre-existing, enterprise-grade type stuff, maybe. Because I've worked with enterprise data before. Like, I was an IT business analyst for a number of years for Fortune 150, and I will tell you, there is all kinds of crazy shit in there. Like, people pass, data through and they forget like 4 columns of data. And now everything's all out of alignment. And you've got weird, you got like ints and, like other fields where like you're actually expecting, I don't know, strings or doubles or, whatever it could be. And it gets all sorts of. That was like part of my job, was to ensure that that stuff was all correct and right. Ironically, enterprise data has so many more mistakes than small business data. Absolutely. This is so much more confusing than it already would be because I'm tired. So, Cremento, just to explain, like when we say like type, like data has different types. Like if you have a word like your name, right? That would be like a string. Right? Is there any other type of that could be, chat, outside of a string? So-called a string because it's a string of characters. Yes. Right. I guess yeah, you're right. It could be an object. It could be an array, like an array of just single letters. Is that what you were saying? Technically, at a low level, a string is an array, right? Sure. So we're just talking about like ints. Like an int is an integer. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0. Like just numbers, core numbers. Character is a much better example. So char is a letter A, B, 2, asterisk. Yes, sure. All right, so running the development server, run PMP I to install the project packages. Okay, hold on. Let's get this done. Oh, okay. My bad. I was actually supposed to be in that directory. All right, so this is already up to date. And then npm dev. Sure. Okay. This starts your next JS development server on port 3000. Does it work? Let me show you. Flashbang, but it works. All right. Big money and no whammies. All right. All right. So that step is we good. All right. Your homepage should look like this, which is intentionally unstyled. Correct. All right. Congratulations, chat. Here it is. I'm ready to be a junior developer. I completed chapter 1. It's done. Chapter 1. It's done. I win. Print out the certificate and put it on the fridge. High fives, everyone. I mean, honestly, sure. I mean, it's like no big achievement here, but it feels like a big steps for little baby script kitty over here. So let's move on. All right, CSS styling. Currently, your homepage doesn't have any styles. Correct. This is what it looks like to remind everybody. Let's look at the different ways you can style your next JS application. In this chapter, here are the topics that we'll cover: how to add a global CSS file to your application, 2 different ways of styling, Tailwind, I've heard of Tailwind, and CSS modules. So is that like Bootstrap, like that kind of a deal? How to conditionally add class names with the CLSX utility package. All right. If you look inside the app UI folder, which I'm gonna do, the app UI folder, here's app UI folder. It says you'll see a file called global.css. There we go. You can use this file to add CSS rules to all the routes in your application, such as CSS reset rules, site-wide styles for HTML elements like links, and more. Right, okay. You can import global.css in any component in your application, but it's usually good practice to add it to your top-level component. Okay. Top-level component meaning like the main page? Or they're saying like, if you have subcomponents, don't add it there. Add it to the primary component before you like, you know, get into little subcomponents of it, I guess. That's the way my brain is interpreting it, at least. In Next.js, this is the root layout. More on this later. Add global styles to your application by navigating to app layout.tsx. All right, so app, where is this? App layout.tsx and importing the global.css file. Okay. So we just need to run this import business here. Okay, so hold on. Now, I know best practice would be to just copy paste, but I'm doing this on purpose so that I kind of absorb it more. Just double checking to make sure it's good. All right, we good. Let's save. All right. So now that we've done that with the development server. With the development server still running, save your changes and preview them in the browser. Your homepage should now look like this. All right, well, and look at that. It even updated in real time. I didn't have to refresh. That's sick. Now that's what Vercel does, right? That's the Vercel piece of this, that it like refreshes in real time as changes are saved and made. Vercel is online hosting. Oh, okay, I see. Got you. So what component is it? That just part of like Next.js or React that does this? The PMP dev sees the real-time changes you make and reloads the cache. Okay. Cool. Dude, I think it's cool. That's really cool. Because otherwise, when I was doing like HTML, CSS, JS for the extension panel, which I showed you guys that, like the progress that I had made on that, which I think was pretty significant, actually. Only downside is it still utilizes the bot. I need it to be a bot as well. So that's what this app will eventually be as well. It'll be taking everything that does and kind of bringing it in-house, so my keys, my castle, you know? You're running the server in development mode, so it looks for changes. I see. When you go to do a production deploy, you run a build command, and that one doesn't read changes locally live like that. Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right, so with the development server still running, yeah, we did that. Wait a second, you didn't add any CSS rules. Where did the styles come from? If you take a look inside global.css, you'll notice some Tailwind directives. Will I? Global.css. Oh yeah, right there. So Tailwind base, components, and utilities. All right. Tailwind is a CSS framework that speeds up the development process by allowing you to quickly write utility classes directly in your React code. In Tailwind, you style elements by adding class names. For example, adding text-blue-500 will turn the H1 text blue. Sure. Okay. Although the CSS styles are shared globally, each class is singularly applied to each element. This means if you add or delete an element, you don't have to worry about maintaining separate style sheets, style collisions, or the size of your CSS bundle growing as your application scales. When you use Create Next App to start a new project, Next.js will ask if you want to use Tailwind. If you select yes, Next.js will automatically install the necessary packages and configure Tailwind in your application. If you look in app page.tsx, app, where's that? Page.tsx, there we go. You'll see that we're using Tailwind classes in this example. So we're talking about like right here, flex, like this stuff. These are examples, like header, shrink 0, item end rounded at large, large blue 500 P4, and a lot of this like shorthand. I'm not going to know what these values are, or what they do, how they change it, and all that stuff. Caparosa, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. I have no idea. You know, this is the Acme logo. It says, huh? This part here. Got it. All right, so I see that. It says, don't worry if this is your first time using Tailwind. To save time, we've already styled all the components you'll be using. Let's play with Tailwind. Copy the code below and paste it above the paragraph element in app page.tsx. All right, so let's see this. They said above the paragraph. Okay, so... Actually, hold on a second. Yeah, where's the... Is it just in line? It just ends. Right there. Sure, okay. So what will this do? I wonder. Let's see. That literally just add this little... Hold on. Did that just add this? Just a little triangle? Is that all it is? I think that's what that was. Let's just check. Is that right? I mean, I could just take it out. Yeah, okay. So that was it. All right, cool. Interesting. So relative width 0, height 0, border 1, 15 pixel, border L 15 pixel, border R 15 pixel, border B, that's the base, I'm assuming, 26 pixels. So what it's doing is taking a square and it's pushing it in 15 pixels on either, like at the top, on the left and the right, to make a triangle. Makes sense. Okay. Got it. It's time to take a quiz. What shape do you see when using the code snippet above? A black triangle. If you prefer writing traditional CSS rules or keeping your styles separate from your JSX CSS modules are a great alternative. CSS modules allow you to scope CSS to a component by automatically creating unique class names, so you don't have to worry about style collisions as well. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm more accustomed to in CSS. You create like a class name, right? And then you just, I guess, I don't know what you want to say, assign it or in the actual HTML. Your keys right up until the DEA shows up, but then it's like, those aren't mine, officer. Those aren't mine. Not my keys. Prison is not my castle. So inside app UI, create a new file called home.module.css. Okay. Let's do this. Here we go. So app UI, yes, new file, and it's called home.module.css, and we're going to paste this information in there. Okay. Then inside your app page.tsx, import the styles and replace Tailwind class names from the div you've added with styles.shape. So they're showing these new things. So Acme logo, link from next link. Okay, cool. So link from next link. So it wants import styles from So we're importing these styles from this specific file. Okay, easy enough, I guess, right? App UI home.module.css. Okay. And then also, under main class name, there it is. Styles.shape, huh? Import the styles and replace the Tailwind class names from div you've added. Okay, so when it says replace the Tailwind class names from the div, does it want me to get rid of all this stuff too? When they say replace, does it want me to get rid of all that craziness? I assume no. Let's just try it like this, I guess, for now. And actually, that's wrong too, because I need camel case there. Okay. That's your whole page. That line I pasted, that's the whole page? That's everything? So I can literally replace everything? All the other div stuff? Okay, let's just take a look at it. Like, I just saved it, so. I mean, it seems like it's fine. I don't really see a change, honestly. Or at least I don't notice what it is if there is one. So let's see. The line you pasted in was full of Tailwind directives. Div. And you're going to replace the there is a lot of text in here. Oh, I see. So instead of having like flex h-20 shrink -0 space items -end in line 15, I added that line. Is that, and hold on just a second, I want to look at that styles.shape business. Brain. Yeah, so the home.module. So this right here, we've... Okay. So we are defining a shape, right? Height 0, width 0. It's a... We have a border on the bottom that's 30 pixels wide. On the left, 20 pixels. On the right, 20 pixels. This is like, it pushes in. We got 30 at the bottom, 20, 20. So this should also make a triangle, right? is what that should do, right? You're gonna lurk, otherwise your brain is gonna get locked in on coding. You'll end up working on the weekend. Psycho Yank, I'm sorry. Thanks for the lurk, man. I appreciate you. All right. You just got here and you see CSS. Oh no, says Captain Clinton. Oh no, same thing for Captain Clinton. Tim as well, like all you coders out there. So this is like baby's first steps at learning Next.js and React. So I'm like trying to walk through this tutorial, which usually goes very poorly for me because my brain interprets what the tutorial says totally differently than what most people would. And they have to be like really very hyper specific about what they want me to do. So like right now we're already running into that issue because if we look at this like, you know, page.tsx, it says inside app page.tsx file, import the styles, which we did. Up here, we imported the styles, and then replace the Tailwind class names from the div you've added. So the div that I added, so we're gonna get rid of, let's move this. The div I added was the one at 15, right? That's, yeah, right here. All this craziness, right? So we're gonna put this in here instead. Yeah? Reload and see. All right, well, let's. Yeah, no triangle. The triangle went away. If I save this again, triangle's there. What happens if I comment this out? Better question is, how the heck do you comment out in a TSX file? Let's see here. Just slash asterisk? No? Did I have styles.shape in quotes? I did not. It didn't say to do that. Hold on just one second. So, oh, here. Wrong page. So where is it? It says like right here, this is what it wanted me to add. Div class name and then curly brackets styles.shape. And I do have that. It says here, save your changes and preview them in browser. You should see the same shape as before. Am I just putting it in the wrong spot? Huh. So, yeah, this is the thing. Replace the Tailwind class names from the div. So, okay. So, instead, hold on. This div class name, we just styles.shape, right? Hold on. When I get rid of this, so you can see, I just got rid of that, and then instead of all this craziness, I think I'm just trying to say you can just make this easier. That's all this is, right? It's saying that you can do this instead. You can do that instead of this, right? That's all it's saying. So now we should be able to save this and see the same thing. I believe that's what we're trying to get at here. But oddly enough, when I do that, it actually doesn't show it. So I don't know if am I doing it in the wrong spot? When you have time to work with Lua and get hung up on the proprietary hardware hooks you're working with, you end up asking your wife what you're doing wrong sometimes. Right, and honestly, having a little rubber ducky friend is a good thing, right, Psycho Yank? I do the same thing to Astro all the time, and he's like, what? And I'm like, nothing, I'm just talking at you for a second. Press F12 and see if there are any console errors. Okay, hold on a second. No. There are not. But I can show you here. Just want to make sure like it wasn't gonna reveal any information. Okay, here we go. See down here, the console. There's no issues, no errors or anything down here in the corner. It takes longer to explain what you're trying to do than it does for her to say, oh, change that dot to a colon or something along those lines, right? Interdasting. So this is just the tutorial, dude. It's just like, all it's trying to tell me is that I can, is it because I did it all on one line? All right, hold on. Let me take a look at that again. Div class name styles.shape. Okay. I mean, 3 hours of hating life and cussing, 5 to 10 minutes explaining it and getting the solution in 30 seconds or less, right? I mean, that's just the way it works sometimes. It's great to have a rubber ducky. It really is. So this right here is the class name in question. But I wonder, when we added this, we didn't close it because it's closed here, right? Is your import directive correct? It should be. Let's see here. Let's just take a look at it. Import styles. Import styles from @/app/UI/home.module.css. Yes, this is exactly what this says here. As a matter of fact, I'll copy it and let's paste it in just to be 100% sure. Same exact thing. So that's good. Thankfully, you have a good chat group. Dude, the people here are amazing. They've helped me learn so much. Gan, Tim. There's like a number of folks out there that have been very, very awesome. And then down here, it says under main class name, then put this. Is it maybe because I've got it too deep down here? Hey, thank you, Zarek. So hold on just a second. I'm going to try something. It shows right here in this tutorial that it's like right underneath this line. So let me just put that there. And I'm going to take this away. Because that's the triangle. We know that's the triangle. Let's save and see what we see. Nah. Huh. That's really weird. So, can we see your VS Code again? Sure. Yeah. So, I just, I put this. I put this here. I've added this. What I got rid of was the long code that added the triangle, which was I'm just going to show you down here. It was this, right? So I got rid of this because this is supposed to add that based on this home. Hold on. All right, so it isn't app UI home.module.css. That is what we've imported. App UI home.module.css. Right? That's this file. There it is. That's what we had for the style. Comment out the line you added to see if it works without it. Well, wait. Why are the height 0, 0 height 0 width? I think. I mean, yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying here. It is strange, but I think what it's doing is it's drawing this border around that, like. The border is what it's trying to draw, and this is a little weird, but add 100 to each. Sure. And then is that still there? Still there. All right, let's see what it looks like. Oh yeah, I see. So now it is showing up, but it's showing up in a different place. Let's see here at the top. And it's 100 because the width added 100, right? So I wonder if it's just that. Is it just like if I change the width to 0? There's the triangle, right? Maybe is that a typo on their part? What if I do 30? Because that's what the bottom border is supposed to be. Interesting. So all that height does is just pads the div. This is 100. This is 30. This is 0. So I think that's 0. Also, this is width 0. So now it's showing up. What? That doesn't make any sense at all. I've literally got it back to 0, 0, and it's still there. It was my cache then. Dude, that's going to be a problem. Either that or the dev server didn't reload properly. Welcome to web development. No! Terrible. Like, okay, so you can see here, height 0, width 0, and it was still showing up there. So let's go back. Let's grab that, and we're going to put it right above the P tag again. Yep. There it is. Save. There it is. Okay. Oh my god, dude. What a nightmare. Look, now it's fine. There it is. Okay. You prefer to develop and not have users. Well, in this particular case, whatever I create with this, I will literally be like the only user for this particular thing that we're making. Have I printed Hello World yet? I have done more than that. I have printed so many things. I thought we were, I was worried that we were going to have to get Astro to rip up the certificate. No, that's my chapter 1 certificate. P tag? Twitch allows that? Only in Germany. Only in Germany. It's allowed by law. By law. Okay. They have an interesting situation over there. Wouldn't we all? LOL, too bad users usually result in getting a paycheck, right? Very German. Very German and marginally French, all right? Gan says, if you have the console open, you can right-click the refresh button, and there's an option to do a hard refresh. Ah. Hold on. Where would I do that? Right click. Hold on, let me show you what I'm looking at. So when I right here, so I've got the console down here. I right click in here. Right click here, right click here. No, the refresh of the browser. Oh, Control F5. Okay, yeah, that's a hard refresh, right? Like not from cache. Okay, that's what we'll do then. Just to be sure, whenever we see something weird like that, Control F5. Yeah. I ran into the same problem when I was doing the other stuff. Like, remember when I showed you guys the list of all the sound effects and you could press the buttons and it would fire them through the bot? All that stuff that I had done. Control F5 doesn't always work. Really? So how would I do this then, Gan? The way that you're suggesting it. Right click and there's a hard refresh somewhere. This is in Brave. I'm in Brave, so it might be a little bit different here, but it is built on Chromium, so. It's the button to refresh the browser window. Like when you say that, I think this up here. Oh, okay. That's literally what you're talking about. So right click this, hard reload. Got it. Or empty cache and hard reload. Okay. Got it. Dude, I didn't even know that existed. That's crazy. All right. Good. All right. Awesome. Well, let's go back to this craziness now. All right. So we've done that. Save your changes and preview them in the browser. You should see the same shape as before. Tailwind and CSS modules are two of the most common ways of styling Next.js applications. Whether you use one or the other is a matter of preference. You can even use both in the same application. I mean, that's fine. Like, I get what they're trying to say. It's like you can do it inline, or you can have a separate file with styles so that it's more organized. It's up to you. Thank you very much. That is how CSS works. Like, just in general, right? Like, you could have like what would you call it? Like a class, right? This is kind of the same thing as that, really, is the way that I see it. I don't know. All right, time to take a quiz. What is one benefit of using CSS modules? It increases the global scope of CSS classes, making them easier to manage across different files. It provides a way to make CSS classes locally scoped to components by default, reducing the risk of styling conflicts. Dude, I'm gonna fail this quiz, chat. Automatically compress and minify CSS files for faster page loading. Yeah, this is not it. I'm pretty sure that one's not it. Because we're expanding the size of the CSS files, right? Or actually maybe hold on. That's not a CSS file though. It's the Oh no, it is. I'm sorry. I'm just getting confused between the TypeScript and the CSS. All right. So I think let's see here. Increase the global scope. Making them easier to manage across different files. So does it though? Like, I mean, you've got it in so you've got like in your home.module.css, you've got your styles. .shape, right? Makes them easier to manage across different files. Does it though? I mean, I don't really see that. I'm again, I'm probably gonna fail this, but not that. I'm thinking this. Provides a way to make CSS classes locally scoped components by default, which reduces the risk of styling conflicts. All right. I'm officially not dumb, chat. All right, reading comprehension 101. Tailwind is just a bunch of predefined classes. Creating your own file and defining new classes is your custom stuff, right? CSS, Counter-Strike source. Yes, Counter-Strike source. CSS stands for what? Custom style sheet? Is that what it is? Custom style sheet? What's it really stand for? I think that's right? Cascading style sheet. There you go. Cascading. Why cascading? because of how it looks. It's the flow. Oh, okay. It starts at the top and it flows down. It cascades. That's it. Like literally like executing in that order. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. CSS. Got it. All right. Using the CLSX library to toggle class names. There may be cases where you may need to conditionally style an element based on state or some other condition. Sure. Like when you click on something, you want to highlight it. Right? YAML is yet another markup language. Yet another markup language. So yeah, this makes sense. So we want to be able to say toggle based on whether or not something has been clicked. Right? Like you click the thing, it highlights it. Right? So CLSX is a library that lets you toggle class names easily. We recommend taking a look at documentation for more details, but here's the basic usage. Suppose that you want to create an invoice status component, which accepts status. The status could be pending or paid. If it's paid, you want it to be green, and if it's pending, you want it to be gray. You can use CLSX to conditionally apply the classes like this. Okay. So background gray 100, text gray 500, status is equal to pending, right? BG green 500, text white, status is equal to paid. Sure. You use React for your day job, but you still prefer Vue for personal projects. No matter how hard you try, you just don't like it. Probably due to cowboy coding tendencies. Cowboy coding tendencies, huh? Yeehaw and all that. So let's take a look at this file. So app UI, and we're in invoices status. Invoices status. Okay, and you can see it here. What they're showing us is this. Here, you know, we can have, if the status is equal to pending, then it's going to be this styling. If it's equal to paid, it's going to be this style. And I'm assuming this is just like it's almost like a you know, what do you want to call it? Like a switch statement. It's like a switch statement, but like reversed. Kind of weird, but it makes sense. So like I would usually see like this part on the front end, not on the back side. You know what I mean? That, I think that's gonna, like, my brain is gonna have to readjust to that for a minute. Because I'd be like, if the status is paid, then do this. So now I had to retrain the brain to be like, you know, I want it to be gray when the status is this, you know? It's a little bit of an adjustment. Okay. That's it. So it says, time to take a quiz. Another quiz! Oh my goodness. I'm not ready for this. Search for CLSX in your code editor. Search for CLSX in my code editor? Search. All right. I've never done this, so I can just go in here and be CLSX. What components use it? Ooh, chat, it's time. There you go. 680 raffle tokens. 68 views. Thank you very much, guys. This is awesome. These are awesome numbers for this stream, and a lot of that is thanks to the awesome raid that came through. Thank you very much again for those folks. If you're still here, you're a real one. So search for CLSX in your code editor. What components use it to conditionally apply class names? So status, TSX, pagination. I mean, yes. Table. No. I don't see that anywhere. Status, nav links, and table. Yeah, I don't see any of that. So it's just this. Status and pagination. There we go. Blazam. All right. Other styling solutions. In addition to the approaches we've discussed, you can also style your Next.js application with Sass, which allows you to import .css and .scss files. CSS in JS libraries such as styled.jsx, styled components, and emotion. Take a look at the CSS documentation for more info. All right. Look at that. Chapter 2 complete, chat. I basically have a PhD in this now, just so you know. I am literally a code brainiac, all right? Sass requires a compiler, so don't go that route. Yeah, we're going to keep it simple, stupid, right? You're going to need a bigger fridge. You actually agree with Gan. Yeah, like compiling, you know, markup language stuff is kind of, that's a new level. That's a new level. In the previous chapter, you learned how to style your Next.js application. Let's continue working on your homepage by adding a custom font and a hero image. CSS is starting to match SASS capabilities natively. Really? So there's no need for this, basically. It's pretty damn close. So, you know, I think I had this conversation with Voided about, you know, why he took certain liberties with, well, not even liberties, but why he had certain points of view on specifically like GUI stuff. So like one of my big criticisms of Mischief Maker, which by the way is fucking epic and amazing in a lot of ways, but I think I offended Voided when I said this, but I said, you know, it was, the UI is outdated, right? The UI is kind of outdated looking, and it would be nice for it to look nicer, because when people see something that looks outdated, they typically think, oh, this is old and it's not going to do what I want it to do. You know, if you don't keep up with like the modern convention of like what an app looks like, right? And you know, his point of view on this was like, from the extension panel side was, you know, yeah, you can do a lot of CSS styling and stuff like that, but you know, some browsers may not support it, and so it would like break. So he kept it like as like low a bar to entry as humanly possible, so that no matter what browser you were using, you know, where you're coming from, it's gonna work, right? Like no matter what you have going on, it's gonna work. So I thought that was kind of interesting. It made me think a little bit differently about like, oh, well, I could do all this stuff with like gradients and shadows and all this stuff that you can do with the text and the images and, you know, with CSS, but really, is that what you want to do? Maybe not, because you might be excluding some people from being able to interact with it. Maybe not many, but it still could be an issue. I think from his standpoint, he was like, you know, I don't want any tickets, period. Yeah, big heart to Voided, for real. He's a really smart guy. I really respect what he's done. And again, that criticism is not a criticism of his ability. It's like literally just a stylistic or a choice that he made because he understood the implications that I didn't. You know what I mean? What are your thoughts on that, chat? Do you worry about like CSS compatibility? Like with different browsers and stuff? Is it something that you're constantly considering? It's easier after it's all set up, but it's a decent amount of work. Yeah, UI is extremely difficult, and usually more functional programmers struggle with eye candy, from my experience anyway, myself included. Yeah, I think Voided is, I mean, his app is very functional, and it's pretty. It's pretty. But I think when you're working on like in a web app, you know, space too, it can be tough. And I think also the other thing that makes it tough is that, you know, you got to go through that certification process with Twitch anytime you're making any meaningful changes. And so you want to get it right the first time. You know, if you have to go back in there and make a change, make another change, make another change, it's a nightmare. There are issues between browsers, but it's not just CSS either. Also, most browsers are Chrome-based now. Yeah, Chromium, right? Everything is Chromium. Even Brave that I'm using today is Chromium, you know? To be honest, there's a complete disconnect between developers of front-end frameworks and back-end, and ultimately, you're never going to make everyone happy. Develop for Chromium and call it a day. I mean, that's going to be the thing that's going to be most compatible with everything, right? Back when IE existed, F supporting that stupid browser. Dude, now you have Edge. Wait, is Edge Chromium based? Is Edge Chromium based? It is, okay. So what isn't Chromium based? Just Firefox? Opera? Mozilla and Safari. Got you. Apple, man. Always stuff up, man. You know, like, it's such a... like, we were talking about this the other day. Like, MacBooks are so great to, like, develop on and to do production stuff on. Like, music, movies. Like, anything that you want to do on a Mac, like, productivity-wise, is going to be great. But the second that you step into games, it just is the worst. And it's so bad at games that any gamer doesn't want a Mac, pretty much. Apple is troublesome for web development. Yeah. Yeah. I think they have a... I don't know. I feel like they have a lot more, like, safeguards in place. This is just me as just, like, a common person. That's my perception. But I think now that Apple is so widely adopted, I think that that's... they're not as safe as they once were. You know? Stupidly expensive. That is true. If you have an Apple... The orchard farmer... the apple orchard guy is like... How dare? That's it. You know what? If you exist... All right? What type of development do I do? None, Sully. I'm really bad. I'm a nub. So I took one course in college, but I've dabbled with coding forever, and I use quite a bit of like weird back-end stuff to achieve a number of weird tricks here on this stream. The most interesting things that I do here are like Twitch integrated experiences with games. So chat is able to use their bits and custom point system called card tokens to activate events in my games. So for example, they could spawn in enemies or give me items or make a certain event occur, like maybe setting fires around me or, you know, boosting me way up into the sky with no way to get down and I just fall to my death, or, you know, hollowing out the ground underneath me. And I've done those type of Twitch integrations, as we call them, for Minecraft, 7 Days to Die, Cyberpunk 2077, Conan Exiles, Oblivion Remastered, what else? Barotrauma. Yeah, like a number of different games. Mostly survival crafters, because they tend to be very receptive to that kind of thing, simply because of the server client architecture of those games. So that's what I do, Sully. How about you? Are you a dev? If you mean me, I've dabbled in game dev a few times. Used scheduled management applications, enterprise level big data set handling and processing, automation, scripting, right. So yeah, so that's what I do. What I'm doing today is, so I'm kind of like a script kiddie in that way, Sully, to be honest with you. And so what I'm trying to do is, today is we're literally going through tutorials for Next.js/React so that I can use that information to try to make like a web client application that runs on my desktop to do things. Game dev is a trap. Dude, I really desperately want to make a game. Actually, do you think I should try running the church? It'll tank the encoding for a second. But I could try it. I'm not running a game right now, so it might be okay, actually. Hold on. Let me see if I can even find it. Like, where did I put that damn thing? Where are my pants? Hold on. I'll show you something that I've made that is like actually like worth something. When I say worth something, I mean like actually has some functionality. And this is actually a large part of this is because of Gan too. Gan's knowledge base helped get me there. You were thinking about what it would take to make a game, but I don't think I'd be able to make a unique game loop. It's hard to think outside the box of something that hasn't existed before, you know? And in a lot of cases, it hasn't existed before for a very specific reason. Like it's technically impossible, or it's super difficult, or it just doesn't work, you know? Why do you think your game loop needs to be unique? Because usually you need to have a unique idea, or you need to have immaculate execution. It usually needs to be one of those things, right? You feel like lots of games take ideas out of old stories or tropes and then make them a game loop. Yeah. Absolutely. Dude, when I see like recent projects, it doesn't actually populate anything in there for me. That's pretty funny. I think this is it. We might get a little hitch here while this loads. That's only if you're out to make a bunch of money. Well, I mean, if you're pouring years into something, I don't know. I feel like that may be a good plan to have that that as a goal. You know, if you're gonna put years of your life into something. But I get it. Like, you can make a small game. Sammy, what are you doing, buddy? Being very strange. Okay, here we go. It's been a while since we ran this bad boy. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. That's not good. But let's see what happens. That is so weird. What's up with the big white square in the upper left-hand corner? I don't even see that on mine. What is that? That's crazy. Time to rotate that access token, right? That is so weird. Yeah, it's overloading my encoding too. Oh yeah, it did say, it actually just said in the console, I have like a console print. It said login failed. Hold on. One moment. So this is the church. So this is the cathedral here. What you could do is people could type and like load in. Yeah, it won't let you because it didn't connect. Like the back end didn't connect. No, you didn't break it. The back end didn't connect. There was an error. I probably need to update the OAuth token or something. But yeah, that's what this is all about. It was pretty cool. And then we had like different little things that could be done. You could put like boxes and stuff. Actually, maybe I can still do it here from my side on my character at least. So like box 10. Oh no, because it won't see it because the Twitch OAuth. Yeah, so all the functionality, it won't work. And you started buffering. Yeah, so let's cancel out of this. But yeah, this is the thing here. Pretty awesome looking, I think. And basically it would actually it would like load in individual viewers. Like you could attend the church and you'd have your own little avatar that had a cube shaped head that had your Twitch profile picture on it. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. But that said, let's go back. Yeah, let me quit out of this. I don't know why that failed. That's really interesting. I'm gonna have to check that out too at some point and get that working again. When we return to the church, that will be a thing for sure. But here, I just want to ensure, like, how much latency do we have now to stream? I'm gonna count down from 3, okay? 3, 2, 1. I assume there's now significant latency. It's usually how this works when I run it. It just overloads the encoding so bad because it's Unreal, you know? Unreal Engine for the win. Wow, that's a lot of latency. That's a lot of latency. Wow, dude, that's crazy. All right, real quick, chat. Refresh real fast. Refresh. I'm gonna give you a second to refresh your stream, and then we're gonna try it one more time and see what happens. Hopefully, it will be a little better. All right, are we ready to try again? Gonna try it one more time. Let's just see how bad that latency is. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Memento says, it's like talking through a time machine. It is. It really is. Oh, yeah, you guys have significant... Well, that's better. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. It's still not great. You probably guys... You got, what, like 5 seconds latency if you check under the advanced? I would say it's probably about 5-second latency, maybe 6. You don't see any lag. Are there flying cars in the future? Yes. At least one. Okay. Let's get back to what we were doing here. Yes, they're called planes. They're called planes. That's right. So, here we are. Let's take a look at this. That ain't the one. Is this the one? That ain't the one. What the hell? Like, why won't it see this window? There it is. That was really weird. Okay. It sees it now. Flying cars would be a nightmare. People can't even drive in 2D. That's right. That's right. Car going off a ramp. Dude, this is the thing. Again, if AI ever becomes like really like self-driving, like full self-driving, you could do flying then. You could do flying then. Like leave it up to the machines. But that's still sketchy AF. Aeromobile. You're a flying car. I'm looking at this. Okay. That's interesting. Is this like get on the highway, take off, fly where you want to go? Imagine how loud that will be. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty loud. Like in the cities, that would be very loud. That'd be rough. All those, even if they did like the drone style with like the giant fans. And then you got to worry about like, if you're in somebody's wash, like how rough that would be. You'd have to have like enormous spacing, vertical spacing between them. It classifies as an ultralight, so you don't even need a license. Really? The flying car. I mean, cool. Cool concept. How much does it cost? Latest version of Aeromobile is currently in an advanced stage of live test flights that began in September 2022. Interesting. That is some ugly ass camo on there, though. Huh. Interesting. You'd want horizontal spacing. Well, yeah, that too. Horizontal and vertical spacing. I mean, think like quadcopter. Quadcopter with all that, like, the thrust pointing downward, right? Like, you wouldn't want anything underneath that. Yeah, vertical would be bad. YouTube is about 1 second behind Twitch. Nice. Okay. Well, no, think about it. The wash falls. Sure. Okay, I can see it. All right, so let's see here. Chapter 3. Let's get back. We're going to do Chapter 3, and then I'm going to take a quick break, right? All right, let's see here. So previous chapter, we learned how to style the application. We're going to add custom font and a hero image. Okay, so how to add custom fonts with next/font. How to add images with next/image. How fonts and images are optimized in Next.js. Why optimize fonts? Fonts play a significant role in the design of a website, but using custom fonts in your project can affect performance if the font files need to be fetched and loaded. Cumulative layout shift is a metric used by Google to evaluate the performance and user experience of a website. With fonts, layout shift happens when the browser initially renders text in a fallback or system font and then swaps it out for a custom once it's loaded. This swap can cause the text size, spacing, or layout to change, shifting elements around it. We've all seen this, right? Like when a website would load slowly, you see like the basic Arial or Times New Roman, right? And then all of a sudden you've got like the styles applied and everything shifts and changes, right? Next.js automatically optimizes fonts in the application when you use the Next Font module. It downloads font files at build time and hosts them with your other static assets. This means when a user visits your application, there are no additional network requests for fonts, which would impact performance. Okay. So again, it automatically optimizes fonts in the application when you use Next Font module. It downloads font files at build time and host them with your other static assets. Okay. Got it. So how does it optimize fonts? It causes additional network requests. That's not good. It disables all custom fonts. That's not good. It preloads all fonts at runtime. It hosts font files with other static assets so there are no additional network requests, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Adding a primary font. Let's add a custom Google font to your application to see how this works. In your app UI folder. App UI folder. Okay, yes. In the app UI folder, create a new file called fonts.ts. Okay. We'll use this file to keep the fonts that will be used throughout the application. Import the enter font from Next Font Google module. This will be your primary font Then specify what subset you'd like to load. In this case, Latin. Okay. So this is what it wants us to do. We're importing the Enter font from Next Font / Google. And then we're specifying what subset we want to load. In this case, Latin. Export const enter equals enter subset Latin. All right. I like, outside of this tutorial, remembering the syntax of that would be crazy to me, but sure. Finally, add the font to the body element in the layout.tsx. App layout.tsx. So we're going to add this to the body tag. Okay. So basically right here. Bruh. There we go. Oh, it was already there. It was already there. Okay. That should be it. Body, class name. Enter.class name. Anti-alias. Okay. Save. By adding enter to the body element, the font will be applied throughout your application. So in this case, enter meaning what exactly? It's shorthand for something, but what is it? Here you're also adding the Tailwind anti-aliased class, which smooths out the font. Yeah. Navigate to your browser, open DevTools, and select the body element. You should see enter and enter fallback are now applied under styles. Okay, so hold on a second. Let's just go ahead and do this. Okay, so they said specifically to navigate to the browser, open DevTools, and select the body element. Yeah, so that's the body element right there. Where exactly am I going to see this? So I see enter.classname.anti-alias. Is that all they want me to see? Enter fallback are now applied under styles. Under styles. Where am I looking in these dev tools? That's crazy. Does anybody understand where they want me to look at this? Like the elements, there's the body element right there, right? Had a great time hanging out, but now it's time for you to go do things not sitting at your computer. You hope everyone has a great week. You too, Tim. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much for all your help. I appreciate you. By the time you get back here, I'm going to have at least one more certificate on the fridge. Easy. Okay? Easily. Navigate to your browser. Open DevTools. I mean, that's just F12, right? That's... I'm right? Like, am I being stupid? This is just DevTools, right? On F12. Developer resources. Is that what it wants me to do? Gan says, yep. It wants me to go here to developer resources, Gan. Or F12. This is what they're talking about, right? They say, so this is what they're asking me to do right here. Navigate to your browser. Open DevTools and select the body element. You should see enter and oh, actually, hold on a second. Are these back? Those are backticks. I think I put in quotes. Hold on. The danger of not copy pasting. Whoa. All right. There we go. Is that right? I think those are I think they're backticks and not quotes. Because that's a quote. Single quote. That's a backtick. Especially with that there, right? Okay, hold on. Reference error. Enter is not defined. What did I do? Here, let me just copy paste this one. I just want to make sure. It looks the same. Ah, I didn't import. Noob. It's like highlighted and everything, dude. Come on. What the hell? What the hell? No? The export inter was not found in module fonts.ts. The module has no exports at all. App UI fonts.ts. Okay, hold on. App UI fonts.ts. I mean, that looks like that's there to me. Import inter. Oh, should this be lowercase? Let's go look at the webs. Okay. Yeah, we just copy pasted this one. The yep was to the F12. Got you. Export const inter. Yeah, I mean, like, this is... I literally have just copy pasted this. Copy. And then... right here. Paste. Save. Maybe I didn't save it. Maybe that's what it was. each individual file, right? There it is. Okay, that's what it was. I hadn't saved the file. Jeez, so dumb. All right, that's all it was. I had done the changes in fonts.ts, but I didn't save them. So it was like trying to find it and it wasn't there. That's all. Dumb. Okay. So now they say under the body. So in F12, this is the dev tools, right? Under the body element, they say you should find inter and what else do they say? The inter and what's up, Schooly JB? Welcome on in. Been there, missed saving a file. Yeah. It says by adding inter to the body element, the font will be applied. We got the anti-aliasing. Navigate to the browser, open DevTools, and select the body element. You should see inter and inter fallback are now applied under styles. So is there, here's elements. Here's the body element. Well, I do see like body.inter in the lower left. Oh, sorry. Here you go. So like right here, this is the elements tab. I am selecting it right here. Schooly JB says, I see a good dev I follow. Many of the people on here aren't friendly, but you broke the mold. Nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you too. Welcome on in. Dude, I'm just a noob. I'm just a noob. I mean, you say good dev, but I'm just a dude trying to figure out how to become a good dev. You know? I don't know. Like, I've dabbled with a lot of stuff over my life. You know, the period of my life. But I gotta really learn some shit now. So, body class. All right, so I don't see where it's saying that I should see this style. I mean, I see all the other divs and stuff that we set up, the div classes that we set up. All a bunch of script stuff. There's the end of body right there. Maybe over in here. They said like we should see something under I don't know. This is just properties, styles. There we go. Okay. So enter. They said enter. There were more, right? Just trying to understand. I know it seems like a basic thing, like who cares if you can see it or not, but like if they ask me to do this again later, I want to know where it is. So there it is. There's inter. I see that. And anti-aliased. Is that all they wanted me to do? We see inter and inter fallback are now applied under styles. Inter fallback. I don't... Can I look? Oh, there it is. Okay, so under the font family, inter and inter fallback. Okay. That's different. Got it. Okay. 10-4, good buddy. Yeah, right there. Inter and inter fallback. Okay. We did it. Okay. Add a secondary font. You can also add fonts to specific elements of your application. Now it's your turn. In fonts.ts file, import a secondary font called Lusitana and pass it to the paragraph element in your app page.tsx file. In addition to specifying a subset like you did before, you should also specify different font weights. For example, 400, which is normal, and 700 bold. Once you're ready, expand the code snippet below to see the solution. Okay. So what they want us to do, import a secondary font called Lusitana. Okay. All right. That should be okay, right? So we go back to our fonts.ts, right? Is this right? Is this right? Lusitana? But you forgot to delete your variable, giving you a memory leak. My source is I made it the Look at all your raffle tokens. I know you're just rolling in them. And the cool thing is, in just a little bit here, you're going to have even more. Even more. So hold on a second. I just want to look at that again. So import the inter font. This will be the primary font. Specify what subset you'd like to load. In this case, Latin. So just import a secondary font called Lusitana and pass it to the paragraph element. All right, so I believe we have imported this, right? Did I get the name right? Lusitana. Import Lusitana from next/font/Google. I assume it's also from there. It doesn't specify that that's where you import it from. But pass it to the paragraph element in your app/page.tsx file. In addition to specifying a subset like you did before, you should also specify different font weights. Okay. Well, we didn't do that. We didn't do that before. So, like, I can certainly do this and say, hey, it needs to be Latin, because that's the expectation. Sure. No. What am I doing wrong here, chat? I've followed the format of the previous example. Exactly. Boom says free code! What's up, Boom? How you doing? Today, I am trying to stop being such a little script kiddie and trying to, like, learn how to do things, like, in a proper dev environment. Specifically trying to make like a web-based desktop application so I can do some very specific things with my stream. Basically, you know, like, I'm sure you know, like in your Unreal projects, I don't know if you're using any plugins for like Twitch connectivity or if you're doing it like raw, like you're doing it yourself, like connecting and getting like information via an API. But it's one of those things where it's like, I've said it many times today, not your keys, not your castle. So like if something breaks and that breaks and it's not yours and you can't do anything about it, that just sucks. I think if you've done anything with code before, we've all been there where like an old utility or third-party app or something that you're using to help you do something either breaks or gets deprecated or, you know, no longer works, or they stop developing for it, or, you know, any number of things can happen. And so, yeah, I'm trying to learn a little better here. This is all just like web styling right now, though, and it's using Next.js and React. So, trying to get to that point where I can do this stuff. How are you today, Boom? Yep, learning removes the barriers. For reals. For realsies. It really does. It really, really does. If you guys don't know Boom, please go throw her a follow. She's awesome. And a cat. You might be new to web dev, but your friendliness is seriously refreshing. A lot of us spend all day coding, crave a little real interaction, and you totally supply that. Well, thank you very much, JB. I appreciate that, man. I try to be as friendly as humanly possible. I mean, this is like... That's like one of the things about this place. I think we have a very, very wholesome community. Don't get me wrong. We know how to be lewd and how to have fun. But we're very, very friendly to anybody who's here. And very accepting of anybody, right? The nice thing is we don't talk about politics or hot button social issues here at all either. So it's like a really, really friendly space. So you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. It's nice. It's kind of like a nice escape away from the day-to-day stuff, you know? So this is, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know if you can see this. Let's see. Oh, not that. That. So like, this is the... this is what they had me do initially. This, and then this, right? And they say now, instead of the Inter font, we want you to import the Lusitana font. Okay, so I do exactly what I did for the Inter font with the Lusitana font. And now I'm getting some sort of weird error. So maybe I don't need this, maybe? I mean, it did say that you need to specify a subset. It wanted you to specify a subset in which the font weight was different. So like argument of type subsets Latin is not assignable to parameter type of weight. Oh, okay. So literally that's all set. So I guess is that right? Weight 400. So we don't need to specify a subset Latin, apparently. We're good. I forget that I'm not doing something in Notepad++, and I might actually get some information about the errors I'm having. One of the downsides of being a script kiddie is you don't get any information back about what the wrong. All right, so that looks okay, but now we need to assign it to our paragraph element in app.page.tsx. So app where's page.tsx? Here's our key tag, class name. Now, where do we use inter before? That was like a global thing, huh? You should specify different font weights. Normal and bold, huh? Once you're ready. Yeah, right here. If you're unsure, this is pretty interesting. If you're unsure what weight options to pass to a font, check the TypeScript errors in your code editor. Yeah, and that's exactly what I just did, and it showed it to me. I didn't even read that. Hey, thanks for the lurk, Mage Keltor. So, I mean, we've assigned a class name, right? To the paragraph tag here. My question is, how the heck do we, I mean, just font? Just like use font? Font equals. Let's try it. Thing is, do I need it after this? Let's try after. Yeah, I'm seeing that. It's not a valid attribute. It says it doesn't exist on type. So what would this be? I mean, are we just gonna... Because on the other example with inter, I don't think we ever... Did we ever assign it? Hold on. Add the font to the body element. Okay, there it is. Class name. Oh, okay. Yes, of course we did. Right there. Yeah. So, hold on a second. So we just added that to the body tag, right? Before. We just added it to the body tag previously. But here, there's something that already exists in the class name. And we literally need to add this. But instead of that, this needs to be Lusitana. Also, hold on a second. Have some of this, chat. Bam. So, cannot find name Lusitana. How the hell will we apply this to this in this instance then? Well, we don't need this, that's for sure. You'll have to import the file too. Is that what it is? Yeah, that makes sense. Of course. Yeah, this is what we ran into last time. Got to import it. Hold on. Okay, so that takes care of that part, right? I have no idea what this is. I literally have no idea what that is in this context. That class name too. I think you just concat the strings. Like this just put them together. So can I do... That's a stringify, right? So how the heck does that work? Do I just drop this in here? Will that work? Then we got to get rid of this class name business here. Hold on. Yeah, but they closed the key tag. So seeing this as closing the P tag, or like the start of the P tag off. But we still got this children business here. And again, I don't even know what that is, what that's for, what that's about. And then it says, like, we would do this, right? Based on how the others are set up, but I do not know. Hold on. Let's take a look. We're gonna cheat. We're gonna reveal the solution. Hold on. Let's take a look. Okay. Okay. So we didn't do all of that. We almost got there. We almost got there. So we definitely... Okay, I see what they did. All right, so they actually did both. So you can just do, like, just add a list here. Okay, that makes sense. Then the next piece, yes, that's for enter specifically. And then down here, they wanted this. We got this. We put it to weight 400. They wanted two different options, 400 or 700. And they still wanted this subsets Latin. When I did that initially, remember when I tried that initially, just subsets Latin, it wouldn't take it? Is it because they have to be in that specific order? The properties have to be listed in a specific order? Because I specifically tried to put in here. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Jesus. I specifically tried to put in here. So let's back up. This is what I had. This is what they have. And I initially started by putting in what was it, like subsets colon Latin, like that. It's not gonna let me do it without getting rid of all this stuff. Basically, I did exactly this. But instead of enter, I did Lusitana. And then I got this, right? And I mouse over and it says, whoa, argument of type subsets Latin is not assignable to parameter of type weight. Right? So it really is looking for weight first. So then if I do like weight, then it's okay. But what they want is they literally wanted weight 400, 700. They wanted two different weights, right? They wanted for like normal and bold. And again, what theirs looked like instead of being all inline is they did it this way. Same thing. Same thing, just a little bit more readable, right? So yeah, I mean, that's fine, right? That part's fine. So let's save that. So now we know that we can just add commas and add to this list or array or whatever they got going on there. Down here on the page.tsx file, we did the import Lusitana. We did that. We got that right. The part that was confusing was, here we go. So we almost got there. So p class name equals Lusitana.class name. We put the text in. We put all that in. Leading normal, but no anti-alias. And also no children. So again, I didn't know like what that's all about even, really. And that's it. So we were pretty close. We were pretty close. I just didn't understand they wanted both. I thought they just wanted one, like the normal or the bold. And this and the way that that works is a little strange too, compared to the other example. Right? But that should work now. Finally, the Acme logo component also uses Lusitana. It was commented out to prevent errors, but you can now uncomment it. Okay, so this is on page.tsx. The Acme logo was... Okay, let's uncomment. That's it. Save. And great, you've added 2 custom fonts to your application. Next, let's add a hero image to the homepage. All right, well, let's take a look at this. There it is. Our Acme logo and our Acme font. Okay. You guys do see this? No, you don't see it. Holy shit, hold on. There it is. So this is what we got now. The Acme name and little logo is there now. So it says, why not with a format like name value, order shouldn't matter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was weird to me, right, Nerps? Like, why would it matter if I put the weight first or the subsets first? That seemed weird. I don't know. Yeah, because it just seems like, you know, value, you know, those nice name value key pairs, right? That's it. That's a little bit weird. But it must be like, it must be in a very specific order that it's pulled in a specific order, right? I mean, it literally was throwing errors and stuff. Order will matter inside the value part. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay, so next, JS can serve static assets like images under the top level public folder. Files inside public can be referenced in your application. With regular HTML, you'd add an image as follows: an img src /hero.ping alt equals screenshots of the dashboard project showing desktop version. Sure. However, this means you have to manually ensure your image is responsive on different screen sizes, specify image sizes for different devices, prevent layout shift as the images load, lazy load images that are outside the user's viewport. Image optimization is a large topic in web development that could be considered a specialization in itself. Instead of manually implementing these optimizations, you can use Next Image component to automatically optimize your images. Okay, sounds great. That sounds awesome. The image component. Dude, responsiveness is, you know, responsive web layout stuff is like, it's a nightmare. It's a real nightmare. Like, for me as somebody who, like, if you go and you look, like, my website is not responsive. If you go on a mobile app right now and you go look at the commands page, no, it isn't. The image component is an extension of the HTML image tag, and it comes with automatic image optimization, such as preventing layout shift when images are loading, resizing images to avoid shipping large images to devices with a smaller viewport, lazy loading images by default, images load as they enter the viewport, and serving images in modern formats like WebP and AVIF when the browser supports it. All right. So now we're going to add our desktop hero image. Let's use the image component. If you look inside the public folder, okay, let's do that. Public folder. You'll see there are two images: Hero Desktop and Hero Mobile. Okay. In your app page.tsx file, add the image under the comment. Okay, so hold on a second here. Let's go to so page.tsx. Import the component from next image. Okay, so we need to go here. Import image from next/image. Right? There we go. That's number one. And then under... Wait. Then add the image under the comment, where it says add hero images here. Okay. So now it's a image tag. And we open that up with the source, which is /hero-desktop.png. The width, which is 1000. The height, which is 760. Class name, which is hidden MD:block. And then the alt, which is what shows up when you mouse over. Screenshots of the dashboard project showing desktop version. And then close it out. Save. Just looking to make sure that looks right. 1760 hidden MD block. Screenshots of the dashboard project showing desktop version. Hero desktop.ping. Yes. Okay, we good. All right. It says here you're setting the width to 1000 and the height to 760. It's good practice to set the width and height of your images to avoid layout shift. These should be an aspect ratio identical to the source image. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. These values are not the size of the image rendered, but instead the size of the actual image file used to understand the aspect ratio. You'll also notice a class hidden to remove the image from the DOM on mobile screens. To remove the image from the DOM on mobile screens. Oh, okay, hold on. So in other words, we're not going to load this image at all on mobile. So the class name hidden MD block, it must be like mobile device block. So in other words, if we're on mobile and we try to load this, it's actually going to block this image and you won't see any of this. Right? I think that's good. This is what your homepage should look like now. Well, let's just save and let's take a look, shall we? Here we go. There it is. All right. If I close this F12 thing, see it's responsive and it shifts the size as needed. Very cool. All handled automatically. Now, by comparison, chat, if we go to commands, the Cardinals in commands page, and we do this, it is not the same. It is not the same, as you can see. So there is a real big difference between this jank and this, and how much nicer that is. I know this is so much more simple, like the graphics and everything, but that's huge. All right, practice. Let's add the mobile hero image. Now it's your turn. Under the image you just added, add another image component for hero-mobile.png. It should have a width of 560, height of 620. It should be shown on mobile screens and hidden on desktop. You can use DevTools to check if desktop and mobile images are swapped correctly. Once you're ready, expand the code snippet to see the solution. Okay, this should be relatively easy. Let's open this up. Okay. So now we're gonna add another image component, right? So we're just gonna copy all this. Hero-mobile.png, right? Isn't that what it is? Hero-mobile.png, 560, 620. Hidden mobile device. So I don't know what this is. Can I just type desktop, hidden desktop block? Screenshots of the dashboard project showing mobile version, I assume. Again, I don't know how to make it hidden on a desktop. I'm just guessing here. Desktop. I don't know what properties I have available to me. You know what I mean? Like, does anybody know here? Let me, can I make this larger, the font? View appearance. Zoom in. View appearance. What's zoom in? What's the key? Control plus. There you go, chat. Is that better to see? Hopefully that helps a little bit, yeah. So here we got our image, right? 1000 by 760 hidden MD mobile device block. Now we got our other image, Hero Mobile, 560 by 620 hidden desktop block. Better for screenshotting, says Boom. That's right. Steal that code, add it to your spagoots. All right. Hidden desktop block. I mean, is that right? Class name hidden desktop. Oh, here, I guess I can just do a search. So we're doing TypeScript hide on desktop. Hide image on desktop. So it's no, so next.js image hide on desktop. Ah, okay, so LG is on large screens. LG block means the element will be displayed as a block on large screens, and hidden ensures it's not visible. For example, to hide a mobile specific image on desktop, you would apply the hidden LG block to the image component. LG block? So what does MD then? Mobile device, right? MD? Hold on. Image MD colon block. Maybe it will tell me what to do for desktop with that. MD block is paired with hidden, yes. Okay, so next MD block, but for desktop. I don't know how else to say this. You're pretty sure it's medium, yeah? This class hides the images on screens smaller than medium. Okay, that's what it is. Medium. Okay, so yes. All right, so hidden, if it's smaller than medium, we're going to block it. So how do you do, like, if it's larger than medium, we want to block this. Here we go. Is there anything about desktop? Like, I'm on the Next.js, like, I'm in their, like, documentation. I still don't have that, that answer. So, again, if we hide it for screens that are smaller than medium, this is the mobile one. So we would want, like, hidden. So, like, I don't know. Like, is this... Dang, dude. You want to hide the smaller one with MD and the other one with LG. So my understanding is that this MD, if it's smaller than that, you block it. So on the desktop, it's saying if your display is smaller than the medium resolution, it then will hide this, right? So maybe, do we not even need to, and then on this one, we need it to be, if it will show the mobile version if the screen is, you know, smaller than medium, right? So we need this, but instead of doing larger than like it does up here, we need this to be like medium, but like smaller than or equal to. So I don't know how to do that though. Responsive variants. For instance, you can hide an element on mobile devices and display it on larger screens. MD block, this content is only visible on medium screens and up. Okay. But now what if I want it to be only mobile? Damn you! Content's only visible on medium screens and up. That's what this means. Only visible on medium screens and up. We want this only visible on small screens. Here, I'm going to do this. Responsive variants. Tailwind. Image tag. Use breakpoint prefixes like SM, MD, LG, XL, or 2XL. So our options for this MD here. SM. So if it's medium or lower, it blocks. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I think I give up on this one just because there's like, I'm like looking for documentation. I can't even find it in like the official docs on this. Because we basically need to invert this functionality. Basically, instead of like medium and below, we need medium and above. Oh, maybe could we do, instead of hidden, could we do show or display? Yeah, maybe that works. So instead of hidden, could we do display? I feel like I'm on to something here, but I'm not, because I haven't seen it in the world yet. I don't know. So this one is medium or higher. So if it's sorry, if it's medium, sorry, on this one, if it's medium size or lower, this will block the desktop image. So in this case, if it's medium or lower, we want to display it, but I don't want to block like this MD colon block. Everybody hates a colon block, right? Maybe MD colon flex. Let's try. I'm gonna try display MD colon flex. Let's see. I'm just spitballing here, man. I got no idea. I'm just trying to invert this. Actually, this should yeah, let's just see what happens. All right, so let's open this up. And see, there's like a moment where it flips over to this other image. Like this is the desktop image. And then as soon as you slide it over a little bit, that's now the mobile one. Right? So I think I got it. I think it's working the way that I want it to. Like, look, it's responsive. That's the mobile image. It's showing the mobile app, right? When I slide over, it shows the... Now, this should be gone. This should not be here for this, right? I think. But the other one does go away. Maybe we need one more line. So we're going to display it if it's medium or smaller, right? But yeah, I don't know. Let's see the solution. Let's see the solution. I feel like we're really close. All right, so let's see. Wait, it's the same? Oh, block. Oh, they just flipped these. Okay, hold on. That's really weird. Okay, hold on. I did get this though. I got pretty much everything right except for that one thing. Yeah, because again, I didn't realize that we could flip those. Like up here. What's up, Voided? Yeah. So we're doing like big boy web development stuff in a real environment using we're using Next.js and React with Tailwind for styling. And I'm going through a this is React, yeah, and I'm going through a tutorial to just like learn. Basically, just learning. Just learning. Learning some stuff is good. React is gross. Yeah? You think it's gross? Everybody else was singing its praises. Why do you hate React? Or do you just don't like the way the syntax works or something? All right, so there it is. You find it kind of confusing? Yeah? True or false? Images without dimensions and web fonts are common causes of layout shift. Yeah, sure. Recommended reading. There's a lot more to learn about these topics, including optimizing remote images and using local font files. If you'd like to dive deeper into fonts and images, see all this stuff. I would not. I would not like to do that right now. So I did it. Chapter 3. That's another certificate for my refrigerator. All right. Sweet. You find it kind of confusing. So I'm literally walking through this Next.js like tutorial. React solves a particular kind of problem. Not a good fit for everything. It's a very different approach. Got you. So you would just... So we talked earlier about quote, raw dogging it, unquote, with just like HTML, CSS, JS. And going that route. That's how I actually set up my project to start. Chat suggested, you know, instead of trying to do that and recreate the wheel, man, like you can really lean on these components and it will probably be a lot easier for you. There are advantages, but as we can see on the screen, there's a mountain of boilerplate to get through before you have anything to show for it. Right. Problem is that's most frameworks, but everyone separates into camps defending their framework and tries to act like it's good for everything. Right. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's very tribal. Just like gamers. Are you an Xbox gamer or a PS5 gamer or a PS gamer? And if you're either of those, I feel sorry for you because you're game and you should be a PC gamer. You're console bullshit. All right. Yes, I will tell you how I really feel. All right. Okay, so like I said, after I finish this chapter, I was going to take a short break. We've been at this now for almost 4.5 hours. So, proud member of the PC Master Race. Lol. They're gonna make stuff like that against terms of service and be like, it's hate speech. Hate speech. Yeah, I think it's so far, like, I feel like I've learned not too much. I think really what it does is it just makes doing like CSS styling like a lot easier. But in the process, you've got to learn all of this, right? You got to learn the way that they do it in this particular way, you know? React allows a UI to update and respond to data changes automatically, but it comes with major restrictions. Got you. Interesting to know. There's reinventing the wheel, and then there's using a railroad to carry a box across the street, right? Yeah. Like, you don't want to do either of those things, really. Tailwind is good for CSS management. Yeah, so that's what it is right now. Voided Next.js. But I'm actually, like, I actually have it in the dev, like, the proper dev environment. I've got in, like, I'm using VS Code, and, you know, it's... Again, I'm used to, like, literally, I live out of, like, Notepad++, and I live out of, like, what the hell do you call it? Frickin', this shit. Frickin' Sublime Text, you know? So, like, working in the actual IDE, like a real IDE, is, like, a step up from, like, being a script kiddie, you know? Even if I am still just doing, like, markup language stuff. So, yeah, we talked a little bit about, like, what I wanted the low-hanging fruit version of this little application that I want to make, what I want it to do. And that's literally, like, just, like, 3 columns. All the names of people in chat, some random value buttons, like 50, 100, 150, 250, whatever. Maybe at the very bottom, a custom box so that you can type in your own number. And then the 3rd column will be other buttons with the currency types or the point types, like card tokens, card cash, etc. And then at the bottom of that, a big button that's just like generate command, right? Or send the command to refund. So it's like Gregory 250 card token, click, and it sends it. That would be, I mean, even better, it would be, that's like first state. Iterating on that, I'd love to see my bot generating like a little log object inside this app that has like a refund button, you know? To be honest, for this project, React feels like over-engineering. You think React could be confusing for new programmers? Raw dogging is better for gaining understanding. That's fair. React feels like over-engineering, huh? From my perspective for today, I think I'm just going to continue like trying to learn. Like I'm going to continue with the tutorial and like see where this leads. Try to get some understanding of it. Just in general, I know that I'm going to learn stuff. But it's been pretty cool so far. I mean, it's like, it's not really anything major. I mean, this, you're looking at it. This is it. But we talked about even just responsiveness like this, like where it flips from the mobile, you know, to the desktop version, like of the image. Like once you scale it to a certain width, right? So this is like you're viewing it on a mobile device, then you're viewing it on desktop, right? And it scales the size automatically, which that's epic. That's epic functionality. Like not having to deal with like custom coding all the responsiveness bullshit. That's great. Big thumbs up there from me. Because even like I was showing like my website. Like this is what happens when you do it here. Woo! Yeah, that's really good. Very nice. Right? And you can see it like zooms in on the image. It's like, it's not good, right? So if I can take even what I've learned from this and apply it to my current little commands website, that'll be great. Right? So, yeah. That's like, you know, any learning is good learning, like you say. I just worry you'll get stuck in tutorial hell and just keep telling yourself that you have to keep with the tutorial until you're good enough to program in your own project. Yeah, I mean, that is the worry with everything. But like really in terms of HTML, CSS, JS, I really do not know what I'm doing. Like I just I'm very good at faking my way through. Like, you know, the app that I started building with that like tied into the API from my bot, populated all the commands and stuff, and I could send sounds or takeovers from that. I showed you that. And I still have that. But what I realize is really I need like my own bot that's going to do these things, right? Because I need to house all that data myself. It needs to be not in there. It needs to be elsewhere. Because again, not your keys, not your castle. If that ever shuts down, if it ever has like a weird problem or there's a tech issue, like I could be on the, you know, it could literally like shut down the stream for a week if there's like a problem. You know what I mean? Like imagine having no access to any commands for like a week. That would be really detrimental to the stream. So, yeah. So yeah, I need to learn more. That's all it is to this. And especially in this environment. Like I have no idea what I'm doing. Right? So yeah, I'm just gonna, we'll continue on. Right? I think you should keep at it. Yeah, thank you, Voided. Yeah, and it may be over engineering. It likely is for this like little like one pager, you know? It's like, but the one cool thing about this is that this is like a dashboard, this project. And that's kind of what all these bots are. They're just like big dashboards with different functionality. You know, like it shows you users, it shows you like data related to users, the last time they were there, how many minutes they've watched, etc., etc., etc. All that stuff is available. And so it's like, that is kind of what it is. It's just that it has a couple of extra little things tacked on. I say extra little things, I mean like hours and hours of development, but it's got extra functionality tacked on, but it is essentially just a dashboard. You know? Like in my mind, like the way that this app is set up here, you know, you've got like the little, you know, invoices, customers on the side. Like these would just be different things like commands, you know, or like even I could separate it like into games. I could be like Minecraft, Project Zomboid, you know, Barotrauma, whatever. And I click on that. It's got all my little commands in there, you know. I don't know. You say this often, not your keys, not your castle, but I always wonder what kind of castle uses keys. The kind that has a dungeon where I store people that ask questions like that. Watch yourself. All right. I'll lose those keys real quick. All right. Junior development is being terrified. Everyone is going to figure out that you don't know what you're doing. Junior or senior development is the same, but nobody figures out that you still don't know what you're doing. Perfect. It's all CSS stuff. This stuff is good if deploying this publicly, but for a private app, hacking is fine. Got it. Got it. That will be good for your public use extension, so you might as well start now. Exactly, VP. That's the eventual goal. Right. Time for Voided to be disappeared. A van will arrive shortly. Programming is trying to figure out stuff you've never done before, so we're all noobs in that sense. But senior programmers know this is the case and don't worry about it. Exactly. Well, that's what it is. Like, when I think about computer science and just programming in general, I think, like, the #1 skill is just problem solving. It's like syntax and, you know, all that stuff. Obviously, that helps. But if you can't do the problem solving part first, you can't execute. So that doesn't matter, right? Like, you can't do the thing until you figure out what you need to do. It's like you're building a road to a destination that you don't even know what it is. Like you don't know the destination, but you're building the road. That's like half of corporate development, actually. Corporate development. I saw that so many times. It's crazy. The number of required skills, the #1 required skill is trolling, actually. Yeah. You are definitely a senior developer. No, you're a senior engineer at this point, okay, Voided? With that being the #1 skill. You're definitely a senior engineer. An architect, even. All right? All right, so I'm going to take a quick break. Here's the deal. You guys have got, let me see, another bit of raffle tokens coming up when I get back, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to do one giveaway while I'm gone. And actually, I'm going to take 10 minutes on this one, guys, because I'm going to run to the store and grab a little snacko. Okay. Let's do this. A giveaway for 1,000. Actually, let's make it 2,500. 2,500 raffle tokens. Let's make it worth something, huh? Gotta make it worthwhile. All right, everybody's eligible. And here, I'm gonna even put that. Everyone is eligible. I'm gonna put that right in the damn thing, okay? All right, I will be back in 10 minutes. See you then. BRB.
So you've decided to stick around while I went AFK. Brave and appreciated. Your time and attention are the gifts I cherish the most. While I'm away fulfilling those pesky basic human needs, let me take this opportunity to educate you about the Cardinal Zin stream. While you watch this stream on Twitch, every 5 minutes you are receiving card cash and raffle tokens. Card cash is used on Twitch to redeem sound effects, visual memes that take over the screen, and custom game interactions. Card cash never resets. Raffle tokens are used on Twitch to buy raffle tickets for raffled items. Every Friday, I raffle off at least 3 $10 Steam gift cards during the stream. At the end of Friday's stream, these tokens are reset to 0, so everyone has a good chance to win, even our new friends. For those looking to get as many chances to win as possible, be sure to show up at least a few minutes before the start of a stream and stick around through the stream credits for a nice fat raffle token bonus. If you ever want to check your virtual wallet, you can always check your balances using !BAL on Twitch to see how many card cash and raffle tokens you're currently holding. Yes, holding. It's especially important to do this when you have a lot of card cash or raffle tokens so that everyone knows just how amazing you are and how much more they would have to hoard to be equally as awesome as you. Now, you may have noticed, but this is a highly interactive stream where chat is allowed to murder me influence my games directly. We refer to this type of interactivity as Twitch integration, and it comes in a number of different flavors. I use cookie-cutter solutions like crowd control or chaos tricks, but also have custom-coded card commands for many games I play, including Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield. Crowd control and chaos tricks require Twitch bits and can be used to spawn monsters, give items, or set me on fire 13 times in a row until I want to cry blood into a pile of my own human ashes. Neat! Likewise, custom-coded card commands for games like Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield can also be triggered using bits in the Lumia panel, but can also be triggered using chat commands, assuming you have enough card tokens to trigger them. Lastly, card controls affect my screen and impact any game I play, but they also require card tokens to activate. Yes, that's right, there's a third point system on my channel, card tokens, and as a token of my appreciation for your continued attention, I'm now going to tell you how you can save big. So let's say you want to spawn that big nasty golem on me. Let's be honest, I probably deserve it, and you're about to cheer 500 bits through the Lumia panel to spawn the monster that will undoubtedly crush me into priest dust. Typically, those 500 bits would cost $7. So that's like a markup of 40%. Instead, by donating $5 at coffee.com/cardinalzin and entering only your Twitch username in the message, not username, field, the bot here will give you 500 card tokens. With card tokens now in hand, you can simply type a chat command to spawn that creature, just like you would with bits through the Lumia panel, only this time you aren't paying 40% more like a big chump. So cut out the middleman. Take your savings a step further and become a Cherubim or Seraphim Coffee member to receive 10% or 20% more card tokens respectively. At the Seraphim membership level, you've essentially turned $7 for 500 bits into $5 for 600 card tokens. So instead of paying 40% extra, you're now receiving 20% extra. It's a great value. And for those who do back the stream on Coffee, I thank you. It is your contributions that allow me to code fun things for you all. Seriously though, you have my gratitude. If you have any questions about this stuff, be sure to ask. The community is really awesome and will definitely light your path. Sometimes by setting you on fire directly. Convenient. Since I'm not back yet, please continue to enjoy this lovely music. Sit tight and I'll return shortly. Thank you so much.
All right, I need 2 more minutes, so we're going to do another one of these. Congrats, Motormouth. Here we go.
In a world where corporate interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes, where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress, where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought, one man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide, a beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity, because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Sin.
Yo! Thank you very much for your patience, everybody. I appreciate it. Just got myself some dinner, and I'm ready to go. Ready to go for some more code and learning and all that good stuff. If you're here hanging out with me during this tutorial hell stream, I appreciate you so much. I hope you know that. You guys have been awesome, and just hanging out in the chat, it's a huge, huge help. I want to say congratulations to Motormouth. It's 2,500 RTs for you, sir. And also for Steel Soldier. Congratulations to you as well, Steel. There you go, friends. That's a big win. And everybody else who's here, we're going to do, you know, since you guys waited through the break and you were awesome enough to do that, let's do like 20 times our current viewership. So we'll do 1,280 for everybody. Boom. There you go. There you go, everybody. Thanks for being awesome. All right. WeatherWolf, good to see ya. Welcome back. Hope you're having a great day. All right. I'm kind of bummed out. Demon School, which is a game that I was really looking forward to, they moved their release date. And apparently, like, dude, I don't know. This is very weird. But there are a lot of people, like developers, that have pushed out their release dates because of the Hollow Knight expansion. And I don't get that, honestly. Like, I get Hollow Knight's a good game, but like you're afraid of that? Like, as a turn-based tactical RPG, you're afraid of a Metroidvania game stealing your thunder? I don't know, seems weird. But like literally several companies have said, we're clearing the way for Hollow Knight. Seems weird, bro. I don't know. All right, let's get back to this, shall we? Okay, so where were we? We just finished chapter 3. Hollow Knight is pretty good, though. Yeah, I mean, I played it. It's okay. Honestly, I'd much rather play like Symphony of the Night or Symphony of the Night. Symphony of the Night is, in my opinion, that's the best Castlevania game there ever is, or ever was, and may ever be. It's really good. It was a, you know, it's a Castlevania game, had that dark kind of like gothic thing going for it. It had a fairly good story. Some of the voice acting was a little questionable. Like, what is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. Like, what? Like, what is that? What even is that? Like, seriously, it's laughable. It's so bad, right? In some cases. But overall, the game was pretty damn good. And I don't know. I think the big thing for me was it had leveling. It had a leveling system. Number go up, make lizard brain happy. That's really what it was. That's really a big part of it. All right, here we go. Chapter 4, chat. Are you ready? Do you think we can get through like 5 chapters tonight? 5 chapters? Think it's possible? Maybe even 6? You wouldn't release anything at the same time as something as popular as Hollow Knight. You'd worry about people forgetting to buy it, or that your day 1 player count would be weak because people bought the game to play after Hollow Knight. I mean, fair, but I don't see Hollow Knight as that big a draw. I mean, maybe I'm just a contrarian in this respect. But like, the game art is nice. It's like, I don't know. It feels overhyped to me, dude. I don't know. It is really crazy popular. It is. Like, there's no denying it. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, so Astro's saying it doesn't compete outside of its genre, though. And it's like, yeah, like, that's kind of where I'm at, too. You liked Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. There's a sequel that's been announced. Oh, that's awesome. It's really popular on YouTube and Twitch right now. Yeah. I mean, I saw they were like... Hold on. Let's just go look at Steam charts. Okay. Steam charts. We'll type in, I don't know. What is it? Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight, right? Hollow Knight. Right now, there are 45,000 people playing that game. That's all that matters, is that people like it. That's fair. That's fair, best Ryan ever. I mean, I am not most people. I learned a long time ago that my tastes are definitely, like, divergent compared to everybody else's. My way of thinking is divergent, you know? It's just... I don't get that. Like, I played Hollow Knight, even played it with integration. I'm just kind of like... Honestly, I got annoyed by the amount of backtracking that there is in the game. And just like the the listlessness of it all. Like there's no, I didn't ever feel like I knew where I needed to go. And the exploration to me wasn't fun. It was annoying. Like that's my honest take on it. I mean, it's beautiful. The gameplay is tight. Very good. Games that make you backtrack and figure out where you need to go instead of being explicit about like the current goal. I'm not a fan. I mean, it's when it comes to a game like that, because there's like no open world. It's just like a, you know, it's a side scroller ultimately. Like it's different when it comes to like an open world game, like say Project Zomboid or even 7 Days or Minecraft or anything like that. Those are very different. But this one, I don't know. Again, sure, it's fine. It's fine. Like the game is fine. It's exemplary in its genre, right? It's like how some studios aren't releasing near GTA 6, right? They're afraid it would get overshadowed. Devs don't care about the genre though when genres share the same player base. It will always have an impact. Fair. You started playing it yesterday and you're one of the few who knows nothing about it. No spoilers, no gameplay is nothing. Yeah, I don't know anything about it either really, other than what I played, what I experienced when I played. That and everybody likes to do like weird like horny hornet cosplays. And I see a lot of that on X and I'm just like like please no. Please no. Since Silk Song and GTA 6 been hyped, pushed back, heard nothing about them for years, when they finally release, every game released around that time gets overshadowed. I mean, that makes sense a little bit. There is a ton of hype around Silk Song. Like a ton. You like the exploration aspect of it. You've never been a fan of side scrollers, but that one's pretty fun. Metroidvanias were the original open world. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Dark Souls 3 has some great level design in terms of making the direction you need to go intuitive. Dude, you know, best Ryan ever. The best level design I've ever seen in that respect was Abiata Factor. That game, the shortcuts, the way that things loop back to the main hub, dude, it's insane. Like, I don't know who did the level design for that, but they need to win some sort of award. At least like a reach around or something. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, it's really, really good. It's really friggin' good. Isn't Symphony of the Night full of backtracking and no direction? It is, Rydia, but the difference is that even while you are exploring, you're still getting stronger. And again, number go up, make lizard brain happy. Right? That's really I think that's the big difference, is that it never felt like I was wasting my time doing what I was doing. Right? It always felt like even if I was attacking the bat and one-shotting a bat and getting, you know, 10 XP from it, that it still felt worthwhile because ultimately it was adding to my XP pool and making me stronger. I don't know. I mean, it's a beautiful game. Don't get me wrong. Like, I don't hate it. I don't get the hype. I would say it's like a 7.5, maybe an 8. For me. You got Hollow Knight. You haven't played it for too long, but honestly, it didn't grab your attention well enough. Got you. Bloodborne is like that too, Gan. The level design. I mean, Bloodborne was awesome. I loved playing that on stream. I'm glad that I had that opportunity. It's a shame that they haven't done like a HD like PC port of it yet, because I think it would sell gangbusters. You know? Crazy. What do you think is a game that is really, really overhyped? Like, you just don't get it. Like, you're me with Hollow Knight. Like, what's your Hollow Knight in this particular instance? Let's get to this while you think about that, chat. What game is overhyped? Zarek says Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft. You think it's overhyped? Yeah, from what you know, there's legal issues around bringing Bloodborne to PC. Really? Interesting. Your Hollow Knight is Hollow Knight. Got you. Cremento's on board with me. Okay, got it. Okay, you and I will be the only ones in the lifeboat, Cremento. Okay? We're leaving this sinking ship. Zelda Ocarina of Time. Dude, you know what, Gan? I gotta tell you, I'm not big on Ocarina of Time either. Link to the Past is the best Zelda. And I don't think anything will ever change my mind about that. Ocarina of Time was great. The fact that it was 3D and it was like a 3D Zelda and you're like, wow, that's cool. But, yeah, I don't know. It didn't grab me the same way that like Link to the Past did. I don't know. Yes, Link to the Past, best Zelda. I think it's because we're older too. I assume, Gan, that you're about my age. So, best Ryan ever is about my age. Best Ryan ever. What do you think? What's the best Zelda? Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom. You think that those are the best Zeldas, Melissa, or are those the ones that you think are overhyped? Ocarina of Time was the first one that you beat on your own without your parents or other people's help. Got you. Ocarina of Time is probably the most important Zelda game. Yeah, I think I could see that argument because it like moved it from 2D to 3D and kind of set the standard for the games moving forward. I could really see that in terms of like from a design perspective. You think Breath of the Wild is overhyped? You like Link to the Past? Yeah. Heck yeah, let's go. I like our classical pixel art friends here. That's great. I kind of feel the same way about Final Fantasy VII. Like, I don't think that Final Fantasy VII is the best Final Fantasy, like a lot of people think. But I do think that it probably was the most pivotal and most important for moving the series forward. It had the most, it was like the biggest generational leap from FF3 or 6 to 7. It's a huge jump in like just graphics, capability, the whole 9 yards. The best Zelda is Link's Super Puzzle Blasters. Incorrect. The best Zelda is the Zelda on CDI. Philips CDI Zelda. Do you ever see that? That absolute horse game, dude. It's terrible. The art's horrible. Like, really horrible. Another one is Stardew. Playing it with friends is a blast, but solo, it's just a drag. You think it's slow. Every game you don't like is overhyped. I hate the things you like. Is it one of those? Sorry, I'm not trying to be that guy, chat, right now. That's, yeah, the Dragon's Lair-esque Zelda on Philips CDI. That thing was horrible. Absolutely horrible. Yeah, that was bad. Real bad. That is a game that must not be named in the Zelda universe lore, LOL, right? Hey, here's another question for you, chat. What game do you wish that you owned that you do not own? Like, and I'm talking like a retro classic. Like, it could even be an arcade machine. You know, it could be like a piece of hardware from back in the day. What kind of device or game from like long ago do you wish that you could have in your collection? Morshoe is the only thing you remember from the CDI games. Dude. Virtua On. Yeah, you want the arcade setup, right? The sit down with the twin sticks. Dude, I remember playing that with you at the arcade when we worked there, man. That was great. Like after closing. After closing, just hang out and play some games for a little bit. It was sweet. Something like the TurboGrafx 16. Yeah, TurboGrafx 16. Sure. Bonk's Adventure on the TurboGrafx 16 was epic. Very good. Very good game. Do you guys remember What was it called? Super Island Adventure? Super Adventure Island. An Adventure Island. You remember those games? I love those. I've loved those games. I want to talk about some good platformers, man. Those were some of the best. Sad thing is they made 2 versions for those in the CDI one, that you played as Zelda and one you played as Link. Got you. They're trying to create their very own multiverse. You see it through the eyes of Zelda. You see it through the eyes of Link. Hell yeah, the joysticks were a big part of the appeal. You love that damn cab. Yeah, it was great. Actually, wait, I want the Amiga CD32. You've heard it had such a good library of games. Sarcasm. One was called Zelda Wand of Gamelon. The other Zelda's Adventure. Interesting. Huh. I didn't realize that. But that's terrible. Please no. It was bad enough to make us suffer through one version of it, let alone 2. They made a 2v2 arcade cabinet version of Virtua On, except it was using Gundams. Steven, you played it at one of the fighting game things that you went to. Yeah, dude. So in Japan, they have internet connected Virtua, not Virtua, but Gundam pods that have 3 vertical screens. So they're vertical monitors, and there's 3 of them in a trifold, right? And you can insert a card that saves your progress, and you put that in, and then you go and you fight other people that are in arcade machines all over the country. And it's really cool. And this is not just like a 1v1 thing. This is like you're getting into a big match where it's like a big battle royale. It was really cool. It was really, really cool. I think you'd love that. You would absolutely love that. To be fair, Philips was ahead of their time. Like 30 years later, Nintendo made a Zelda game where you play as Zelda. That's right. They were really forward thinking at the time, right? You would like a Sega Dreamcast. Dude, Sega Dreamcast is epic. Dreamcast is an epic system. It had so many good games. Remember Power Stone? Power Stone. Skies of Arcadia. Soul Calibur. Sonic Adventure 2, even. I wasn't like a big Sonic guy, but I played the crap out of Sonic Adventure 2. Japanese arcades are some next level shit. Yeah. I mean, even when I was... Okay, so even back in, like, God, 20 years ago when I was there, like, really there, they had these, like, Romance of the Three Kingdoms machines that you could play. And you could buy a booster pack from a machine that gave you like 5 cards. And they were like cavalry, spearmen, infantry. And they were like even like different types too, like specialized infantry, like so-and-so's infantry unit. You know? What's it like? What is it? Chafer's Last Chancers? What's the name of that group? Like, it would be like that. You're pulling out like a little card that had like the unit name on it, right? And some of them were really great, some of them weren't great, and it was like Warhammer where they had a points cost. And when you'd go to play this game, it was like a table that laid in front of you, okay? And you'd put these cards onto the table and you'd move them into place where you wanted your virtual troops on the screen up above to move to. And that's how you played this game. You slid the cards around on that field, and then on the screen, the troops would move there. And you had like another card that actually saved your progress. And it was up to you, like the battle's 500 points. You could decide how you wanted to play that out, to spend those points on your troops. You could go all cavalry, you could go spearmen, and then you got onto the field and you realized, oh shit, they've got a bunch of spearmen and I have almost all cavalry. I'm really like something like that. And it was really, really cool. Dude, that was like 2004. All right? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Power Stone still gets played at tournaments. Dude, Power Stone's an epic game. Link, The Faces of Evil, Zelda, The Wand of Gamelon, Zelda's Adventure. Got you. You wish that you had room for a CRT TV. Dude, I have a 14-inch CRT TV that's like a flat screen front. I don't want to get rid of it. Like, I really don't want to get rid of it. I've been holding on to it irrationally for a long time. But I really don't want to get rid of it, though. Just for the retro games. I know that's crazy to hold on to such a thing, but you can't find CRTs very easily anymore. Like, nobody makes them. Right? So it's like, if I get rid of it, I'm afraid I will never be able to find another one when I do actually want one. Hoarder behavior, I know. You've always said this, and I'll always say it. Sega was simultaneously the most ahead of their time company and the most behind their time company. Yeah. I feel that. I get that. Dreamcast was a great game system that came out too late. The thing, you know, Waffle, this is the thing. You say it came out too late. But dude, it was so much more advanced than anything else out on the market at the time. It came out on September 9th, 1999. 9/9/99. And I got it on day one. I got Soul Calibur and Sonic. Yeah. And, man, Soul Calibur was like, holy f***, this is like better than the arcade. Like, really, it was really good, man. Yu-Gi-Oh! Before Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a thing then. Keep it, you can repair them, right? Keep bringing up fighting game stuff, but CRTs are in high demand for those due to the refresh rate syncing up with the hardware. Yeah. Retro games look like ass on the new TVs because they had to do their art to support the weird pixel sizes on the screen. Right. Yes, exactly. That and the way that like the well, not dithering, but like just the way that the interlaced images would blend. You get that nice blending, whereas you get the pixel perfect precision on the modern screens, and it makes the art look really ugly in some cases because there's no like blending between colors or between pixels, right? Console Wars was a great read about the Nintendo versus Sega fight. Interesting. By the way, Waffle Stomp, how are you doing tonight? It's good to see you, dude. I like your badge. Chaos Orb? What's this? That's crazy. Subscribing to a streamer during Path of Exile 2's launch. Oh, I see. Dude, Path of Exile 2, didn't they just come out with like an expansion or a DLC or something? Or like an update or something? Thought I read something about that. A friend of yours had one. You played on it in 2005. You enjoyed it, but you also had a GameCube of your own at home at that point. One of us says, I'm talking about Dreamcast, by the way. Yes, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. You're doing better after going out drinking last night. Doing better, huh? Was it the drinking that made it better, or was it the recovering from the massive hangover that made it better? Gan says, new league. Yeah, they have their third league just launched a couple of days ago. Got you. I wanted a Dreamcast, but after we got the PlayStation, they discontinued it. Yeah, PlayStation 2, I think, annihilated the Dreamcast, unfortunately. Whatever the Dreamcast had going for it, it was annihilated by the PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2 was pretty effing advanced. I remember playing Ring of Red? Ring of Red? I think that's what it was called. Like a mech game. And I just remember being like, this is crazy. These graphics are crazy. And now you look back and it like looks like you know, it like just looks terrible. And you're like, how is that advanced? But for the time it was, you know. I wonder if we'll do the same thing 20 years from now. If we'll look back and be like, games were so like stupid, you know, like so like simple. PS2, GameCube, and Xbox that came out at the same time. Yeah, that was like the generation. PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. Dude, I remember playing Halo. Like, so I worked at a GameStop. And when the Xbox came out and Halo came out, we would close on Sundays at 6 o'clock because this particular store that I worked at was in the main mall. and they closed at 6. So everything had to close at 6. So after we would shut down at 6 on a Sunday, we would literally all go to the manager's place. His name was Larry. We'd go to Larry's apartment, which was like 10 minutes from the store. And we would LAN up 2 Xboxes. And we would play 4v4 Halo Blood Gulch. And it was like, this is incredible. Like every freaking week. It was so fun. So fun. Anybody remember the Red Ring of Death? Oh god. Yeah, I had one of my Xbox 360s at my LAN center died to the Red Ring of Death, and I could not get Microsoft to repair or do anything about it. It was really terrible. So I had to just buy a new one and throw the other one in the trash. It sucked. Honestly, I don't know how games could get much more advanced from here. I mean, it's just like VR, right? We shall not speak of the Red Ring of Death. Honestly, you yourself got the PS2 because it was an affordable DVD player. Yeah. A lot of people did that. A lot of people did that. That was part of the strategy, 100%. This is why, like, when Xbox 360 came out, they were like, oh, man, we need to get people to, like, adopt our new optical technology. We're going to make an, what was it? HD DVD player add-on for the Xbox. I think it was for the Xbox 360. And, yeah, that didn't go so well. HD DVD didn't go anywhere compared to Blu-ray. Sony owns that boat, right? You mean games now have simulated universes, hyper-realistic graphics, etc. And yeah, they do. Yeah. Sir, we would love to fix this for you, but it's literally full of Three Musketeers nougat. I'm sorry. Somebody seems to have spilled 3 liters of 99-cent cola in here. Right? Dude, or better yet, it appears that somebody has barfed up what appears to be chocolate, nougat, and tomato chunks inside this machine. I don't know how that's possible, but we will not be restoring this or repairing this for you. Yeah, so there's a guy who used to come to the LAN center, and it always made me laugh. He was like a bigger guy, and we never made fun of his weight. What we did make fun of was the fact that he smelled really bad. We're like, oh, dude, this guy smells so bad. It was terrible. Like, I'd put him on like the #1 computer, which was like way at the far end of the store. And then like people on like the 16 computer, which is at the other side, they'd be like, what's that smell? I'm like, oh my God, dude, this guy. No, not Jeremy Panhands. No. We're talking about Daryl. Talking about Daryl. So, dude, super smelly guy. He was nice. He was super nice. He just smelled so bad. And like, you could even tell him like, dude, you kind of stinky today. I straight up, there were a couple of times where I told him, like, dude, you were pretty stinky today, dude. Did you take a shower? And he's like, I'm like, no, did you take a shower? Like, what is wrong here? What? There's clearly something wrong here. Yeah, it was a bit of an issue. But this guy, he would come in and he'd be like, you know, I'm on a diet. So I'd like 3 Musketeers, please. And I'd hand him the candy bar. And he'd look at me expecting more. And I'm like, but here you go. He's like, no, 3. 3 Musketeers. Oh, you want 3 of these? Oh, okay. I thought you said you were on a diet. He goes, yeah, but they're fat-free. Dude, oh my God, what the It's fine. It's fine. They're fat-free, so I can eat as many as I want. Okay. Now, the chocolate and nougat we understand, but the tomato chunks have thrown us off, and that's why we voided the warranty, right? Really seamless server sharding, LLM, and other advanced AI generation of content. Minecraft just got the full infinite LOD render distance streaming from server to client. Advancements are made every day, and there's so much more to come. Yeah, I think once, like, everybody hates on AI, but this is the way that I see it. Imagine a game world where every NPC is like a fleshed out character that you can actually have like a meaningful conversation with. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Especially for RPGs. That like changes the whole dynamic of a game world. You know what I mean? Like, imagine being like a dark elf and going through like a high elf area. And people are literally like throwing abuse at you, verbal abuse at you because you're a dark elf, right? You know? I think like stuff like that is it's so immersive. You know? Okay, maybe that's a bad example. You don't want people like throwing like racial abuse at you, but you know what I mean? Like really having that kind of an impact. Okay, say maybe you killed the local robber baron, and so now everybody's like, yay, you're the man. Thanks for getting rid of the tyrant. Yay, you know, like that kind of thing. That'd be great. There were people that played DDR all night and smelled better than he would just walking in. Seriously. He was a stank machine, that guy. You have a harem of AI girlfriends? Are you talking about your Uma Musume girls? Your horse girls? Speaking of AI NPCs, that is basically the basis of SAO Alicization. Got you. To confirm, Three Musketeers are not fat-free. Nice. So I hope this is not a place to say, but I just ran into an issue because PayPal has had a system IT issue the last week or so, and as a result, some transactions have been delayed or in some cases duplicated. Pay attention to your PayPal transactions. Got it. Strategically used AI is incredible. A lot of tech bros in charge of these things are complete friggin' idiots. Yeah. Instead of using AI to make their teams more efficient and thus able to spend time pushing the envelope, they use AI to justify cutting staff. Yeah, and they're going to regret that. They're really going to regret that in the end. But they won't know until they know. So it is what it is. It is what it is, right? Yeah. All right, well, let's get back into some code, eh? Let's get back to this task at hand, our code day here. So Chapter 4, creating layouts and pages. Are we so excited? Layouts and pages, everybody. So far, your application only has a home page. Let's learn how you can create more routes with layouts and pages. Here are the topics that we'll cover. We're going to create the dashboard routes using file system routing. We're going to understand the role of folders and files when creating new route segments, and also create a nested layout that can be shared between multiple dashboard pages. And lastly, understand what colocation, partial rendering, and the route layout are. Okay, I don't know what any of this shit is. Really. I get like pages and stuff like that, but this is interesting. So Next.js uses file system routing, where folders are used to create nested routes. Each folder represents a route segment that maps to a URL segment. Okay. Route segment leaf. Okay. Route segment leaf. Okay. As a person whose job uses Excel a lot, it gave you a good chuckle because Microsoft had to put an advisory not to use AI with Excel where accuracy matters, which they had just released. Dude, I'm telling you. So like at my old job, the ITBA role, I was working on like a VBA application that literally took in these enormous data files. When I say enormous, I mean like 50,000 plus rows, 1,000 columns. No joke. 1,000 columns, 50,000 rows. Like all the time. Basically, think of a company. Now take that, every single person that works at the company that gets benefits, and then take their spouses and all their kids. Those were the data points in that file. And part of my job was to ensure that what was coming over to us at the company was in good working order, like it was in the right format, like the data didn't look corrupted or out of place, or like I described earlier, you'd have like a bunch of data that looked great, and then you get down to like the 100th row and all of a sudden it's like it's missing like 4 or 5 of the columns of data, and it's just like indented in because there was some weird thing that happened with an export or some you know, CSV or TSV thing, you know. That was my job. That was part of my job, a big part of it, and actually the most time-consuming part of it, because this company had literally no automation tools to help review those things. It was expected that we would review it manually. I don't know how you can manually review a 1,000 column wide, 50,000 column deep Excel file for like accuracy of format, like data format. Like, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. So I started developing tools that just helped me. Please tell me each column wasn't a specific type of data. No, it was. Like column 1 would be like your key. So that's like usually social security number, right? So social security number. Occasionally, like it would be an employee ID number, but usually social security number, right? And then you'd have things like name, first name, last name, date of birth, date that they started working, what their salary is, like all that information was in there, like everything. Their address, you know, their age, their job title, who they report to, like everything was in there. Yo! What's up, Zane? Welcome on in, Raiders. What up, what up, what up? No, it isn't. Nerps, that's the thing. People think that SS wouldn't be... Even SS doesn't come across as unique. Sometimes. Yeah, surely that won't cause problems, right? Yeah, there were workarounds for that, but yeah. Raid and fade. Take care. All right. Peace, man. Take it easy. Thank you very much for the raid. We are working on code today. So we're doing code tutorials. That feels like a data breach waiting to happen. Well, yeah, because it was just like a CSV. It's like a CSV file. But no, it was transferred via encrypted and secure connection. Yeah, but the thing is, like, you got to think, people like me in my role, I still had to download that data to my local device. So if my device got stolen or something, think of all the data that would be on there that could have been... I mean, that's... Ooh, not good. Not good at all. It's like... And at the enterprise level, dude, they just can't keep up with stuff. You know, it's slow. They're slow. They have no mobility. Everything is like a decade behind. Really. Sometimes more. Like all the internal tools and stuff look like they're Web 2.0. It's like, it's bad. And like you, even at like good companies, it's still that way. Welcome to how most companies handle data. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's really what it is. And again, thanks again for the raid, Zane. Guys, if you don't know Zane, you gotta go check him out. He's a really good dude. He raids us all the time. I don't know what we did to deserve all his love, but please go check him out. He's really, really awesome. Click that button. Go check him out next time he's live. All right. Well, let's get back into this, eh? That's why you're so paranoid about watching your work laptop and phone with MFA on it. Yeah, multi-factor authentication is huge, man. I mean, I've got it on pretty much everything. You have to. If you don't know Zane, why don't you? That's right. Okay, so each folder represents a root segment that maps to a URL segment. You can create separate UIs for each root using layout.tsx and page.tsx files. So page.tsx is a special Next.js file that exports a React component, and it's required for the root to be accessible. In your application, you already have a page file, app page.tsx. This is the home page associated with the root. Like literally root. To create a nested, I'm gonna say route, you can nest folders inside each other and add page.tsx files inside them. For example, and it shows you here, page.tsx / down here dashboard page /dashboard. Right. So this is kind of like our home page. This is the dashboard page, right? So app/dashboard/page is associated with the /dashboard path. Let's create the page to see how it works. So this to me, okay. So I get what we're trying to do here. Root. Well, that's the thing. It's like when you're saying the root, it's like weird, you know, like ROOT, ROUTE. So I'm gonna say route when it's ROUTE, and when it's literally the root, I'm going to say root. Because that gets really hella confusing real fast. This to me seems really silly other than for one thing, and that is the customization of how you want to present the information on each page. Like, because normally you just like throw your pages in public. Just be like index.html, dashboard.html. Like, this is all, I don't know. Seems crazy. What about Roo? Wait, a Roo? Like, are you just saying like this? Roo? Create a new folder called dashboard inside /app. Okay, let's do that. Okay. So this right here is our IDE, and again, we are creating a folder called dashboard inside /app. Okay. Okay. Then create a new page.tsx file inside the dashboard folder. Okay. And it should have the following content. And I'm going to type this manually. Export default function. Page. Okay. Return. Paragraph. Dashboard page. And that's it. A tab or two spaces here? What do you think? Tab? This is how single page apps work. They route the data to the same page. It doesn't actually go to another page. That's really interesting. You could just hard link your pages, like you said, putting them in public. This is for adding special handling for your pages. Like you can add in an auth check, etc. Yeah, or maybe you want a different style of like font and formatting for a specific page or something, and just for that page, right? But I guess you could kind of achieve that too, just using CSS styles, right? I don't know. I don't know, man. Seems weird, but okay. All right, so we've done this. But again, what do you think? Tab right here. Tab or two spaces? Doesn't matter. Right here. This highlighted bit. A tab? I lean towards a tab. Neither. One space. Heathen! Hold on. Oh, it is one space. I looked at it visually and it looked like two. Okay. There it is. One space it is. Never tab. All right. Fair enough. All right. So let's save. Okay. So it says now make sure that the development server is running and visit a localhost 3000/dashboard. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. See here. This is, and we have successfully loaded dashboard page. Excellent. If it was C#, I'd say new line. Voided says if it was C#, I'd say delete file. Delete file, uninstall. Uninstall, set fire to the box, run. The police are on to you. All right. Got it. So now, let's see. What do they want me to do? Yes, I see that text. This is how you can create different pages in Next.js. Create a route segment using a folder and add a page file inside it. Okay, that's easy enough. Folder, page file. By having a special name for page files, Next.js allows you to co-locate UI components, test files, and other related code with your routes. Only the content inside the page file will be publicly accessible. For example, the UI and lib folders are co-located inside the app folder along with your routes. Okay. So when they say only the content inside the page file will be publicly accessible, that means that like the UI and the lib folder data, that won't be seen from outside basically my IDE or wherever I'm storing these files. Like you can't see that from the user side. I bet Voided likes PHP. Voided says, love it, Kappa. Gans says, knew it. Voided Pigeon is bullish on Rust, okay? I like Java, C, C++, and JavaScript. That's about it. I like it when you do C++ too. You know, for Unreal Engine. That's when I like C++. When you do the C++, all right? So, I mean, to me, this makes sense so far. There's nothing, like, radical about this. I guess my one question is, when they're talking about, like, you know, this UI and lib folders, they're not going to be able to see this stuff, right? From outside. F Python. Python is really weird, but it has a ton of libs. Like, I don't get what it is. Like, everybody uses Python. That's why I was even, like, thinking about using Python myself for this project, because it just felt like it would be easy to achieve because of all the good libs that exist for it. But I also recognize that Python is probably the slowest performing of all of those languages that we've talked about. Like, Python is pretty slow. Like, relatively, you know, to the others. Having a bunch of libraries is not necessarily a good thing. Think about Kia. They have a million different cars, and they all suck. Dude, did I ever tell you about my first car that I owned? I owned a Kia Sophia. And in the winter time, the driver door would not close sometimes. It would just freeze. You know, it would just bounce off the hinge. Like, bounce off the locking mechanism. And, dude, it got so bad. I got so mad about it. Like, having to drive in Maine winter, you know, with snow coming down, like trying to hold the door closed, and it was a standard too, so that made it real fun. Like, I'm trying to shift with one hand, you know, trying to hold the door closed with another, and then I've still got to steer, so, you know, there's not enough hands for this situation. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. There's just no point using Python because it isn't your eventual goal. Yeah, you could make it your little personal tool, but it isn't for public-facing things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I think, you know, you guys said HTML, CSS, JS. It just makes more sense to do it this way. Python's one and only benefit is that it's great for rapid prototyping. Right. It leads to a bunch of lazy-ass coding where people inherit 30 levels of bullshit just to check if a value is even or odd. That is not a joke. Yeah, no, I believe it. Python had a bad habit of putting libraries outside of the source directory, so you couldn't just copy a project and run it on a different platform. Node.js at least puts libraries in a local node modules folder. Yeah, so I like Node.js. I use Node.js for a lot of stuff. I like it. I do like it. It has challenges. I've had some challenges with it, but it's good for what I use it for, which is simple. I use it for very simple things in terms of like integration, for integration stuff. All right, so let's see here. Yes, we see it. Yes. So again, can anybody answer this question? So they say here that only the content inside the page file will be publicly accessible. So that literally means that the UI and lib folders, you won't be able to see them, even if this were like hosted somewhere. Like if I upload all this to my web server and say, hey, let's go, they wouldn't be able to access the UI and lib folders. In your defense, it wasn't your choice to learn Python. It's just what your class teaches. Probably because it is easy, right? It's kind of like simple to get things done quickly. Like a bunch of people's Py scripts died because someone deprecated a Python library that used some really bad algorithm to tell if a value is even or odd. And no, they didn't use mod 2. That is very scary. That is really scary. That must have been quite the technique. Was it like if it equals 1, then it is odd. If it equals 2, then it is even. If it equals 3, then it is odd. If it equals 4, then it is even. And it just goes on for like thousands of numbers. This is like what people are accusing poor pirate software of. It's not true. Having used Game Maker for a long time, like everything that he's doing is just fine. Like people just don't understand how Game Maker works. Like it's not like normal programming. It's very different. Return X and 1 is equal to 1. Yeah, perfect. I love it. This is good. This is good. Let's keep it up. All right. So I don't think anybody actually answered my question, by the way. I guess nobody knows. I've asked it like 4 times, so I'm just assuming nobody knows. All right, gotta move on. So creating the dashboard pages, let's practice creating more routes in your dashboard. Create 2 more pages, a customers page and an invoices page. Okay. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Hold on. Here you go. Is it? It's lowercase page. My bad. Okay. It should be accessible on these. Okay, I think I need to save these. Hold on. Let me save all. There we go. Is there a shortcut for save all, by the way? It's like Control-Shift-S. Depends on the language, how it'd be done. Might be oversimplifying in your head. How do you check the first bit without bitwise operators? You don't check it, just return it. Can you show me code? Depends on the language, how to be done. You might be oversimplifying it in your head. I wouldn't be surprised if it wound up being exactly what you said. Oh, like if it's odd, you know, if it's 1, it equals odd. If it's 1, return odd. If it's 2, return even, and then it just keeps going for thousands of numbers. Type coercion. Burn the JavaScript programmer. I'm just curious. No worries. Yeah. Let's see here. So, yeah, let's go check this. So dashboard. So customers and invoices. This should work. Let's see. Be able to go to customers. Yay, it works. Invoices. Yay, it works. We did it! All right. Creating the dashboard layout. Dashboards have some sort of navigation that is shared across multiple pages. Yeah, like anchor links, essentially, right? In Next.js, you can use a special layout.tsx file to create UI that is shared between multiple pages. Let's create a layout for the dashboard pages. Inside the dashboard folder, let's add a new layout. Okay. So, new file, layout.tsx. And we're going to copy paste this stuff. I like to actually type it, but there's a lot here in this instance. So I'm still going to read it though. Import side nav from dashboard/side nav. Okay. Side nav meaning that there's going to be a navigation panel on the side. Right? It's like, think frames. I mean, that's all that a dashboard is, right? It's just like the old school, like old web frames with a target situation. That's all this is. It's not a big deal. So export default function layout children. So this is the thing, like this stuff, I don't know what this is. Like export default function layout, right? That's very similar to what we did in like the page. Export default function page. So this is another built-in functionality of TypeScript, right? So it's like export default function layout. This is a layout that we're exporting. Children, like this is where you lose me, like this shit here. So we've got like 2 different things that we're passing, and it's like a key, like a value or a key value pair, like 2 of them, like children React node and then children of children. It's like, it seems kind of weird to me. That's some React nonsense, says Voided Pigeon. Right, that's what I'm saying. It's a little bit weird, right? Oh, there you go. Maybe we get a little bit of information on this. I just moused over something that gave me something. There we go. Type React node equals string number big int bool. Represents all of the things that React can render. A React node. Okay. It's confusing, even for me, says Voided Pigeon. Yeah, it's like when I see a function and I see that these are the parameters that are being passed, it's like, it seems weird. I don't know. The variables passed into this function is named children, and it's of type React node. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. We'll learn more about that later, I hope. So it returns divs with this class name, and it's got, this is all, you know, just styling stuff, right? Width, full, flex, none. And this is like that medium screen thing. Width 64. Is that what this, is that what that stands for? W-64? WD-40? All right, got it. All right, so cool. All right, so we're gonna have some divs with some stuff in it. It should be like there's a side nav or something. All right, so a few things are going on in this code. Hey, it's actually gonna tell me. Thank God. All right. First, you're importing the side nav component into your layout. Any components you import into this file will be a part of the layout. The layout component receives a children prop. This child can either be a page or another layout. In your case, the pages inside dashboard will automatically be nested inside a layout, like so. So hold on. The pages inside /dashboard will automatically be nested inside a layout like so. So, okay. So, all right. So these pages, all right, got it. Okay, so check that everything is working correctly by saving your changes and checking your local host. You should see the following. Okay, well, let's do that. Save. Hold on. Well, I guess that's a no. Unless, hold on. We were supposed to go to dashboard, weren't we? Hold on. There we go. Okay, so that is working. React uses this to render your layout. It returns the HTML used. The advantage of this is that you can create the HTML dynamically in code. Like when we were talking earlier about like taking in information from the other bot and then turning it into elements inside the DOM, like in real time. Like for example, you know, having like Gregory Lovecraft cast, you know, or used XYZ for 500 card tokens. That pops up as just a little element, right? And inside that element, there's like a button that actually would just give the refund. Like I could click that button and it automatically sends the text right into chat from my Cardinals in chat bot. Right? It just handles it automatically. There's your refund, done. And then even maybe when I click that button, it grays it out so I can't refund it twice automatically. Great. Wonderful. Right? Like, because that's being generated dynamically, right? Yes, a bit is a number. A number is bits. It's all the same. This is what I was saying earlier about everything being zeros and ones. Types are just how you read them. You can call your bit operation result whatever you want, but the language hasn't called it a Boolean yet, even if it looks like one. Nuh-uh. Numbers are made from bits, but bits are not just numbers. Actually, they, in fact, are not numbers at all. They're either an electrically charged location in solid state or RAM, or a magnetically charged cell in magnetic media, or a pit or lack thereof in optical. We like to think of binaries are zeros and ones, but that's pure abstraction that the computer doesn't understand. It only understands the electrical, optical, or magnetic signals. I mean, this is just logic gate bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. All right, so this is our page. It looks right. One benefit of using layouts in Next.js is that on navigation, only the page components update while the layout won't re-render. This is called partial rendering, which preserves client-side React state in the layout when transitioning between pages. Right. I mean, this is like old school. This is just iframes, man. This is just a frame. This is just a frame, an anchored frame page with a target. That's all this is thus far, right? MM was all just simple JavaScript. The problem with simple JavaScript is that it doesn't scale well as the project grows. React tries to solve some of those problems, but is a tank. Yeah. And that's the point. At a rudimentary level, ignoring typing entirely, a bit is the presence or lack of a signal, and a Boolean is the type for a bit. No, this is definitely not iframes. This is not like iframes rendered the whole. Oh, did they? It rendered the whole page inside the frame. Wait, hold on. I just want to understand this, like, from a technical standpoint. So if I had a frame on the left-hand side, and I clicked the link, and I used, like, this page over here as the target, right? That re-rendered the whole thing, including this list of navigation links, too. Iframes are like a browser within a browser. Gan says yes. So even the nav links in the left-sided frame, they were re-rendered when you click a link to go to another page. Got you. I didn't realize that. It rendered the whole document. Oh, wow. Okay, okay. I really just thought it rendered the target. Okay, so that is the advantage here. I see what they're saying. Okay. Sweet. All right. So root layout. In chapter 3, you imported the inter font into another layout. As a reminder, here it is. Sure. This is called a root layout, and it's required in every Next.js application. Okay, so let's look at this. Any UI you add to the root layout, this will be shared across all pages in your application. You can use the root layout to modify your HTML and body tags and add metadata. You'll learn about metadata in a later chapter. Since the new layout you've just created is unique to the dashboard pages, you don't need to add any UI to the root layout above. So this layout that I have, that I put in here, this layout file is just going to impact things that are attached to this dashboard, right? So it's almost like a sub layout, if you will. Use a root layout, blah, 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 blah. New layout you just created, app dashboard layout is unique to the dashboard pages. You don't need to add any UI to the root layout above. Okay, sure. So what is the purpose of the layout file? To act as a global error handler. Yeah, I don't think so. To fetch data and manage state across the entire application. To share UI across multiple pages. To act as the entry point for the entire application. Yes. Any more brain busters? Look, another certificate for my fridge, chat. Not very popular these days, except for hacking, tracking tricks. You like iframes, LOL? Gan says they're freaking awful. I think Voided is just trolling you today, Gan. It's like, I hate the things you like. Or I like the things you hate. Typical Voided. Does your fridge have room for all these accomplishments? No, but that's because Astro has his if you touch this Baja Blast, you're dead to me on the fridge right now, so. You know, there are other more pressing documents that need to be on the fridge, right? And that is the if you touch the Baja Blast or the energy drinks, you are dead to me. Then Skull and Crossbones image notification that's on the fridge. Have you seen this, chat? I've shown this before. I'm gonna show you. Hold on. Right. Don't take the Baja Blast or energy drinks or you're dead to me. Fight me, bro. I can't put my certificates on the fridge because this is currently taking up all the space, okay? Kills the Baja Blast. Get Baja blasted. So many certs on the fridge, you'll be able to cover Astro's My Baja Blast sign. That's right. I think Card needs a certificate wall in his cathedral. Yeah, that'd be great. It's like I put it on the like the board where they put like the psalms that they're going to be reviewing for the day, or the verses that they're going to review for the day. All right. So in previous chapters, you created the dashboard layout and pages. Now let's add some links to allow users to navigate between the dashboard routes. You didn't see any My Peace Tea signs, to be fair. That's right. In this chapter, we're going to cover how to use the next/link component, how to show an active link with the use path name hook, and how navigation works in Next.js. To link between pages, you traditionally use the A HTML element. Yeah, like an ahref, right? At the moment, the sidebar links use A elements. But notice what happens when you navigate between the home, invoices, and customers pages on the browser. I guess I can't find that page. Did I notice it? What is this? There's a full page refresh on each page navigation. Wait, hold on. Is that supposed to work? Is that supposed to work? Because it currently is not. Dashboard/customers. Dashboard/invoices. Are these supposed to be like... hold on. Are these supposed to be like under this? Like invoices supposed to be like subbed to the dashboard folder? Is that why it's not working? Did you see it? I did. I didn't. I saw it, but I'm not sure what it is or if it is right. Okay. In Next.js, you can use the link component to link between pages in your application. Link allows you to do client-side navigation with JavaScript. To use the link component, open app UI dashboard navlinks.tsx and import the link component from next link. Then replace the A tag with link. Okay. As somebody who's done HTML for like a million billion years, it's going to take me a hot second to rewire my brain for this. So let's see here. Dashboard. Navlinks.tsx. The funny thing is, it doesn't say anything about like creating this, does it? Use link, open app UI dashboard. Navlinks. I don't think I have that. Hold on a second. Do I? App UI dashboard navlinks. Okay, I guess I do. Never mind. Okay. And then we need to make some changes. So we're importing all this stuff, but then also going to import some more stuff. So import link from next/link. Okay. And then down here, when we return this function navlinks, what's the second return? We just put this all inside a link tag. As you can see, link component is similar to using A tags, but instead of ahref, you use link href. Save your changes and check to see if that works in your local host. You should now be able to navigate between the pages without seeing a full refresh. I think maybe my my folders are in the wrong spot. Going into focus mode, keep at it. It will slowly all start to make more sense over time. Yeah, dude, you know what I need to do, Void, is I think that maybe I need to do some of this like every day is what I really need to do. I need to do code every day and keep it fresh in my mind and keep the project fresh in my mind and do something every day if I can. Just like I've been going to the gym 3 times a week, maybe I need to do on the days that I don't go to the gym, do like code. You know, Tuesday, Thursday, code day. So I don't think that that's going to solve our problem. Because I don't think it's going to... All right, so I did save that, by the way. If I go back over here and I do a empty cache and hard reload... dashboard page. That's so weird. Look at this. I guess it's just like you get them at the top instead. Okay. Maybe an hour of cooldown / React lesson at the end of each stream. I don't know about the end. That's a bad time, I think. I think people would just navigate away. Maybe at the beginning when there's less people. That makes more sense to me, but... I mean, maybe not even. Like, I think one of the ways to do it is like, you know how I do like YouTube early bird stream? Like, do it like that, where it's like I'm doing it on YouTube, and then we go live on Twitch for like the main event. So this is, we're trying to go to dashboard invoices. I don't have that. Because all my stuff, the stuff that I just made, like in here, where is it? Dashboard. Was this supposed to be like in here? Like the invoices folder, you know? I guess maybe it is. Let's try. Dashboard invoices. Whoa. Dashboard customers also goes in there too. And now let's see if that works as they hope it does. Let's see here. Hold on one second. I know you can't see anything. How dare you, by the way. Excuse me. There it is. Okay. Yeah, there it is. There it is. This is good. All right, so it's doing what it's supposed to do now. All right. So you should now be able to navigate between the pages without seeing a full refresh. Although parts of your application are rendered on the server, there's no full page refresh, making it feel like a native web app. Why is that? You were trying for a whoa and you got one. You sure did. Automatic code splitting and pre-fetching. To improve the navigation experience, Next.js automatically code splits your application by route segments. This is different from a traditional React SPA, where the browser loads all your application code on the initial page load. Splitting code by routes means that page becomes isolated. If a certain page throws an error, the rest of the application will still work. This is also less code for the browser to parse, which makes your application faster. Furthermore, in production, whenever link components appear in the browser's viewport, Next.js automatically pre-fetches the code for the linked route in the background. By the time the user clicks the link, the code for the destination page will already be loaded in the background, and this is what makes the page transition near instant. It's great. So what does Next.js do when a link component appears in the browser's viewport in a production environment? It prefetches the code for the linked route. Yeah. Pattern. Showing active links. A common UI pattern is to show an active link to indicate to the user what page they're currently on. To do this, you need to get the user's current path from the URL. Next.js provides a hook called usePathName that you can use to check the path and implement this pattern. Since usePathName is a React hook, you'll need to turn navlinks.tsx into a client component. Okay, sure. Add React's useClient directive to the top of the file, then import usePathName from next navigation. All right, let me absorb that again. Add React's useClient directive to the top of the file, then import usePathName from next navigation. Okay, so we need to go to our dashboard navlinks. And this is the thing. We've got this app dashboard, and then we also have like, where's it? Under UI dashboard navlinks, right? Where is it? Boom. So, so we're gonna use client. That's a, as they call it, a directive. And then we're also going to import use path name from next / navigation. Okay. Next, assign the path to a variable called pathName inside your navlinks component. So export default function navlinks, and then we're gonna, this is gonna be a const pathName equals use pathName function. Not user, use. Okay. Note, navlinks.tsx is not a special file for Next.js. It can be named whatever you want. If you rename it, ensure that you update the import statements accordingly. Okay. You can use the CLSX library introduced in the chapter on CSS styling to conditionally apply class names when the link is active. Okay. I kept hearing a noise. I have a paper bag on the floor next to me, and Nox is inside it, and it's just like a little random, like, little paw. And you, like... Hi! What you doing? Are you playing? Did you find something fun? I want to see if I can pick her up. You want to come up? You want to come up? No? Okay. She's laying down on the bag. She likes paper bags, like, a lot. Like, WeatherWolf bought the cats this nice cat bed, right? It's like a, like, wool lined. And at first, they hated it. They wouldn't go near it. But now, Nox specifically loves it. And she does this thing where she'll go and she'll make muffins in the corner of it. And she'll, like, lick the wool liner, and it's like it's all so gnarly and gross now, dude. It's like, it's really gross. But she we put like a paper bag in there for her, and she like loves it now. She's like, the bottom is a paper bag, and everything around the edge is like that like that nice soft like wool material. She just loves it. It's her little home. What she usually does is like, she'll come up and visit me, and I'll start petting her, like sitting on the couch while I'm watching a YouTube video at the end of the night or whatever. And she'll start to purr, and then she like jumps away from me, and she goes over to her little bed, and she makes some muffins and like purrs and like licks the side of the wool liner. She's a weird little kitty. They're both very strange. They have very strange isms, both of them. All right. So again, you can use the CLSX library introduced in the chapter on CSS styling to conditionally apply class names when that link is active. When link.href matches the path name, the link should be displayed with blue text and a light blue background. Here's the final code for navlinks.tsx. Okay. So what they want us to do is to import this CLSX business. All right, so import CLSX from CLSX. And then down here, under the link, where's the link? Key equals link name, href equals link href. And then instead of this class name business, we're going to get rid of this. And we're putting in a whole bunch new code. And there's a lot of it, so I am going to... All right. Cool. So all we did is yeah, okay. So we took this part, we added this little bit here. So basically when the path name is this, then we do this, right? And again, they said specifically, it should display a light with a blue text and a light blue background. So background sky color 100. The text is blue at 600 weight, right? So there it is. Save and check your local host. Not sure that's working. Hold on. Oh, I see. It's this. So this is why it's light blue, and it's got that darker blue. So this is the sky 100. This is the blue 600. I'm not sure how that color scheme works. I'm more like a hex guy myself. I'd rather do a hex code any day of the week, but sure. So that's cool. This is kind of like what we want when we select somebody's name from the list of users, right? If it was like, say, you know, ATK or Gregory we're clicking on, we want some indicator that we've selected them, right? That's what this is. Because otherwise, how the hell do you know? If there was nothing here, how would you be able to tell what you were actually connected to without looking at the URL? You know? All right, cool. You've completed chapter 5. I've completed chapter 5, chat. All right. Setting up my database. Oh, God. Oh, God. Here we go. Chapter 6. Okay. Before you can continue working on your dashboard, you'll need some data. In this chapter, you'll be setting up a Postgres? Does anybody know how this is actually pronounced? So I don't sound like an idiot every time I say it. Postgre. This is it's a database from one of Vercel's marketplace integrations. So if you're already familiar with Postgre, then and you'd prefer to use your own database provider, you can skip this chapter and set it up on your own. Otherwise, let's continue. In this chapter, here are the topics we'll cover. Push your project to GitHub. Okay. Set up a Vercel account and link your GitHub repo for instant previews and deployments. Create and link your project to a Postgres database. Postgres. Seed the database with initial data. Okay. So let's create a GitHub repository. Let's push your repository to GitHub if you haven't already. This will make it easier to set up your database and deploy. If you need help setting up your repository, take a look at this guide on GitHub. All right, well, I might need that. Yeah, let's do that. So quick start for repositories. Create a repository. In the upper right-hand corner, actually, this is what I'm going to do. Let me take this over here, and I'm going to open up Git on the other side. Sorry, GitHub on the other side. Some people get really particular and peculiar about using Git and GitHub interchangeably, and they don't like it. I'm going to try to be proper, okay? So here we go. New repository. Okay. We need a memorable name for our repository. I'm going to call this dashboard-tutorial. Okay. The description is a simple Next.js /React/Tailwind dashboard for learning purposes. I'm gonna make this private because why would I make it public? That's crazy, right? We need to select initialize this repository with a README. Okay. Create or click create repository. Add git ignore. Git ignore tells Git which files not to track. No git ignore. Add a license. No license. Yeah, because it's just me that's going to access this private. So, dude, I love this. Great repository names are short and memorable. How about Literate Octo Parakeet? That's what it's literally suggesting to me. Literate Octo Parakeet. You know, nah, I'm good. I'm good on that. Create repository. We did it. Yay. Okay. Congratulations. You've successfully created your first repository and initialized it with a README file. Let's commit a change to the README file. Okay, let's edit file. Seems good. In the text box, write information about yourself. Okay, so this is created by Cardinal Zin. That's it. That's my big change. Hell, I'll put my website. When I say my website, I mean my Twitch address. No, not Lardinal Zin, okay? We're trying to get away from that. Why do you think I'm going to the gym? Extended description, added name and Twitch URL. That's it. Commit changes directly to the main branch. Yay. Yes, Lardinal Zin. That's right. It's actually Lardinal Chin, and that's when I have multiple chins. Not double chin, multiples. Okay, we're talking triple, quadruple, double. That's noob stuff. Step it up. Step it up, okay? All right. Done. Let's go back. Okay, so let's push your repository to GitHub. This will make it easier to set up your database and deploy. If you need help setting up your repository, you can also use other Git providers like GitLab or Bitbucket. If you're new to GitHub, we recommend the GitHub desktop app for a simplified development workflow. So when they say, let's push your repository to GitHub, how do I do that? I can do it through command line, but I just don't, I don't remember how. No, I'm not using the desktop app. I'm using the command line interface. How to push a repository to GitHub. Thank you. Push a new or existing repo to GitHub. Navigate your local project. Open the terminal or command prompt and use CD to navigate to the root. Initialize Git so it's Git init. Git init. I'm gonna Git init, all right? All right, so I need to... Not that. We need to not do that. Okay, hold on. Let's see... What was it? Coding projects / tutorial / you know what? I'm just gonna go find it. Hold on. Be real clear about this. If your project's already not a Git repository, initialize it by running git init. All right, code friends, I need your help. Calling all code friends. I want to push my files out to Git. It says here, if your project is not already a Git repository, initialize it by running git init in the project directory. I tried to do that. So like I did a CD, like CD and changed over to that directory and then tried to do git init. And it just says that it's not recognized as an internal external command. And I know that I've done like git command line stuff before on this computer. Can I do a npm git space What's up, SG? Here's your drink. Thanks for the head pats, Donkey Duff. Is it like npm install git? If Git isn't recognized, then it's either not installed or your environment path. And no, you can't install Git with npm. Got you. Okay. So the question is, how do? Ah. Well, let's do this then, I suppose, eh? Pull this over here. Okay. I really thought that I had Git. So it's asking me if I want to use a credential helper. Do I need this? Is this going to make it easier for me, or is this just going to be another annoying add-on piece that I got to go deal with? Cross-platform Git credential manager. I feel like I don't need that. Unless, of course, it's going to be some really annoying command line thing where I'm going to need to put in like some weird OAuth bullshit. What do you think? You use the Git credential manager? Is it helpful? Like, what does it do? It manages credentials, your Git credentials. I get that. But it just, yeah, it just stores your username and password. Like, is that a big deal? I mean, I guess it could be. Sure. All right, it's doing the thing. Prevents you from having to put it in every time you want to commit, push, fetch, etc. Here, hold on 1 second, chat. I'll hide that for just a moment. Oh, that actually went away? Oh, it did. Okay, never mind. Weird. Okay, so I've got Git Bash up now. Yo. T Smiley, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. That's awesome. Overall, you liked having the desktop app, but there was something you didn't do right, and you had to have someone with experience come in and fix your repo. Oh. I don't know. That's not good. So we're doing noob style tutorials today, T Smiley, because I'm a noob. I've done code, but not any sort of like professional level code, and I'm trying to get better. Like, I really want to do better. I've kind of like, I learned like tricks when I was young, and I just kind of like kept relying on those and permutations of those, and haven't really stretched myself any. So now this is where we learn a lot more. So I've actually got like Next.js, React, Tailwind app tutorial that I'm going through right now for a dashboard. So we've got the dashboard running. At least the frames of the dashboard running, so we can actually go here and actually see it. And we got like the little selection styles working. So now it's about actually populating these routes and getting some stuff in here. So that's cool. But right now the next step is I'm trying to set up Git. Nightmare. Nightmare stuff. I actually have a GitHub account, but I'm trying to get Git Bash so I can like connect to this and upload or commit this repository, right? Like I want to get it pushed, rather. I want to get it pushed to the existing repository that I just made out on the GitHub site. So I've got my Git Bash here, but I have no idea what the hell to do. So I think the first thing is I need to navigate to the folder where the files are, correct? Inside the Git Bash UI or command prompt. Pretty sure that's what you need to do, right? First step, like a CD. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. I am going to have to look up like a very basic how to use Git Bash. To set up a local Git repository, navigate to your project folder using CD. Okay. Like with a regular command prompt? And then git init. That's a new repository, but I want to push this to an existing one. To push your local changes to a remote repository like GitHub, use git push origin master. Does that sound about right? Git push origin master. Hey, thank you, Gan. Not a Git repository or any of the parent directories .git. Let's do a git in it and see what happens. We can always remove the other repository if we have to and rename it and stuff. Initialized empty Git repository. Okay, now we can push, right? So git push origin master. Sorry if I'm not following all that well. I'm sneezing my freaking head off. Hey, stop that, you. You have to commit before you can push. To configure your Git identity. Git config -- global username your name. The flow is init set remote. What does that even mean? Set remote? I don't even know what that means. Add files for commit push. Okay, I'm actually gonna take this. I'm gonna write this down. Git steps. Init set remote. Hacking is kicking up 8 years of dust. Got you. So you're finally out of there, ATK, eh? That's crazy. Have your other roommates, are they also moving? Or I don't know. No, you're not out yet. You still have to organize a truck. And ideally some help, huh? Got it. I see. But you have the apartment now, right? You have the different apartment that's like, it's there. You have secured new living space. Hey, KTTYL, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate you very much. You don't know about what EC's plans are. Oh, whether EC's gonna stay or leave, you mean? Yeah, you have the place, just need to finish packing. And then figure out the transport. Sweet. When you say we, like you and Vipress? Yeah. Heck yeah. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Good to see you. So I'm working on, right now I've been working my way through a tutorial, a Next.js React/Tailwind dashboard tutorial. It's part of like, it's actually like the official Next.js tutorial. And just like working my way through that. And we've gotten to the point where we need to set up a GitHub repository, and I need to get this information like committed and pushed out to the GitHub repository. I have a GitHub account. I've downloaded Git Bash, but I just have no freaking idea how the hell to do this. Like I know what I need to do. I just don't understand how to do it. So, yes, I've done a git init and initialized an empty Git repository inside the folder where my project is. So there is now like a .git folder inside that project. So it exists now. Now I need to like get all that like out there onto GitHub in the repository out there that I set up. So I already set up a repository on GitHub for this. I just have no idea how to get it from where I am to where they are. And I've got a command prompt open and I'm like ready to go, but I just don't know what the hell to do. So trying to figure it out. So if you have experience in any of this, this goes for anybody. If you know how to use Git, GitHub, Git Bash specifically, like through command prompt, please save me. Save me. Let's see. So, how to use GitHub and Git Bash. All right, here we go. Yes, I've installed all that stuff. Yes, yes, yes. First, configure your Git identity globally so that your commits are attributed correctly. Okay. Gotta set the remote to the URL of your repository. So how do I do that, Gam? I can definitely get the URL of the repository from GitHub, right? Here, GitHub. Here's my stuff. My dashboard tutorial. Like, I have the URL that goes to the GitHub page, if that's what we need. Git has no idea where to commit and push. There's a set remote command. So is it git? Can I do a git help? Like, I'm wondering, like, what is the syntax of this set remote business? Like, what would be an example? You want the clone URL. Okay. So there's like, okay, so under the H, so go to like where it says code, it says local clone, and then under HTTPS, there's like a long URL here. That's what I want, I'm assuming. Clone using the web URL. Copy URL to clipboard. Get me out of here. Yeah, absolutely. Same. Get me out of this Git hell. I am officially get lost. Okay. That's my remote URL. Okay. So got it. So basically it appears, and it may not be the same for every project, but it appears that it is the base URL, and then at the end .git. That's what it appears to be. But it's HTTPS as well. Okay, so I have that now. So how do I tell through Git Bash that this is where we're sending shit? You said set remote. I did a help. I don't see anything like a set or a remote or clone a repository into a new directory. I did an init. Version, help, name value, exec path, HTML path. Is that it? Set remote URL with GitHub. Or Git Bash. How do I change the URL for a remote Git repository? Here we go. Git remote -v. First, view the existing remotes. Okay. Git remote -v. That showed literally nothing because I haven't set one at all. Then you can do it with git remote set -URL. Ah, there it is. Origin. Perfect. It says, it's really funny. And that's git remote set URL origin. And it says, I tried this. It says, error, no such remote origin. Maybe I don't need to add origin anymore. Let me try it without. Git set URL. Git set URL. Oh, it's git remote. Sorry, git remote set URL. Push, add, or delete. Those are my options. No origin. Okay, so that's what it is. So git remote set dash URL. Push, right? We were going to push all this to that location. And it just says no such remote push. Git help remote. Brave. Okay. So this is what I am, I'm looking at this. Okay, git remote. This is gonna be very messy in the Twitch chat, but it's showing me like what the commands do. So get URL, set URL. Okay, so changes the URLs for the remote. Sets first URL for remote that matches regex. If old URL doesn't match any URL, an error occurs and nothing is changed. With dash push URLs are manipulated instead of fetch URLs. With dash add, instead of changing existing URLs, a new URL is added. With dash delete, instead of changing existing URLs, all URLs matching regex URL are deleted for remote name. Trying to delete all non-push URLs is an error. So basically, it looks like I want to push, right? I want to do a set URL push. So git remote set URL dash push, then the HTTPS from the clone. It's right there, okay. You can't push until you are able to commit. So do we have to set it first? Just set it first. It's like no push, no nothing. Just git remote set dash URL and then the URL. When I do that, it says usage. And this is what it's showing me. This is what it says after usage. Get remote set URL, push name new URL, older URL, or get remote set URL, add name new URL, or get remote set URL, delete name URL. And then you can add push, add, or delete, or no push, no add, no delete. Annoying. git remote set dash URL origin this. I'm confused why origin didn't work. Okay, let's try it again. Let's try it again real quick. So let's do git remote set URL origin my. Do we want the HTTPS in this, or is it just github.com? Yeah, no brackets, sure. And that's just like github.com/cardinalsin/dashboard-tutorial.git. Yes, HTTPS, yes. It says error, no such remote origin. Why does Git tell me no such remote origin when I try to push to origin? You never told Git to start tracking any file. You write that you ran git init, git commit, m first commit. At that stage, you got nothing added to commit but untracked files present. Git is telling you that you never told it to start tracking any files in the first place, and it has nothing to take a screenshot of. Hello, I remember your Fallout New Vegas play in Minecraft. What's up, Swan? Surly Gang, how you doing? Come on in. For that, you need to stage the files of interest using git add readme.md before running. What was it? Git add readme.md. Warning. In the working copy of readme.md, LF will be replaced by CRLF the next time Git touches it. Okay. You haven't set up the remote repository. Well, I have. So git remote add origin, and then the... Okay, that seemed to work. I typed that in, and it didn't give me any feedback, but it took it without an error. Let me show you. So you can see here, I did this git add readme, right? And then I did, and that actually took it. It says warning in the working copy of readme.md, LF will be replaced by CRLF the next time Git touches it. Not sure what that means, but okay. Then I did git remote add origin with the actual endpoint here. And then it didn't say anything, but it didn't say error. So am I now good to like git remote set? Git remote set URL origin this -v git remote -v. There it is. Fetch and push. Okay. Point to where GitHub touched you. Does that thing have an anatomically correct? Just asking for a friend. All right. Set URL only works if origin is already created. Got you. So we needed to add the origin first to that remote repository. That was where this all went wrong. So we needed to get remote add origin so that we could get remote set URL origin, because origin didn't exist. Now you can stage your file. Yes. Like, these terms are very Git specific, and I have no idea what they mean. Push, commit, stage. Try Git status. Okay, let's do it. All right. So, no commits yet. The only thing is this new file, the readme.md. LF and CRLF is some ancient terminology for new lines and text files. Is that what it is? Okay. No one knows what it means. It's provocative. Like, no one knows what this actually means. It's just a ritual we all perform and we agree to perform. And that we know we have to perform or else it won't work. We don't know why we dunk the baby's head in the water 3 times. Just, we do it. It says it in the book. So we do it. The tutorial said to dunk this baby under the water 3 times and then shake vigorously. I don't know. So you had to add those untracked files. But I don't remember how to do that with the command line. Okay. So pull any content. So I want to like push. Like, don't I want to like... I want to like push this stuff up there, right? Get add dot adds all, but a get ignore can limit. So if I do get add period and then is that all I need? Like get add period? Is that it? Is that all I need to do? You can't push till you commit. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea. All right, so get commit question mark. Hold on. Let's see here. Get help. Add file contents to the index. Looks like you're in Windows. Yes, I am in Windows, sadly. Commit. There it is. So do I just do git commit? The end? No, do the git add dot. Okay. Git add dot. Warning. In the working copy of blah, 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 LF will be replaced by CRL. Yes, okay, that's fine. Whatever. So, what do we do to see that all those changes before? This right here. Git status. Let's take a look at that again. Okay. Perfect. These are the things that are going to be committed. We've added these to our queue of things that need to be changed. So now we can commit. Right? Now we can git commit and it will push these changes, right? We're going to lock this shit in. We've said this is what we're going to add, all these new files. Sadly, he will use Linux someday, surely. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Now you can do a git commit message. Okay. Git commit first. Oh, it's -m. What is the -m in this case, sincerely? Git commit -m first bald baby's first commit. Yeah, do I have to escape? Do I have to escape characters inside the quotes? With like a backslash or something? Or is it okay? Let's try. It's their message flag to input your message. Oh, okay. Message flag. Okay. And so my message is bald baby's first commit. Please tell me who you are. Okay, so git config -- global. So cardinalzin@gmail.com, right? And then invalid key. Wait. Oh, because I didn't put in quotes like an idiot. Git config -- global cardinalzin@gmail.com. Hey, Misty Hollow RP, what's up? Welcome on in. That is also an invalid key. Interesting. Maybe it's set to my personal email. Dislike. Hold on. Okay. No, that email address is definitely the one that I'm using. That email address, like I've checked it on GitHub proper. So it is cardinalzin@gmail.com. That is the one that I am using. Like 100%. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's try this. Git config -- global user.email. Let's try. Okay, that seemed to work. So user.name. Not Bane. Name. This is the bane of my existence, though. And then just cardinalzin. Okay. And now we can try to do the commit again. Okay. It seems to have done the thing. 52 files changed. 4,282 insertions. Even House's mom is jealous right now. That's how many insertions there have been. Okay, okay, that's good, I think, right? We've done the thing. We did it, right? We did it! Maybe. Maybe not. Now we can do a git push. Now I'm looking on the GitHub. Okay, so now let's just git push. Is that it? Dude, it's so many steps. It's so many steps for something that seems like... I just want it to be an FTP where I can just like grab the files and just drag them over. Like, this is so crazy complex. God dang it, man. All right, so just git push. To push the current branch and set the remote as upstream, use git push set upstream origin master. Serenity now. All right, to have this happen automatically for branches without a tracking upstream, see push.auto setup remote in git help config. What the f is an upstream branch? Write a script for it, says sincerely. This is a nightmare. I feel like you literally could take an entire semester of like content just on how to use GitHub. Like you could, to be fair, Git has horrible syntax. It's not even about that. It's just like, it's a mystery to me, you know, because I've never done it. So it's like, I'm just like fly by night here. It's like commit, push, pull, request, remote, like upstream. What the an upstream branch? What the, you know, it's like whatever. For someone that is not learned in the wizarding ways. Yes, I was once a wizard and now I've been turned into a toad. Very unfortunate. Toads are not very good at code. New username. Code Toad. That's it. And I'll be like a little frog with like a wizard hat. What do you think? Like the real classic, like the you know, real classic hat. That's why you use a GUI for Git. The command line is so bad. Yeah, so there is like that Git for Windows, like desktop client. Do you think that I should use that? I mean, I don't mind running command line. It's fine. It's just I don't know what does what. So can anybody explain what this upstream branch business is? Because right now, as I'm looking at it, there are still no files that have been pushed into this repository. Let's just try this. Git push -- set -- upstream, not substream, upstream, origin master. This is what we do to push the current branch and set the remote as upstream. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Now I need to sign in. Sign in with a code. Okay. I'm in. All right, it looks like it did the thing. Holy all right. Holy Lord. 2 commits. Initial commit 52 minutes ago. I am confusion. Master had recent pushes. Okay, there it is. Okay. I see it. It's there. Oh my God, it's a Christmas miracle. You can have multiple upstreams. Again, I don't even know what that means. What is an upstream? Am I not pushing things upstream right now? Like me pushing to the repository, would that be an upstream? Like, I think in terms of like an FTP, you know? Like I'm uploading this information. So you could push 2 different remotes if you wanted to. When you say remotes, you mean like 2 different repositories? This lingo, man, is killing me. Like remotes meaning an endpoint at somebody's profile, somebody's repository. Like Gan the Gray / really cool code project. 2 different repos. Okay. Got it. Got it. Clear as mud. Clear as mud. All right. It's out there. It's uploaded. It's there. Bald Baby's first commit. Very awesome comment. Should have been, why is Git so hard? Why is Git so freaking hard? There's a whole lot of crazy shit you can do with Git. I am sure of it. I am sure of it. It's like, and I get like the big thing is like the deltas, right? Like showing the changes between commits. So if you need to roll back, you can, right? Or maybe you want to grab like one file from a previous commit because there was a huge problem. You can do that and then push it up to a new commit included with the other good files. And then boom, there you go. You got a clean commit again. You're good to go. What up, Gregory? All right, so here's the deal. I'm like way past due on giving you some raffle tokens. I got the app done yet? Yeah, no problem. It's easy. So easy. Here's 740 raffle tokens. I'm gonna take like a 4 or 5 minute break. All right. When I come back, I'm gonna have more raffle tokens for you. But also, while I'm gone, everybody except for the 2 people who have already won today can get in on this raffle token giveaway. Exclamation point, give me them tokens, and I'll be right back. Sit tight.
So you've decided to stick around while I went AFK. Brave and appreciated. Your time and attention are the gifts I cherish the most. While I'm away fulfilling those pesky basic human needs, let me take this opportunity to educate you about the Cardinal Zin stream. While you watch this stream on Twitch, every 5 minutes you are receiving card cash and raffle tokens. Card cash is used on Twitch to redeem sound effects, visual memes that take over the screen, and custom game interactions. Card cash never resets. Raffle tokens are used on Twitch to buy raffle tickets for raffled items. Every Friday, I raffle off at least 3 $10 Steam gift cards during the stream. At the end of Friday's stream, these tokens are reset to 0, so everyone has a good chance to win, even our new friends. For those looking to get as many chances to win as possible, be sure to show up at least a few minutes before the start of a stream and stick around through the stream credits for a nice fat raffle token bonus. If you ever want to check your virtual wallet, you can always check your balances using !BAL on Twitch to see how many card cash and raffle tokens you're currently holding. Yes, holding. It's especially important to do this when you have a lot of card cash or raffle tokens so that everyone knows just how amazing you are and how much more they would have to hoard to be equally as awesome as you. Now, you may have noticed, but this is a highly interactive stream where chat is allowed to murder me influence my games directly. We refer to this type of interactivity as Twitch integration, and it comes in a number of different flavors. I use cookie-cutter solutions like crowd control or chaos tricks, but also have custom-coded card commands for many games I play, including Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield. Crowd control and chaos tricks require Twitch bits and can be used to spawn monsters, give items, or set me on fire 13 times in a row until I want to cry blood into a pile of my own human ashes. Neat! Likewise, Custom-coded card commands for games like Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield can also be triggered using bits in the Lumia panel, but can also be triggered using chat commands, assuming you have enough card tokens to trigger them. Lastly, card controls affect my screen and impact any game I play, but they also require card tokens to activate. Yes, that's right, there's a third point system on my channel, card tokens, and as a token of my appreciation for your continued attention, I'm now going to tell you how you can save big. So let's say you want to spawn that big nasty golem on me. Let's be honest, I probably deserve it. And you're about to cheer 500 bits through the Lumia panel to spawn the monster that will undoubtedly crush me into priest dust. Typically, those 500 bits would cost $7. So that's like a markup of 40%. Instead, by donating $5 at ko-fi.com/cardinalzin and entering only your Twitch username in the message, not username, field, the bot here will give you 500 card tokens. With card tokens now in hand, you can simply type a chat command to spawn that creature, just like you would with bits through the Lumia panel, only this time you aren't paying 40% more like a big chump. So cut out the middleman. Take your savings a step further and become a Cherubim or Seraphim Coffee member to receive 10% or 20% more card tokens respectively. At the Seraphim membership level, you've essentially turned $7 for 500 bits into $5 for 600 card tokens. So instead of paying 40% extra, you're now receiving 20% extra. It's a great value. And for those who do back the stream on Ko-fi, I thank you. It is your contributions that allow me to code fun things for you all. Seriously though, you have my gratitude. If you have any questions about this stuff, be sure to ask. The community is really awesome and will definitely light your path, sometimes by setting you on fire directly. Convenient. Since I'm not back yet, please continue to enjoy this lovely music. Sit tight, and I'll return shortly. Thank you so much.
In a world where corporate interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes, where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress, where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought, one man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide, a beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity, because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Sin.
Hello, friends. Thank you very much for your patience. I appreciate you. Sorry it took a little bit longer than I expected. Samson was on his chair, and that means that he wants to play and spin around and stuff. So I gave him a few spins, gave him some scritches and stuff. I'm sure you understand. I'm sure you understand. He's super cute. Okay. So, Kay, congratulations. Typing is hard. There you go, Kay. Also, everybody else that's here is going to get some raffle tokens as well. I'm going to give 10 to everybody who's here. Or 10 for every person, rather, that is here. I see 75. Is that what you see, chat? 750 big ones? Heck yeah. Let's go. Let's do it, shall we? Bam. Thank you very, very much. All right, so we just did this. That took all that time. It's been like an hour, probably. We've been working on just that. But we finally got it. We got it set up. It's good to go. All right. I did create a Vercel account. And it says here, connect and deploy your project. All right. Next, you'll be taken to this screen where you can select and import the GitHub repository. Okay. So I need to go back to Vercel. Or Versal? Versal or Vercel? All right. Import project. Import. Continue to GitHub. Authorize Versal. There we go. Install the GitHub application for the accounts you wish to import from to continue. The GitHub application? Import a third-party Git repository. There we go. Okay, never mind. Okay, so this is the one. Dashboard tutorial, import. Okay, so this is all good. Project name. Okay. The project name. Does that have to match? Does that have to match my GitHub repository name? Or is this just how like Vercel sees it? Vercel. Okay. Got it. 76 now also. All right, here. There you go, 10 more. Interesting. Importing from this dashboard dash tutorial project name. It looks like we can just next.js dash dashboard. There we go. Framework preset is next.js. Yes. Slash build and output settings. Okay. I think that's it. I think we're good now. And then hit deploy. I think that's it. Deploy. By connecting your GitHub repository, whenever you push changes to your main branch, Vercel will automatically redeploy your application with no configuration needed. Great. When opening pull requests, you'll also have instant preview URLs, which allow you to catch deployment errors early and share a preview of your project with team members for feedback. Interesting. Okay. Now this too. Postgres? I don't know. Pronunciation is weird on this one. Gress? Like progress? Postgres? To set up a database, click continue to dashboard. Deployment failed. It says, error, no Next.js version detected. Make sure your package.json has next in either dependencies or dev dependencies. Also check your root directory setting matches the directory of your package.json file. The Postgres. Okay. Thank you. Thank you sincerely. Sincerely, thank you sincerely. Sincerely. Thank you. Sincerely. Let's see here. No Next.js version detected. Make sure your package.json has next in either dependencies or dev dependencies. Okay, so let's go take a look at this file. Package.json file. Okay. Dependencies. I mean, it's in there. It says next latest. I mean, this is what it's under, like, just so that you know, chat. This is what it says under dependencies. And you can see very clearly that the key value pair that they have there is next, latest. And this says here, no Next.js version detected. Make sure your package.json has next in either dependencies or dev dependencies. So it's in dependencies. Okay. Also check your root directory setting matches the directory of your package.json file. I'm not sure what they mean by that. Your root directory setting matches the directory. Huh? So, like, this is where I have it installed. This is where all the files are. See, coding projects, tutorial, Next.js dashboard. So, because I figure I'm going to be doing a lot of tutorials, right? So, to try to understand all this. So, this is just one of them, the Next.js dashboard. So, it has its own folder in, in the tutorial folder. So it says here that the root directory setting needs to match the directory of your package.json file. The root directory setting. What does this mean? Check your root directory setting matches the directory of your package.json file. So that, I mean, this is the directory where the JSON package.json file is. When it says the root directory setting, are they talking about inside like Next.js or like inside VS Code? Next.js dashboard. Package.json. Okay. It should be the base directory of your project. So the base directory of my project is the one that we're looking at. It's this. That's where it is, right? So where do they want me to put this? I don't understand. Like inside VS Code, the Explorer for this, I mean, just to show you. One moment. You can see here on the Explorer side, it's just Next.js dashboard. Like, am I supposed to like encapsulate this in two other folders called Coding Projects Tutorial? npm/node looks for the package.json from wherever you run it from, usually the base directory. So I guess their point is that somehow what I have here in VS Code doesn't match what I have in the directory, like for where it's installed. Is this because it's embedded in two other folders? So instead of being like Next.js dashboard, I need to add a folder further up the hierarchy tutorial and then another one called Coding Projects? And only then will it understand that? Again, the error is no Next.js version detected. It does say latest, by the way. Could we maybe just try putting a number in there, see if it works? Make sure your package.json has next in either dependencies or dev dependencies. Also check your root directory setting matches the directory of your package.json file. So the root directory isn't, I mean, the JSON, the package.json file is in the root directory of the project. It is in there. Correct. That's right, sincerely. It's VerScell. Yeah, it says deployment failed with error. And specifically the error that occurred, there was one warning and one error. The warning says, warning, could not identify Next.js version. Ensure it is defined as a project dependency. So it definitely is, because in the package.json dependencies, there is next, and it says latest. I almost wonder if I can, is there a way to check my version of Next.js, and then I could just put in the number and try it that way? See if that's what it's mad about, because it says latest as opposed to an actual version number. I wonder, can I do that with like from a command prompt? Like a like npm dash V next. Yeah, there we go. 11.5.2. Hey, look at me. I did a thing. All right. So instead, I'm going to go in here. Instead of latest, I'm going to put in 11.5.2. Save that. But now I need to recommit, right? I need to commit and what do we call it? Push again. Oh God, we're back to GitHub hell. Please no, please no, God no. I don't want it. I don't wanna. Bruh. Why is that not showing up on the screen? Knox, are you okay? I hear a lot of meowing. Are you okay? You want to come up? You want to come say hi? Noxy. Hi. Did I get you? Say hello. Everybody wants to see you. Say hello. For a sec. No? Okay. Go ahead. Not gonna make you stay. She's so sweet, but she's very skittish. She's just like running around, like down on the ground, just like meowing repeatedly. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on down there? Oh, she's playing with her spring and she's crazy. Okay, that makes sense. Got it. That's right. That's a Nox. All right, so we got the version number. Now we gotta like recommit or whatever. All right, let's try this. So get help. I do need some help, that's for sure. So git commit. Oh, this is not a git repository. Hold on. Okay, so I got to go back to this folder, a CD to this folder. Okay, so CD. There we go. Yes, git commit. Changes not staged for commit. Use git add file to update what will be committed. Use git restore file to discard changes. Modified package.json. No changes added to commit. Use git add or git commit all. Okay, so git commit -a. What? I'm so confused. Why did this open? Why did this open something in VS Code? Please enter the commit message for your changes. Updated version. Updated next.js version number in package.json. Is that it? Waiting for your editor to close the file. Save. There it is. Okay, so it's been committed. It's an interactive tooling file. Okay, so that's been committed. So are we good? So I had to push it now? Like, I'm trying to understand this a little bit better. I have added a file. We have committed the file. Do I have to push the file now, or are we good? Oh, that's right. You can use VS Code to interface with Git. Yeah, it was weird. Like, when that happened, I didn't expect it to open up over here for me to do there. It seems very strange. I'm going back to GitHub real quick. So we need to push. Yeah, okay. Add, commit, push. Back to the game. All right. Thank you. So git, push. Is that all I need to do? "13 seconds ago." Okay. So now, can I go back and try it again? Deploy. Nope. Same error. Damn, dude. Oh, the root directory setting matches the directory of your... Oh, okay. Hold on. Edit. I'll try again. I'm having a hell of a time with this for whatever reason. Git push origin master. Do you have much experience with Freesol? Voided? Have you ever used this tool? Yes, everything's up to date. So I'm getting an error when I'm trying to deploy this. And this is what it is. This is my error. So it says no Next.js version detected. Make sure your package.json has next in either dependencies or dev dependencies. Okay. It previously had this. It had this under dependencies in the JSON, the package.json. So I actually went and did a -v, like an npm -v next to get the actual, Google says it lets you deploy their front end stupidly easily. Nice. So I changed it from latest to an actual discrete number. That doesn't seem to have done anything. I don't know, like the dev dependencies, it's not currently in the dev dependencies. This is all I have in the dev dependencies under the JSON, the package.json. So I don't know if I need to add it. It did say, make sure your, make sure your package.json has next in either dependencies or dev dependencies, and it does. So I'm gonna assume that conditional is satisfied, right? The other one was also check your root directory setting matches the directory of your package.json file. The package.json file is in the root directory of the project, which is this. C, coding projects, tutorial, Next.js -dashboard. That's where it is. There's nothing else in like tutorial. There's nothing in coding projects. There's nothing like that. This is the project in the Next.js dashboard folder, if you will, directory. So this is what I look at when I see this. Let me just show you. Okay. So new project, importing from GitHub, cardinalsin/dashboard-tutorial. The main. The project name, Next.js-dashboard. Because that's what it is currently in my folder, right? Like that's the folder name, the project folder. The framework preset is Next.js. Root directory is just the root of this, which is again the GitHub. And again, there's no embedded folders on the GitHub. There's no like extra folders. It's just like Next.js. It goes from there. This root directory business, I don't know. Like I hit edit and I get this. This is the only thing that I can do. To select the directory where your source code is located. Deploy a mono repo. Create separate projects for other directories in the future. Or whatever. Dashboard-tutorial, continue. Again, it's taking this in from the GitHub. So it's like, maybe it's that doesn't match with the Next.js-dashboard business here. So it's like, and it doesn't like it. Getting bootstrapped and set up is often the hardest part of any project. Yeah. Well, it certainly has proven to be pretty rough. Just these 2 steps to set up the database has been rough. It's been pretty rough so far. So, and then when I try to deploy, and I'll try it again, just in case. Actually, let's, can I step back? Maybe step back. Just for a second. Let's see here. Import a project. Dashboard tutorial. I'm just going to keep this way. I'm not going to change the name here. The framework preset is Next.js. Edit. There's nothing to edit. It's just that. And that's dashboard tutorial. Deploy. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just that they all need to be dashboard-tutorial. Yep. That's all it was. Okay. Wait. 404. Not found. Hold on just a minute. All right. So hold on a second. Let's hide this for a sec. Something's happening. What it is, I don't know. Let's see here. Code not found. Read our documentation to learn more about this error. Oh, okay. Error codes. What does that mean? They just, like, literally the code is not found. The not found error occurs when a requested resource couldn't be found. This might happen if the resource has been moved, deleted, or if there's a typo in the URL. Check the deployment URL. Ensure that the deployment URL you're using is correct and doesn't contain any typos or incorrect paths. Check deployment existence. Verify that the deployment exists and has not been deleted. Review deployment logs. Review them to identify any issues that might have caused deployment to be unavailable. Verify permissions. Ensure you have the necessary permissions to access the deployment. Role-based. I mean, I'm the admin. They're on my account. There's no way. Contact support. Okay. Right before deploying, it changed from Next.js to other. Did it really? Hey, Cremento, take it easy. Have as much fun as you can have. No, I love this stuff, man. Seriously, I do. Let's see. Your framework preset got reset. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, there's a bit of lag too, Voided, just so you know. There's a bit of, because I ran the church earlier. Yeah, there's probably like anywhere from like a 6 to 10 second latency now. All because I got some encoding errors. Over encoding errors. All right, so let's back this up. There are like 2 of these projects out here now, so I'm like deleting both of them and I'm gonna start fresh. Something very weird going on there. Okay, no projects now. It's cool. I'm being silly. You missed the church? No, it didn't work anyway, Gregory. The OAuth token, it's expired. So like I just got into the church and literally couldn't show anything off. It was a total waste, and all it did was add latency to the stream. It's like painful. Very painful. Yeah, usually what happens is I have to run the church in like kind of a small window because it is so just compute hungry. It's very compute hungry. All right, so import a project. Yes. Yes, the dashboard tutorial. That'd be great. The framework preset is going to be Next.js. I have selected this. Root directory, it's great. Perfect. It's just like the default. Everything is just the default. And then I hit deploy. Let's show this. Okay, so you can see here. Yes, dashboard tutorial, dashboard tutorial. If I go into the framework here, Next.js, right? And then we hit deploy. I don't have high hopes, chat. Did it work? Deployment failed with error. Here it is. Could not identify Next.js version. Huh. Okay, hold on. I'm going to back up and see. You'll be taken to the screen where you can select and import the GitHub repository you just created. Okay. Name your project and click deploy. Okay. Hooray! Your project is now deployed. Yeah, but it ain't! Can you click on the configuration menu drop downs? Which ones are you talking about specifically? Configuration menu drop down. Yeah, so the where is it? Tutorial. This is the directory where the package.json lives. This is going to take a few, and under the dependencies, this is what it says for next. It used to say latest. But this is the actual version of Next.js that I have, and I verified that using npm. So I opened up a command prompt, npm-v space next. It gave me 11.5.2. So that's what I put in there, as opposed to latest, because I thought maybe it was causing an issue. Can you show me on stream the folder window? I can try. Hold on. I mean, it's... Okay, hold on. Can I do this? Next.js, I think so. Right here. So here it is. C, coding projects, tutorial, Next.js dashboard, package.json. Is this wrong? And then this has been committed and pushed to GitHub, which is where Vercel is taking it from. Build options underneath your root directory. Oh, build and output settings. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I can show you that in just a second, sincerely. So there's that part. Now you want to see the full package.json. Here it is. This is the full thing. And this is it. Next. 11.5.2. It was latest, but I changed it to an explicit number. So that way, if there was an error with latest, it would stop doing that. that was the hope, at least. Do I need to put a caret? Like 11.5.2 or greater? I'm assuming that's what that is. Under dev dependencies, there's nothing there. There's nothing there for next under dev dependencies. And the reason I didn't add it there, first of all, it didn't generate there by itself, but I didn't add it there because the error specifically says that make sure your package.json has next in either dependencies or dev dependencies. Yeah, sincerely saying like, no, those are all normal. Yeah, nothing stands out as a problem there. Okay. So and then the second part of this error message is also check your root directory setting matches the directory of your package.json file. Your root directory setting. So I'm assuming that is in the actual Vercel web page here. Hold on. All right, it says here, check your root directory setting matches the directory of your package.json file. And right here, importing from GitHub, cardinalsin/dashboard-tutorial. Vercel teams, my project, right? Project name is dashboard-tutorial. It matches that. The framework is Next.js. The root directory is just root, like the root of the GitHub project, right? And then down here, you said that you wanted to see this sincerely. The build and output settings. Build command, npm run build or next build, output directory, Next.js default. You're leaning towards that second error where your Vercel project is not set up to point to the right directory. Yeah, so it's kind of weird. Like if I go into root directory and I hit edit, I only have one option. It says select the directory where your source code is located. And this is it, the dashboard-tutorial. If we're talking about the GitHub repository, right? This is where it is. That is the root folder. That's the project. Right, so continue. And that's... Is it because it is like named something different Like, my actual folder is next.js-dashboard. Should I just rename all of this shit to match? Like, go in and rename my GitHub repository to next.js-tutorial so that it matches my actual local file directory structure naming convention? Seems very picky. Seems very, very picky if that's the case. Can you show me your GitHub screen for this project? Yeah, I can. Hold on one sec. Let me just pull it up. You don't think that matters? Okay, so this is it. Okay. So this is dashboard dash tutorial. Master had a push 20 minutes ago. Dashboard tutorial. What do you want to see here? Master. So here it is. Got the package.json there. I updated that 23 minutes ago. That was the last push, was just to updated the Next.js version number in package.json. That's all that is. We take a look at it directly. Your code isn't there? It isn't? Hold on. Oh, is it in app? Bruh. Is it because it's in this subfolder? Go back to the Vercel. Make sure there aren't more in subdirectories. Okay, we'll check that in a second here. I don't see that. And what about here? Yeah, I don't see that there either. Okay, cool. All right, so hashtag confirmed. It doesn't look like there's another package.json anywhere. We go back to Vercel. All right. It shows it pointing to the main branch, but your project is only checked into the master branch. There's a difference between those two. Okay, I'm so, dude, this all comes back to my extreme misunderstanding and lack of knowledge about GitHub. I was just saying, like, I need to take like a course on just GitHub and like Git Bash so that I can understand what the f going on over there. All right. So instead of this, we go here. Wait, this needs to be like the main branch. So instead of main, this needs to be like the master branch. So that's the problem, is that this says main and it needs to say master. Different branches equals different projects. Okay. 10-4, good buddy. So let's go back to our dashboard. And we're going to import a project. Now, this dashboard tutorial right here, import. Now, see, it automatically pulls in main. I don't think it will let me change that. I don't think it's going to let me change that. So, how can I, through command line, push all of this data to the main branch? Or is there a way to set it as the default? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm saying here because I'm so unfamiliar with it. It's probably a general Vercel setting for the default branch. You think so? Hold on. I'm going to hide this just in case. I don't want to like dox myself here. Account settings. default team, email, phone, ID. Activity, account, dashboard. Settings. Let's see here. Webhook. No. That's not it. Yeah, I don't know. Are you using Git via command line? I was, yeah. I have been, yeah. Hold on one sec. Ah, shit. I just closed the web server that was running on port 3000. That can't be good. Is there a way for me to reopen that? Like to run that again somehow? Git checkout main. Okay. Let's do that. Let's focus on that first. First of all, CD over to our project directory. Okay. Git checkout main. Path spec main did not match any files known to Git. Yeah. You got it. Assuming I can. There we go. So I just CD'd over to where the project is and then did the git checkout main. Git pull. Okay. All right. So what does that do? And I've just pulled information from the repository, from the repo. I just pulled it down, right? That's what that does. Now we're going to check which branch it is, which is master. Now do git checkout main. All right, git checkout main. Switched to a new branch, main. You updated your local to match GitHub. Okay, got it. And that's why now in VS Code, all these files are showing like they're struck through. Because they're broken now. The links are broken due to the directory change. Continue with the other two commands above. Okay, sorry, my bad. Was looking at what was happening with VS Code. All right, so git merge master. Refusing to merge unrelated histories. This needs a freaking history lesson. check out master. Your branch is up to date with origin/master. Okay, and VS Code just updated too. Exactly, NERPs. Yeah, that's right. Switch to a branch where they don't exist. Right. And so now we can continue with git merge master. Just git status. Okay. Yeah, sorry, there's a big latency voided. I assure you I'm watching the chat like a hawk. Nothing added to commit, but untracked files present. Use git add to track. Okay, git checkout dash dash. Dash dash period. Is that a space period or just period? I can't tell. Space period, okay. Okay. You thought your computer was effing up a moment with the command line up. It's like... Git status, okay. Nothing added to commit, but untracked files present. Use git add to track. Says your branch is up to date with origin master. Git checkout main. Switched to branch main. Your branch is up to date with origin/main. Just delete main and rename master to main. Delete it where? On Git? You might not be able to merge since master was not created from main. Git branch -d main. Oh, hello, typing. Cannot delete branch main used by work tree at C coding projects tutorial next.js dashboard. Git checkout master. Should I? Just want to confirm. Since this first part failed. No. Okay. Main is not a working tree. I mean, can I just... You've never used work trees, but apparently one was added to your project? I have no idea how. I wonder, could I just delete the whole repository and just, like, commit and upload a new one? Like, from the files that we have? It's a link to your project from another location, and it might reside in a file somewhere. I don't know. Copy your files to another location. You mean locally? Like locally change the, like, grab all the files and paste them into another? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, I haven't done anything. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. So, locally, yes. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this whole folder. I'm gonna copy and paste it. Friggin' huge, bro. It's crazy how big that is. Like 350 MB. It's crazy. Okay, so now I have inside the tutorial folder, I have Next.js-dashboard and I have Next.js-dashboard-copy. So now I'm going to rename this to something different. What did I call it in the actual project? Oh, there was like dashboard-tutorial. That's all that framework bloat. Yeah, it was like 22,000 files voided. Crazy. Dashboard-tutorial. Let's just call it that. All right, so now I can delete the Next.js-dashboard folder, correct? Okay, I haven't done it. Okay. I'm just saying I have two copies of the same thing. One is in dashboard-tutorial. One is in Next.js-dashboard. Only copy over the contents. You want the git folder, .git folder to remain the same. Basically everything except for the git folder. Okay. So in the dashboard-tutorial folder, destroy the .git folder. Windows being stupid. My recycling bin shows that it has files in it, but I can, like, I click on it and literally nothing's happening. There we go. Holy shit. Oh, it's because it has enormous files in there. All right, hold on. Go away. So back up the contents, git checkout main. Okay. So right now, just to back up a sec, I've got both folders. One, the original folder, with all the files has the Git folder. The new one, dashboard-tutorial folder, does not have the Git folder. So you say back up the contents. So I need to go into the dashboard. I need to CD over to dashboard-tutorial, get back on Git bash, and check out main. I'm sorry. I don't understand Git at all. Like 0%. I'm sure you're so frustrated and the lag doesn't make it any better. I'm so sorry. I'm trying though, I swear. It's probably like, you're like, this is just such an easy thing. I mean, just to confirm, would it not be easier to just destroy the repository that I have and just make a new one? You want to be on the main branch before you add back the contents. So you're basically recreating the files. Then you add and deploy back to Git. Okay, so let's talk about how that works. Here, let me bring this up again. Oh, that's whack. Hold on. So annoying. Window cap in OBS is just so annoying sometimes. There we go. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna take the directory. So we're gonna CD. All right, so now we're in the new folder that does not have the Git folder in it. Like we're CD'd in there. So what commands should I be running now? Or do I still have other things to do? When you said back up the contents, I'm hoping that I've already done that. The whole point is that you want the folder to link correctly to Git and that your code is checked into the right branch. Nerp says, oh yeah, wow, delay is like 15 seconds. Yeah, dude. First of all, long stream. So Git checkout main, okay. Not a Git repository. So I CD'd into the new folder. Into the backup folder without the Git folder. Or the one that I deleted, I should say. Not the new folder. Okay. Okay, so Git checkout main. Already on main, your branch is up to date with origin main. When you check out main, you'll notice all of your code is gone. That's because nothing is there. You may have backed up the main branch, which doesn't have your code. So where would I see that my code is all gone? Gone from where, exactly? Gone from Git? Gone from the local files? In this case, you'll need to Git checkout master. Copy the contents again to another back file. Okay, Okay, so git checkout master. So if I open my window, yeah, I'm looking at it, and you're right. Like, there's no app folder or any of that stuff. It's all gone. And in the VS Code, I'm assuming it's gone too. Yeah, sure is. Okay, I see what you mean now. Okay, so in this case, we're going to check out the master. Like this. Switch to branch master. Branch is up to date with origin master. Okay, there's all my files. Here they are. They're now back. And we're going to copy the contents again to another file, to another backup file. So hold on, I just want to confirm. So this is the original folder that I'm in. All the files are here because we just checked out the master branch. I already have another dashboard-tutorial folder that has nothing in it. Never mind. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying now. Hold on just a sec. Okay. So we're going to copy all of this except for the Git folder. Okay. Got it. Making a new folder where the Next.js-dashboard project folder is, and I'm calling it dashboard-tutorial. And then we're going to paste all this stuff into the dashboard-tutorial folder. This 30-minute process would take 3 minutes if in person. I know. I'm so sorry, buddy. You're being so incredibly patient right now. Seriously. You're being so incredibly patient. Thank you. Yeah, good point. Come back to the States. Yeah, we dude, I'm going to have a guest room, so you're good. Like, whenever you want to come by. All right. Okay. So everything is in this new project folder now, except the Git folder. Okay. So now you said git checkout master, copy the contents to another backup file, excluding the Git. I am there. I am caught up, and I have that done. So now, what shall I do? So just to show you, this is what it looks like. This is the old folder. Like, this is the old folder, Next.js dashboard. And then it has all the stuff in there, including the Git. This is the old one. Okay. And then this is the new one, dashboard-tutorial. And if I go in there, it's got everything except the Git. Okay, so now in our command prompt, we're going to do a git checkout main in the original folder. So that's the Next.js-dashboard folder. That's the original one, the one that we're looking at. So, okay, so just to confirm, step 1 is git checkout main in the original folder. That's where I am, not the new one that we just made. Press enter. Okay. Just was waiting for you to confirm. Excellent. Okay, switched branch to main. Now we're going to do git status. I skipped a step. Did I? Git checkout main in the original folder. Copy non-git contents. Oh, I thought that's what we already did previously. When you say copy non-git contents, from where to where? From this original folder to the new copied folder? Maybe, hold on. I was gonna say, maybe there's an easier way to do this, like voice or something, but that delay is just killer. Copy the contents of your backup folder to the original folder. Okay. So, dashboard tutorial. This is the backup folder. We're gonna go into the original folder, and we're now going to paste this in. All right, we're gonna overwrite all these contents except the Git directory in the original folder. Everything will be overwritten except the Git directory. Is that correct? I should delete this. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay, we're doing it. 22,000 files. Let's go. Just not the Git folder. Correct. Yeah, there was no Git folder in the other project folder, in the backup project folder, or the new one, I should say. A few hours later. Sorry, it's still overwriting. I'll make sure to get rid of the tutorial-shortcut file again, too. This is why it's usually easier to do it with git commands and just rename the branch, but I don't know what that work tree thing was. Yeah, I'm getting rid of that tutorial-shortcut file. All right. All right, everything has been overwritten. And now we need to do a git status. And then git add dot for like adding everything. So I just want to confirm this is what we need to do next. Okay, perfect. Git add dot, git push origin main. No. Oops. After git add dot, okay. Now git add dot, And now, wait. And now git push origin main, right? Git status, okay. Nothing to commit, working tree clean. That sounds like a good thing. All right, so git push origin main. Okay. Holy f. Labor is easier than that. With twins, all right? Now you're good. All right, let's get rid of that. I don't know about good. I don't know about good. On the verge of a psychiatric break. It's fine. Maybe, says Gan, right? Let's see what happens. So, let's take another look at that, shall we? Hold on. Shall I go out to my Git? Actually look at the Git itself? Let's see. Drink IRL. Thank you, Son of Rojo. Just a hot minute on that stretch. All right, let's take a look at this real quick. Oh my god, so annoying. Your repositories, here we go. Okay, so dashboard tutorial. All right, so there's all the files. Merged master with main. All right, so that's all good. What's this little X mean? It says failure. What is that? What does that mean? What does this mean, failure? I don't understand. What does it mean? This is bad, right? Red X's are bad. It's identifying me. Failure. That's me. Tonight, that is definitely me. This is okay. This is not okay. Yo, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Shadow Top 11, welcome on in. Ignore that. Okay. Red X with a failure. Ignore that. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. So now let's try to do the Vercella thing again. All right. So let's go back to Vercel. Here we go. Cardinals in dashboard. Okay. So, all right. Not sure what that failure is. Seems like some CI testing. No idea. So import a project from Git. Dashboard tutorial. Project name. Just dashboard tutorial, right? The preset is Next.js. The root directory should just be root, right? So like, from your perspective, does this look correct? Dashboard tutorial, main branch, dashboard tutorial, Next.js framework. Let's see. Project dashboard dash tutorial already exists. Really? Does it? I thought I got rid of that. Deployments. Good lord, man. Okay, hold on. Okay, try this again. Dashboard dash tutorial artists. Didn't I just delete both of them? Name shouldn't matter. Give it a new name. All right. Dashboard tutorial fun. Survey says what? Oh my god. Lock file says latest. Manifest says 11.5.2. Because I changed it. Remember I changed it? So now we got to go back to the... hold on. Now we go back to our... This is crazy. All right, hold on. Package.json. Next needs to be changed to latest. And that means we have to do more fun stuff. I got past the previous error. That means we have to go back to CD back into this. And we got to do more GitHub bullshit. All right, so I want to add that one file. So how do I commit and push that one file up to the main branch? So git add dot. Okay, that's modified. Updated package.json to match lock file or whatever the frig that is. I have no idea, but whatever. Okay. Git push origin main. All right. That's it, yeah? Now we good. So can I try to deploy again? Can we just go right back to trying to deploy it again? You know what? I'll go back to the dashboard here first and try to add a new one. Import. There it is. Dashboard tutorial. Zin. Next.js. Deploy. A few hours later. A short eternity later. You bet Vercel does an automatic deployment when you push to that branch. That's what the failure icon was, telling you that it's deployed with errors. Okay. I see. Yeah, it doesn't equal does. Yeah. Now this is where it tells me, like, you've reached the limit of your hobby account. You've reached your maximum deployments for the day. Ew! Can you imagine, dude? Lose my shit. It's thinking about it. Thinking about it. How many times did you deploy today? I mean, 0 successful deployments. Hey, deployment started a minute ago. Okay. We got some things happening. Let's see. Okay. Oh, creating an optimized production build. Hopefully it's better than the 350 megabyte behemoth that exists locally. That's crazy. Whoa. Whoa, crazy. Congratulations! You did the thing! Oh my god. We did it. You did it. You crazy son of a... Alright. This is good, right? This is a good thing. Let's see. Where the hell were we? What tab was I in? Of the 1 million tabs that I have here. Let's see. Hold on. Here it is. This is the one. All right. Good news. You already accepted necessary cookies from Twitch. Gives VP a donut. There you go. I deserve a cookie. There you go. Yeah, dude, Voided, thank you very much. I know that this is very frustrating because of the huge delay. I mean, it would already be annoying, but that huge delay makes it, like, excruciating. So thank you for your patience. Okay. So basically, we're going to learn how to push our project to GitHub. Well, we didn't really learn how to do it, but we did it. Set up a Vercel account, did it. Create and link your project to a Postgres database, right? Okay, so we did that. We did this. Connect and deploy your project. We did that. Okay, next, to set up a database, click Continue to Dashboard and select the Storage tab. Okay. Select Create Database. Okay. Yes, create a database. And select the... Depending on when your Vercel account was created, you may see options like Neon or Supabase. Boom. Supabase. All right. Choose your preferred provider. My preferred provider. I don't have any preference. I don't even know what this is, dude. You need to get some Postgres. Got you. You need to get some work done yourself. Good luck. Hey, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. Choose my preferred provider. I have no idea. Like, what is this? Neon, Supabase. Do they have a set up the new Postgres database powered by Neon? Sure. Okay. Serverless. Sure. Let's go. Sure. Accept and create. Chat could be your provider, if you know what I mean. I know what you mean. All right, so Washington, that's what's suggested. Auth, built-in auth for app users. Okay. Once connected, navigate to ENV local tab. Click show secret. Yeah, I won't be doing that on stream. Make sure you reveal the secrets before copying them. Yeah, about that. Okay. All right. I think we're at a good place to stop, right? That's right. That sound effect is we live in horny jail. What is it? What is it? We live in horny jail. You can't. Okay, now I can't remember. Something about the we've got the keys. We live in horny jail. Something like that. Okay, so provide built-in authentication for app users with profiles synced to Postgres. Do I need auth? Continue. Okay, I'm gonna hide this. Continue. Database name. Dashboard tutorial -zin. Same as my project. Create. Done. Okay. Show. Okay, hold on just one sec. Once, okay, so blah, 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 blah. Once connected, navigate to the env.local tab. Yep, just click show secret and copy the snippet. Yeah, the snippet of what? Like all of it? Click show secret and copy snippet. Okay. Make sure you reveal the secrets before copying them. Okay, navigate to your code editor and rename the env.example to .env. Okay, so in here, env example. Hold on, I'm gonna hide this again by doing this. Hold on. Gonna cover it up. All right, so env.example, just rename it to .env. And then inside here, we need to paste in the copied contents from Vercel. I hope I've got this right. It's a secret. Looks good, maybe. Okay, navigate away from that so I don't show you guys. All right, now that your database has been created, let's seed it with some initial data. We've included an API you can access in the browser, which will run a seed script to populate the database with an initial set of data. The script uses SQL to create the tables and then the data from placeholder-data.ts file to populate them after they've been created. Ensure your local development server is running with npm run dev. Oh, okay. Okay. And it actually wasn't running because I accidentally shut it down earlier. And then navigate to localhost 3000 seed in your browser. Okay, so hold on. I'm just gonna hide this again. I think we're almost there, chat. Uh-oh, error. Oh, Jesus Christ. What does this mean now? It's like, it's so close yet so far away. Dude, it generated an error. Error. Postgres error. Severity local error. Severity error. Code 23505. UUID OSSP is all. It already exists. Maybe this is because of what I put in the environment. Ensure your local server is running. Database seeded successfully. Okay. It actually did it. Okay. It's time to take a quiz. What is seeding in the context of databases? Populating the database with an initial set of data. Yeah, okay, that's right. Okay. So, make sure to reveal your database secrets before copying it into your .env file. Oh, that's troubleshooting stuff. We're good. Executing queries. Let's execute a query to make sure everything is working as expected. We'll use another router handler to query the database. Inside this file, you'll find a list invoices function that has following SQL. Uncomment the file, remove the JSON.response block, navigate to query in your browser. You should see an invoice amount and name returned. Okay, hold on 1 second. We're just going to make sure that this query works, and if it does, then we're good. That's going to be the last thing we do tonight. Because I will have set up a database that's working. That's cool. All right. All right, so I know you can't see anything right now, but it's because there are so many, like, there's secrets and stuff here. I'm flying about and I'm navigating in and out of those files a lot, so that's why you can't see anything. So I'm going to app query. There it is. Route.ts. Okay, uncomment the file. Okay. I think that's right. Is there an easy way to, like, uncomment a large block of code in VS Code? Does anybody know? Any of you professionals out there? Okay, uncommented, saved. It's like Shift Alt A or something like that. Okay, let's go check this query. Message: uncomment this file and remove this line. You can delete this file when you are finished. Uncomment this file and delete this line, huh? Is control slash maybe? Check the binds. Okay. Query the database. Inside this file, you'll find a list invoices function. Correct. Uncomment the file. Remove the response.json block. Oh. Okay. I missed that. Hey! How about this, chat? Check it out. One sec. So this was the result of our query function. Amount 666 name evil rabbit. Amount 666 name evil rabbit. I don't know why it's 2, but okay. It's probably fine, right? I think, you know what happened was we ran that function twice, so I think the whole database got seeded twice. That's fun. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened. So now I wonder, like, could I use SQL to delete entries? Could I do that? Change that query function and just put in, like, regular SQL, like, if they're duplicate, remove? Like that kind of a dealie? I probably could, right? Interesting. Okay. What customer does this invoice belong to? Evil Rabbit. Correct. You have completed chapter 6. Huzzah! All right. I have 6 pages of certificates on my refrigerator now, chat. All right, let me save this in my notes channel. Very cool. Congrats! So now it's like, this is where, like, I actually start to learn some good stuff, like about API fetching and all that stuff and how we set that up. So, yeah. Again, I don't know how related this is going to be to doing what I want to do, but I do think that, like, it's just good to learn, right? It's good to learn this shit. Get accustomed to doing these types of things, right? And dude, it looks like just a little bit along here, we actually can start using the dashboard. Like really, actually using it. Which is cool. That's really cool. All right, nifty. Very, very nifty. Hey, shout out to Voided for the help. Shout out to Sincerely for the help, too. Really, you guys are awesome. Thank you. All right, chat. That is it. Can I just say, holy crap. We had a lot of new follows today, man. We had a lot. That was awesome. I mean, like, this is the most follows I've had in a long time. In one day, in one stream. It was like 10. Like, we got like 10 new follows today. Pretty crazy. So, if you followed, thank you very much. Welcome on in. Hope you enjoyed your stay. We're going to do one last 2,500 raffle token giveaway. So, if you have not won one of these, I want to give that to you. Also, Kay. I don't think I gave Kay those 2,500 raffle tokens. Did I, chat? Do you remember? I don't think I did. I don't think I gave them to Kay. Does anybody remember? I'm pretty sure I didn't. Oof. So much stuff. Crazy. I did give them to you. Okay. Thank you for being honest. You're awesome. Okay, well, we're going to do a 1-minute giveaway for a bunch more. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and add this. There we go. Gimme dem tokens! Exclamation point. Gimme dem tokens. Everyone except for people who have won today is eligible. Okay. If you want to, I'll hold them for K. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Thank you. By the way, Gregory, thank you for being the sole financial contributor to the stream today. You're a real one. He shot me in the face with ping pong balls and did some chaos tricks. Thank you. Appreciate you, dude. Real good stream and real good month, by the way. Can I just say, chat? Like, this is how exciting this is. Can I just tell you? This is, August is officially the best month that we have had all year. All year. In terms of average viewership. So you guys are awesome. Thank you for being here and being freaking awesome. Literally the best month all year long. You guys are awesome. Heck yeah. Very, very awesome. If I even went back, dude, I think if I went back and checked, it's better than December of last year. It's better than November of last year. It's better than October of last year. It's better than September. Dude, it's the best month that we have had since July of last year. And that was because of Aska. I just was like hyper focusing on Aska. I was like the Aska guy. Right? You're welcome, Zin. It wasn't much, but I did what I could. Hey, I appreciate you. All right, Death Gods, congrats, man. Death Gods. 2,500. All right, we're going to go raid somebody cool. We're going to go raid somebody cool. And actually, we're going to step outside our usual situation here. We're going to go raid somebody in the software and game development channel. We've not done this before. Now, this is really cool. So, chat, right now, we are #1 in the software and game development category. That's pretty sweet. This might be a good category for us to do some stuff in, chat. You know, and I'm a little older, so, you know. All right, we're going to go raid #2 here. And actually, I'm pretty sure I follow this guy. All right. How many raiders do we have, chat? More raiders equals more raffle tokens for you. All right, so let's see how many we get. I want to say thanks so much, guys, for just being awesome and being here and supporting the stream. August has been awesome. The house stuff is very exciting, and I'm looking forward to a really awesome September. By the way, tomorrow, Zinfully Faithful Hangout. I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to figure it out on the fly. It's going to be kind of a on-the-fly type of situation. Okay? So be here 6 o'clock. You might see something in the Discord popping up around 4:30, 5 o'clock about like what do you want to do? Let's vote. So just keep an eye on that. 71 viewers are ready to raid. Excellent. Thank you so much, guys. Here's 710 raffle tokens, and it's time to raid now. So let's freaking go!